I will give you all my Star Wars guys if it is. Wait, except Boba Fett. No matter how sure I am, I never risk the Fett man.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Fett, and it is good to be with you here in the lounge today because it's always a good day to be in the Poindexter Lounge. Why? Because the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place for you and me. It's literally a place where we can just get together and hang out and do this thing. Talk about things that we love, things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and anything and everything in between. And if those are things that you love, if those are things that get your blood boiling, get you arguing with your friends over which superhero is the best, or whether or not that Luke Skywalker appearance at the end of the Mandalorian, sorry, spoiler alert, it's been a week though, I think we're okay. If that's the case, then it gets you going and get you arguing over whether it was good CGI or bad CGI, or should have happened or shouldn't have happened and whatnot, then you're in the right place. Because that's what we do here at the Poindexter Lounge. We have some fun, and we respect each other, respect each other's opinions. But you know what? At the end of the day, we understand that we're all fans. And so if those are things that represent you, then please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell so that you know when we put out new videos, because we are constantly putting out new videos for you. And we're constantly doing videos like tonight. And tonight is a little different. Tonight, we're going to have a little bit of fun. We're going to have some people on, but I haven't done one of these in a while, and that is the call-in show. Now, you might ask what the call-in show is. Now, I've said a few times, like, well, tonight we're going to have a panel on, and, we'll kind of go from there. But I might keep a couple guys in tonight with me. But, we're going to try to see if we can rotate some people in and out and get you guys actually, in here to talk about stuff that you want to talk about, because that's what the Poindexter Lounge is about. It's about all of us. And so I would love to have you go ahead and come on in here and talk to us a little bit. All right. So look for that. I'm going to be placing the link here in the chat here pretty soon. And as we do that, we'll get you in here. I got a little something up here on my screen here that got me stuck. All right. But that being said, you were glitching and sound like a robot. Tiffany just texted me and she said, I was glitching and sounded like a robot. Hopefully, let me see if I can fix this. Hold on a second. Fixing it live on the air because we can't fix it in post. So hopefully this will fix it right here and we'll be good to go from there. All right. I'm getting messages now that I'm better now. And I hope that you all are enjoying yourself tonight. I hope that, if you are somebody who celebrates Christmas, you are probably getting ready for the Christmas season here. I mean, we've been in the Christmas season, but you're probably like getting geared up for what we're about ready to do here in a minute with Christmas and Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. I know my family is. And so if you do celebrate Christmas, I wish you a very Merry Christmas. If you celebrate Hanukkah, I wish you a very happy Hanukkah. And if you celebrate Kwanzaa, happy Kwanzaa to you as well. Whatever you're celebrating right now, I hope you have a happy one, and I hope that you're having fun. Anyways, that being said, we're going to bring a couple people in. Ladies and gentlemen, you love him. You loved him as the original voice of the Pink Panther. You loved him as the voice of Wile E. Coyote in the old Warner Brothers cartoons. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brian Master of None.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing tonight?
How's it going, man?
I'm doing pretty good. It's my Friday night. I get the next 2 days off. I found out I get paid tomorrow, so that's fantastic. Just some last minute shopping for the nephews and stuff. But other than that, ready to talk. I stayed up till 3 in the morning, and I caught your chat with the ambassador, and I'm just gonna say this.
Yes, sir.
I agree with you 110%, and I think I might have figured out the core problem with the Menace.
Oh, really?
Yes. Legends. It all boils down to legends, because they got pissed when they got rid of them.
Yep.
And they expected to see them every time they went to the movies.
Yes.
And that was like the one thing I thought about. And I was like, I made a video where I talked about it for half an hour, and I was like, I didn't want to put it out because I thought it would, come across as attacking certain points of view. So I was like, wheel back on it a little bit. But like
man,
I said,
I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that video, man. That was an epic struggle between me and Ambassador the other night, man. Woo.
Well, I mean, and the thing is the other thing, I even commented this in your thing. It was like Anakin and Padme had a love across the stars, and they even had a theme.
Yeah.
But he had a force vision of her dying in childbirth and made it happen. So like that was where I was like, but so you could see it. And you know what I watched? I watched The Last Jedi last night.
Did you really?
I love it. I honestly, I cried twice when I first saw the movie. When Luke and Leia had their little, force moment there with the projection, and then when the twin sons at the end, because Luke did something more powerful than any Jedi had ever done, and it extinguished him. But but it was like the whole thing, and not only that, but I've read the novelization, and it was like the thing he kept pressing with Rey is that the Jedi don't get involved with that kind of stuff. And that was why they failed, is because they got involved with intergalactic politics and the war and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
And they let Sidious in to destroy everything. And it was like, they explain it all. But see, I think it is they don't want to see themselves as Rey.
Yeah.
Because she constantly throughout that movie is trying to pull him back into the fight.
Yep.
Until she finally gets frustrated and says, okay, enough, I'm out. You know what I mean? So it's like there's certain things of it, and it goes back to the Rey's and Mary Sue, and then after this I'll end my point. But how could you say that? She grew up from a young age on a desert planet where she had to survive. I mean, she knew how to fight. She knew how to take care of herself. So I mean, it's like to totally dismiss her as a character by saying she's a Mary Sue. I take umbrage with that, because it's no. Watch the first 5 minutes of The Force Awakens, and you can see Rey.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, man. Man, that was I did not plan that. I feel like I need to like chop up that video and just put out that epic, because that was like 2 hours of me and Ambassador just going round and round, and we came full circle, and it's so funny because it was fun, but it was something else, and I feel like the title of that video doesn't talk about it. Like, you would have never known if you watched the first 2 hours. I mean, literally, you could watch the first 2 hours of that video and never seen the epicness of that. And I gotta say, thank you, Brian, for agreeing with me. I felt like even people in the chat at the beginning were like, no, I don't like it. I don't like it. And then at the end, even the people who like it at the beginning, they were like, dang, I should like really thought about this. Like, wow. And then like I think even somebody said, like, you know what? Even if you don't like The Last Jedi, you got to respect Enosh's like commitment to like knowing this stuff and like looking deeply into The Last Jedi. And that's what I was saying, is that don't ever dismiss a movie or a show and just say, I will never, ever like that thing.
Well, I'll still watch Star Trek Insurrection. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Exactly.
There's hits and misses across the board. So
I want to clear up something too, because there's a couple people I want to get in here, but I want to clear something up, because I originally put this now this will go to show you something. I can admit when I'm wrong. Okay, when people come at me and they're like, "Oh, you just don't want to admit you're wrong." No, here's the thing. I today came across I came across something that I'm doing some more research on, because people don't realize, like, I don't just talk off the top of my head. You know how much stuff I read? Do you know how many like Star Wars like articles and references and cross sections and stuff that I read to be able to know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? When I talk about that, that's why I'm so dedicated to that. Like, and I get frustrated when people just come at me with, well, she's just a Mary Sue. That's not an argument. That's something that you heard a YouTuber say, right?
Yeah, that's dismissing and echoing opinion.
Yeah, and so it's like, give me some depth here, and so I'm working on one thing, because Dave Filoni, I love Dave Filoni. Everybody right now is like the whole fandom menace, and I knew that this was going to happen as soon as Luke showed up. The whole fandom menace right now is like, see, this is the Luke they should have given us. I literally saw a video that said Kathleen Kennedy's failure is complete now that Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau have destroyed her with their take on Luke Skywalker. And I laughed at that, first of all, because people forget Kathleen Kennedy has the exact same relationship with Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau as she did with Rian Johnson and J.J. Abrams. She's the president of the freaking company, and she greenlit The Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Just saying.
But she's not in the writer's room.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's not her job.
Though. She can give notes. She can be there, be a part of it. And yes, she's a producer. But you know what? She's not in control of it necessarily. But she's also not in control of it either, because she's president of the company, and it has to go through her. Yeah. But the funny thing is everybody's touting now Dave Filoni as the new savior. And I agree. Look, I love it. But Dave Filoni gave an article this week, and I'm doing the research, and I'm trying to put it together, because it's almost going to be like an anti 2 cents on nonsense. Like, hey, 2 cents on some awesome sense, because Dave Filoni literally gave an article this week where he talks about how he loves The Last Jedi. And he said that he literally says that he only decided to do live action Star Wars because of Rian Johnson, because Rian Johnson inspired him and got him behind a camera and was showing him the in-depth stuff of Star Wars with The Last Jedi. And I'm imagining like Mike Zero and Doomcock and Jeremy and all these people like having to look at that thing and go, dang it. How are we going to spin that?
Yeah, deflating like a balloon in cold weather.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny. It's cracking me up, man. I'll tell you what. But hey, hey everybody, I want you to know I see you in the back room. I see you all. We got quite a panel of people back there, and some that we've had on recently. And so give me just a minute, because I do want to get a couple of people in who have never been in before. But I'm telling you right now, Shifty Gizm, I love you, man. I absolutely love you, and I say this with all due respect. But I said this to Ambassadorial Wing, who's actually got a comment right below yours. I said this to him last night or the other night, and I encourage you to go back and watch that stream, because I'm gonna just drop this science on you, and I just want you to think about this. The sequels are going to still be canon. Absolutely canon. Okay? They're not going away. And I want you to understand that even though I do believe that they are building up to Thrawn, this Thrawn legacy, that they're going to do their own version, Brian, of the Thrawn legacy that we saw in Legends. They're going to do their own version of that. We may even get Mara Jade. I really feel that Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau may give us Mara Jade. And if they do, I will love them to death. Oh my gosh, that will be, but I really hope that if they do anything with Luke Skywalker going forward, that they just get Sebastian Stan or something and make sure that they do it live action, because I can't watch a whole series of Luke like that when I've seen deep fakes now that look better than the actual Disney version.
Yeah, and I don't think I'll do a series of it. Small doses of Luke is great.
Yes, all due respect. But I want to address this comment, because he says Dave Filoni saved Star Wars. I don't know that it needed saving, but I get what you're saying. and I think that they're doing a great job. He says, more than you know, I just don't think so. He says, Home Skillet retconned the sequels between Rebels and Mando, and a lot of folks don't realize it yet. Time branched. We're in a new timeline. No, we're not.
No.
You're looking too deep into something.
No, they're just
and
filling in
literally next week, I'm going to drop this science and do a video of this Dave Filoni interview, because Dave Filoni is fully invested in The Last Jedi and the sequels, at least with Rian Johnson's work. And I will say this, they even go as far as talking about how Rian Johnson's ideas and setups in The Last Jedi should have been carried out in The Rise of Skywalker, and they weren't. This idea that
it would have made a lot more sense,
that Luke died for something, that Luke gave his life to create the legend of Luke Skywalker to inspire others, that should have been the focus of the Rise of Skywalker. But too many people want all these different things. But I'm telling you right now, here's the thing. It took from episode 3 to episode 4, which was roughly about 19 years, 18, 19 years, for them to finish the Death Star and have it fully operational.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How long do you think it took for them to build Starkiller Base?
Well, they're working on it in Fallen Order, the game. So,
okay. So,
like to 40 years almost.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. It took them a while to convert Ilum into that. Now, I do want you guys to know I've got a full room. So if you're trying to get in and you can't get in, just know that it's not because I'm kicking you out and I'm not blocking anybody. It's you can only have 10 people in at a time. Also, please, to my mods, please don't block people. I created a lot of mods the other day for a specific reason. I don't want to take that away. I love you guys, but as long as somebody just has an opposing opinion, I am fine with that. If somebody gets belligerent or is name calling and stuff like that, then let's put them in timeout. But I don't want us to have any issues with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's not what the Poindexter Lounge is about. We're about respecting other people's opinions. And so I don't want people just getting, timed out or blocked without me knowing about it. If you feel like somebody's in any of my chats, if you feel like somebody's being belligerent, please bring that to my attention first before you just block them, because blocking, I kind of want to save for myself. We had Ray Fisher on the other day, and I didn't want a bunch of mess. And thank you guys. You guys did an excellent job during that stream, and I appreciate it. But no, back to this. They're going to get to Thrawn, and guess what? During this time, right now in The Mandalorian, Kylo Ren is 4 years old.
Mm-hmm.
In the books, the voice is already in his head.
Yeah, I mean it's all coming together, and that's kind of what I love about it. The voice is
already in his head. It's already been established. What you're actually going to see is the setup for how the First Order comes to be.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to see the Thrawn series established, and then once that's established, you're going to see Thrawn get beat, and you're going to see out of Thrawn being beaten, the rise of the First Order.
Yeah. Well,
that's what you're going to see.
The Thrawn books, I mean, right now they're talking about like the Chiss ascendancy and the hierarchy there, and how they use the younger Chiss are force sensitive. And they kind of grow out of it eventually, but they use them to navigate the outer rim, or not the outer rim, but like unexplored space. So it's like a lot of stuff that they're throwing in is really cool. And I love the books that have come out. I've gotten most of them. I mean, like the Force Collector is great. Another thing about like The Last Jedi that they talk about a lot in that movie, and I really, really like love, is the fact that, and Luke will say it, the Force does not belong to the Jedi alone.
Yes.
And, to assume that, I mean, it's, you're dealing in absolutes, and that is the key to the dark side.
That's what I said. Hey, and Shiftygism, I will tell you, like, send me a link. I'm always willing to listen and hear things out. Look, but I'm telling you right now, they are not getting rid of the sequels. They're going to push on, but I will also explain to you that I know when I'm wrong. Okay. So a lot of you saw that originally tonight's episode was going to be about Rogue Squadron. I put up an image of Rogue Squadron with Patty Jenkins because in that image, there's what looks like a secret about Rogue Squadron and what timeline it's going to be in. Because I believe that Rogue Squadron is going to be in the sequel era because of what they say that it's in the future. And there was something about the image and the logo that I have to do some more research on because I originally saw something. I was doing some research on it. It looked like one thing, and I'm not going to give it away because it still might be that thing. But I saw some conflicting information about it, and therefore I was not going to report it to you all. So you can know, all of you, that I will just come to you guys.
That's integrity right there.
I am not some flash in the pan channel that it's like I'm just going to run in with something because I think it's cool. You will never see that from me. When I was younger, a couple years ago, and we were a younger channel, I would see something on We Got This Covered and go, oh my God, there's going to be a Knight Rider movie. Sweet. Let's talk about that. There's going to be another Lethal Weapon in 5 months. Sweet. Let's talk about that. And I learned what sources to believe, what sources not to believe. And so that's why, TW actually sent a tweet and said, hey, why did the thumbnail change? Why did everything change? Because of that. I literally changed it 20 minutes before the show because I was just like, nope, we're just going to do a call-in show then. Because I did not want to bring you guys something that I could not verify fully in my understanding of it. Let's see. Oh, hey, DC Talk with Extended with a $5 super chat. You're the man. You're the man. And before we go to our first caller, Brian, I want you to stay in here with me. Obviously. But I do want to say thank you to all of our members. Our members are awesome, and I appreciate each and every one of you. You guys are fantastic, and I'm grateful to all of our members. Thank you to everyone who gives super chats. You guys don't know, it helps out the channel in so many ways. It helps us to be able to update things and bring you guys a better show. And also to all of our Patreon subscribers. And I'll tell you guys this, we have 2 new Patreon subscribers. Yeah.
Right on.
This list grows and grows and grows. We have Ruben K.S. Rivera Jr. Welcome to our Patreon. And also Superior Shagari. Welcome to the Patreon. You guys are awesome. And I'm so thankful for you guys. And I want you all to know what your donations have been able to do, because when we had the Deck the Hall of Justice the other day, right, which was so much fun, wasn't it?
Oh, it's such a blast. Even though my internet kept acting up, and it was like I was like Tony's, where it was like it'd go for a second and then it would stop and it'd go, and I was like, oh yeah, damn it! So I kind of hopped out, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry, guys.
But if you have not watched that stream yet, guys, you guys got to go back and watch it. Ray Fisher was here. It was absolutely fabulous.
So informative. Like, oh my gosh.
Oh, so good. But I want to stress something. So we were hoping to have a donation button from YouTube, because you're supposed to be able to get one at 10,000 subscribers that allows you to be able to just donate money, like people can give like a super chat, but give it directly. And 100%.
Oh.
I'm back. Okay. If I go out, just stick with me.
No worries.
But the thing is I said, okay, we're going to do any super chats that come in, because we were going to turn super chats off so that the channel just wasn't getting money. You go directly. So we pinned the link to AFSP, and then we said, okay, any super come in, we're going to just donate that money. Well, here's how super chats work. If you don't have YouTube, you get super chat. That money doesn't just like directly in my bank account.
Yeah, right. It goes through YouTube first.
Yeah, it's YouTube, and YouTube takes a cut because they're the ones who like offer us the opportunity to be able to take a super chat, right, and get a super chat. So I don't begrudge them. It costs money to make money. That's business, which is fine. But I said whatever comes in, we're actually going to give that amount. So like if maybe you gave $10 and only and was it like $8 or $9 something goes to the super chat, and the rest goes to them. I would just give the whole $10. You know, we'd make up the difference. But usually you have to wait a month because you have to wait for a paying cycle. Well, because of you guys, the day after, on Monday, we got our Google thing that said, "Hey, your payment from last month is coming in."
Oh, nice.
And so it has to clear. And once it clears into our bank account, we're going to be able to donate right away. We don't have to wait a month to give to the AFSP what you guys donated on Sunday. It's going right in. And but that's all because of you guys. So thank you. And we need a couple more members. We got some more emoticons that we can do and some more fun stuff that we can do. And so become a member. It's really cheap, and you get cool videos early, and you get behind the scenes stuff sometimes, and stuff that everybody doesn't have. So I hope I'm not glitching. People are saying that I'm glitching. So.
Yeah, you were there for a minute, but
okay,
we just kept rolling with it.
Okay, we'll just keep going. All right. So, anyways, I do want to offer some opportunity for people to come in and to be able to have some conversations with people tonight. A couple of maybe foods for thought. Do you see that Dune is going to go to theaters?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
The only thing that pains me about it is that people are too scared to go to the movie theaters right now. So releasing a movie,
but it's in October.
Yeah,
that's almost. I mean,
it kind of depends on how people's attitudes change then. But
I agree.
My 2020 vision. Hopefully, it doesn't run into 2021. But I just, even if we do reopen and all that kind of stuff, I still feel like people are going to be too scared to go to the movies enough to make an impact to where it's going to make $1 billion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't think we're going to see huge.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see huge box offices anytime soon.
Yeah, no. So a couple of little things. And Tiffany is watching. Tiff, guess what's playing at the movie theater? Our movie theater opened on Monday.
Yes. Are you going to go?
Yes, I'm going.
Christmas morning?
Yes, Christmas Day. We're going. I cannot wait.
First showing. I'm going.
Go see Wonder Woman. I get to go see it in the theater. But also, Tiff, guess what they're playing right now? They're playing a bunch of Christmas movies, including Christmas Vacation. Ooh. Just saying, we might have to go tomorrow and go see Christmas Vacation. They're playing Gremlins. They're playing How the Grinch Stole Christmas. They're playing like all these Christmas movies. But Tiffany's favorite Christmas movie of all time is Christmas Vacation.
Oh, mine too. But
I got a new favorite. Have you seen Fat Man?
No, but I've heard such great things about it.
You got to see Fat Man. Fat Man is awesome. It's my new favorite Christmas movie. If you haven't heard about Fat Man, it's Mel Gibson as Santa Claus, and this kid gets a lump of coal, and he actually puts out a hit on Santa Claus. And the guy goes after him. It's like a Tarantino movie with Santa Claus. It is insane, and it's funny. It's dark. It's my favorite. And guess what, folks? We're going to have the directors of that movie right here in the Poindexter Lounge after the first of the year.
Heck yeah, man.
Yeah, baby.
Dude, this is great. Coming up in the world, man.
Oh my gosh. It's going to be so awesome. And we just put out there, this is our favorite. It's my new favorite movie. And all of a sudden they answered. And I'd have to go back and look at the tweet because I can't even remember who originally put out a tweet. Somebody posted about it, and I just posted, man, it's my new favorite Christmas movie. And one of the directors, they're brothers. One of the directors, Ian, he said, "Hey, that's great. Thank you so much." And I was like, wait a second. Holy crap. And so yeah, man. So we're setting it up, and I cannot wait. It's gonna be
that's
fun.
great. I mean, like, I really love that, honestly. And that's one of the things that I loved about Sunday was Zack Snyder showed up twice, three times.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I'm blown away because it's like the director of the movie. It's like you think that they're on like another level. You know what I mean? And it's like he's a man of the people, and I dig it, man. It's so nice. And same thing with Ray Fisher. I mean, it was just like so nice to hear somebody grounded in that area where it's like you have a lot of people in Hollywood that are really out of touch with what's going on in the real world. It's like, no, man, he knows, and I'm like, this is great. Such a great thing, and I love the fact that it's kind of like the little man taking on the machine. And I've always supported that, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we got good things to look forward to here in the lounge. Now here's the rules for coming in, guys. Excuse me, some of you guys are my regular guys that I usually have in. I'm going to bring in a couple who haven't been in before, and then I'll bring in some other people, and we'll have a fun night. That's how we work. That's how we roll. So first of all, ladies and gentlemen, where'd she go? Oh, there she is. Okay, cool. She is. Oh, hey, Layla, if you can connect to. It says that you don't have a device on now. It says you don't have your mic or cam connected. I wanted to talk to Layla because Layla has never been in here. I've seen her on all of our 2 Cents on Nonsense shows, and so I was going to bring her in and say hi to her. Okay, well, hey, Layla, if you can get your device connected, either your camera or your, even if I saw that you had your icon there for a second, but if you can even just get your icon and get, have your mic connected, whatever, I definitely want to have you in here. So, okay. She says, hold on, busy updating. Okay. So while you're updating, people have stepped away from their cameras. All right. Well, while we're waiting, what's up, TW?
Hey man, how's it going?
Pretty good.
I am a little disappointed because I missed the stream last night. I'm about halfway through. I paused right before, I think, right about where the Star Wars debate's going to begin.
Oh, dude.
I've got some formal symbolic logic books and stuff like that and argumentation and stuff. I'm going to sit down, I'm going to break it down, and I'm going to try and break it down logically and see who, I won't say won, but whose opinion might have, swayed me more.
Well, it had more sway to it.
Yeah, like if you were to put it, because I never saw it, if you were to put it into what would be the be it resolved of that debate?
I would say probably the resolve is that I feel that you should never say that something is irredeemable, if that's a word, or unredeemable. Unredeemable, because or that you're just always going to hate something, you're never going to like it no matter what. Because what I see is this, people talk about the prequels in a very positive way now, but even and I know Ambassador's not here to defend himself, and if he was here we'd get into a whole other debate, but since it's my show I can talk about it, even though I know that he's in the chat. He's in the chat, and I love him, and he knows I love him. But the thing is like we talk about the prequels, and at one point people hated the prequels.
I was one of them.
Okay,
watch that movie, People versus George Lucas. It's like it all made sense to me. It was like,
I'm so glad that movie exists, because now there is this retro history thing where people are acting like the prequels were always loved and admonished and just brought into
to the contrary.
That is not true. Look, and Jar Jar Binks was the most hated character. I know Ambassador said that he didn't, and that's fine. But I'm telling you, Jar Jar Binks from most of the fandom, hated Jar Jar Binks. To the point that they harassed poor Ahmed Best so much that we all know that he famously contemplated taking his own life.
Yeah.
And that's serious.
Well, look at Jake Lloyd. Same thing could be said about him. I mean, little Annie was annoying as all get out. I couldn't stand him. I'm like, yippee! And
I know.
Try rolling, that works. It's like,
when his character's son's actor, defends him rather frequently on multiple occasions. I'm speaking, of course, Mark Hamill, for those who didn't catch my train of thought there.
Yeah.
More than, he's not afraid to say, this was what they did to him was terrible. And like he had to leave public school. He said so himself. He had to leave public school because of how fervently he was being bullied.
But see, the thing is though, is now people look back, and I love Ryan's here. The prequels were always loved. Don't make me laugh. But here's the thing. Now people look back on them with this nostalgia goggles. But what made them good? It was not hate. What made Anakin good? It was not. And look me in my eye. I always feel like I have to do this sometime, but look, let's have a talk. It was not. As much as I love Hayden Christensen and I want to see him back in Star Wars because I want him to redeem himself, his portrayal of Anakin in Attack of the Clones is stiff, wooden. It's bad. It just is. It doesn't mean I don't like it, because I love Star Wars. I see Darth Tasty in the back right now. He's wearing our Poindexter Lounge #I love Star Wars I have spoken t-shirt. And that is what I'm all about. So I love it. So just because I say that it is something, I just tell it the way it is. But you know what made it good? Thomas has it right here.
The Clone Wars.
Clone Wars.
Yep.
The animated version.
Both of them.
Yes, the animated version. Barcelona's got it even. The animated version of Anakin Skywalker won everybody's heart.
Yep.
It showed us what Anakin should have been in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
And Mask of Shy, I wish everybody knew that.
I could say the same thing about Mandalorian, the last episode.
And to quote,
the last season of The Mandalorian.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, just 1 sec before I lose my train of thought. The last season of Mandalorian, I feel like it did the same thing to Luke and Boba Fett, because let's face it, we never got to see Luke Skywalker in his prime.
Yeah.
Until Friday night.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like,
and that's what we're going to see. We are going to start to see, for those who didn't like the sequels, I guarantee you 10 years from now, when we start to see all these stories play out, we're at 5 live action series all of a sudden that are taking place or whatever in the timeline of this time leading up to, where the First Order is there. Snoke is there. We're going to see all those things. I mean, look what happened in The Force Awakens. What does Han and Leia have this conversation because they had turned their son over to Luke because they were scared of their son and the possibilities of what he was. She's off being, this political figure. He's trying to be a like a first man kind of deal, but that's not his shtick. He's a scoundrel, man. He's a rebel. He's out there racing. He's out there, wanting to get his hands dirty again. And he can't because he's married to Leia. He's basically married to this princess of a dead world who is respected and all these things. And so he's got to keep his hands clean, and it drives him nuts, and it drives them apart as their child is growing up and he's full of the Force and they got to do something. And look, if you don't like them now, I guarantee you that they're going with, if you love the stuff that you're seeing now, Filoni and Favreau are crafting a story that is going to lead you right up into those things and explain some of those things. Because if you have an explanation for some of the stuff that's in the movie that you didn't see, that a lot of us were just able to just understand, I get it if there are people out there who didn't understand the stuff that was in the movies. But the stuff is there. And if you read the books, I've heard people say, well, I shouldn't have to read a book, or I shouldn't have to read something else to understand what's in the movies. And this is what exactly. That's what I told Ambassador the other night. The only reason people know the stuff that they know about what happened after Return of the Jedi is because they read. Mm-hmm. They read those books. They read those comics. They filled their heads full of that knowledge once, and they just don't want to put time in again. And I'm sorry.
Lazy. Sorry.
But that's how you do it. And you know what? Yes, with franchises this big like Star Wars, there's going to be the movies that are just there and stand by themselves and don't explain everything, because you're going to have to get the supplement. If you're that into and that deep into this stuff, because, I know all the casual fans, I talk to people all the time. They're like, yeah, I like the new Star Wars. I had this and that with it, but it was fun. It was Star Wars. They had lightsabers. They had,
Yeah, I was eating popcorn, drinking soda, what the hell?
Yeah. You know what I mean? So they were doing their thing. They're not mad at it. It's the fans who really get into stuff who should be doing stuff like reading the books or reading the additional material and all that stuff. If you have that much of a problem with it, read the stuff. Well, and it's all there.
And we're DC fans here. I know we're all used to it, right? They're changing everything again. All right, let's go back and read. And okay, they're doing it again. Oh, time to read again. We're DC fans. We're used to it. I think some people just aren't quote unquote used to it.
Yeah, they're just not used to it with Star Wars. They're not used to Star Wars
because it happened all in one go, and it was the first time it ever really happened like that.
And Mask of Shy, you may be right. You may be right. For some people, look, there's going to be some people who are never happy. There's still some people who absolutely hate the prequels.
The prequels.
Well. But the thing that I see about this is I think people are going to get a lot more explanation of why and how some of this stuff happens, and maybe where Rey came from, how stuff happened with Palpatine. And as you get answers, I think it's going to make more sense to you. And there's always going to be people who go, "Oh, they're just retroing it." Well, yeah, because you got 30 years to fill in.
So are we okay saying Anakin Sue then?
No kidding.
I'm serious. That drives me freaking nuts.
Yeah,
he's a badass. Okay.
Yeah.
I honestly think Luke is the better comparison. Like, as far as if we're talking very soon.
He was a little whiny bee, okay, until Mandalorian. All right. He didn't listen. Always in his head as he looked away to the future, to the horizon. Never his mind on where he was.
That's what we talked about. Is Luke has always had a propensity. Actually, Cylon brought that up.
Yeah.
Luke has always had a propensity to look to the future, see things in the future, and allow them to dictate how he reacts.
And he says it again in Last Jedi.
Yes, and also, just like I told Ambassador the other night, if you're looking at what they showed in the movie of a murderous Luke standing over his nephew, you're listening to the bad guy's side of the story. Yeah. And how often is the bad guy's take on stuff real?
Well, no, he stayed his hand.
To let the past die, kill it if you have to. That was at that point, especially, that was your villain of the story.
All right, so we're gonna bring some people in. So we got another new person who has not been here before, and I always look forward to meeting new people. Right, I always look forward to bringing new people in. So
welcome to the family.
Yeah, so we got real life bad boy back in here that we're gonna bring in. What's up, bad boy? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Good to see you.
Good to see you. Welcome to the lounge, sir.
I'm happy to be here. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much for letting me on.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. So what's on your mind tonight, sir?
I don't know. Just like I've been playing a lot of 50 Cent Blood in the Sand on PS2 or PS3. Sorry. And I don't know. I've been trying to. I've been watching your stuff. It's a lot of fun. I hopped on. I'm sorry. I don't really. Okay. Superman versus Homelander. Who wins?
Ooh, I like it. I gotta say Superman. I gotta say Superman because Superman's well. Look, I don't know. I haven't, and this again is where I say I don't know a lot about the lore, so I don't know the full onset of Homelander's powers, but I do know enough of having seen and read up enough of the battles that people want to put between Goku and Superman.
Yeah,
right. Where like Superman, they don't realize like Superman is capable of stuff that.
Oh, I'm really sorry. My name on like pretty much everything is Postboy, which is a Dragon Ball Z reference. So I'm like a big Goku fan. Superman
would win that.
Tear Goku in half like it was nothing.
You'd have to ask the main question I always ask. The main question I always ask is: are ki blasts magic? If the answer is no, then the winner is Superman. If the answer is yes, then the winner is Goku. Because the only things that can defeat Superman are kryptonite and magic in most interpretations in the comic books.
I think ki blasts are...
If they're energy, then Superman wins. Well, with the exception of then there was the recent argument of like Superman versus Vegeta. What's the name of the new thing he learned in Super that can like suck away energy that's not your own?
Ultra instinct, I think.
There's like the other one where like there's the other thing of like Vegeta just learned an ability where you can basically suck away any energy that's not yours specifically. And then I think you have to ask the question of is the solar energy that Superman's absorbing, is it technically his own or is it absorbed from the sun?
From the pure like just ki blasts, like they're definitely some kind of energy. Like they're not magic, because I think in Dragon Ball Z magic is like its own thing as well. There's like in the manga right now that's not even have been animated, there's a magic like bad guy, and it's a big thing or something.
Yeah.
I've not been keeping up, but
I love this discussion. I love this discussion. I'm gonna chime in here in just a second. Continuing the side discussion here with Shiftygism. Says everything. He says everything is on a new path. Luke didn't rescue Grogu in timeline A, and Gideon was successful with his genetic research creating Snoke. In timeline C, that of Mandalorian, Snoke's future is in question. Dude,
do you have that Charlie Day Always Sunny picture?
Yeah, I do. Hold on a second. This is how I feel about this right now.
Talama Parkwell.
Yeah, pretty much. Talama Parkwell.
Shiftygism shared a link to
Shiftygism, I love you, man. I love you, bro, and I'm always willing to listen, man. But look, here's the thing: Snoke is not in question. They were successful in getting a blood sample from the child, from Grogu. And it wasn't there. Did you notice that they didn't capture? They captured Gideon.
Yeah,
they captured Gideon. They didn't capture.
Oh God,
they didn't capture. They didn't get all the research. They got Gideon. I guarantee you. Dude. I don't know what this timeline A, timeline C stuff is because that's just it's just not happening. This isn't Back to the Future. Like they didn't go back in time and like split the timeline. Luke came to get Grogu, but it's after the fact. It's after he was imprisoned, after his blood was taken. That's why he did it. Otherwise, Luke would have showed up right at Tython and saved him.
Yeah, if you Shiftygism had shared a link to a forum post on the Geeks and Gamers forum that he had penned himself. And he basically breaks it down within the perspective of what's the word I'm looking for? Basically looking at I gotta go look at it again, but it's basically long and short. There's a series of minor timelines that are largely adjusted by the usage by Ezra Bridger of the World Between Worlds, which is what it's called, by the way.
Look, guys, I'm just telling you guys something right now. Please. The World Between Worlds does not work that way. It does not change something because what happens still happens. Ahsoka didn't die because Ezra was already there in the future to pull her into the World Between Worlds.
You can
she did not die, and then Ezra caught up, got in the World Between Worlds, and then saved her. She was saved immediately, so she never died. So there's not these different timelines this is not that. This is not a multiverse. Star Wars will not be a multiverse. Star Wars will not be. It's the time travel doesn't. It's not true time travel.
Another classic PKA question.
I'm sorry. What was that? I heard something there. I don't know.
As did I. I heard someone speaking.
I don't know what that was. But seriously, that's not how the timeline works. It's not about different timelines here and there. Things happen instantly. So what has happened has already happened. So the timeline isn't in jeopardy. Snoke isn't in jeopardy. The Emperor, the sequels are not in jeopardy. It's not branched. It didn't go anywhere because Ahsoka was never supposed to die anyways because Ezra already saved her. There's no branching off. It's not like they went back in time and changed something and then that already happened. Did you notice that? Did you notice that it was something that happened that happened right there? They didn't go back in time to change it. It happened in real time. We just didn't see it on screen. So anyway,
which is an interesting thought. And I do agree with Jacob. I don't hate time travel. I will say this: I don't hate it. I believe that if you're going to introduce time travel into any fictional setting, you have to have a really tightly defined set of rules. That's in my opinion. But this is the Force, and the Force works in mysterious ways and so forth. But it's just it's definitely a little confusing.
Shiftygism, you're asking questions though that didn't happen. You're asking what ifs. It's like the Marvel show What If. Well, what if Captain America didn't get the serum and somebody else got the serum? Okay, but it's not real, it's not canon, and it's not reality. What you're talking about here, Ezra, the point is Ezra did save her because that's what was supposed to happen. And you can't just use the veil of the Force, or I'm not going to even call it the veil of the Force, because it's not the veil of the Force. It is the world between worlds. You can't, there's nothing that says you can use it that way. There's nothing that even points to that. So I love it. But until I see something that actually shows that, I will stand by the fact that nothing we've seen so far has done that. Now back to the discussion here in the room with Real Life Bad Boy. So Homelander's just messed up. Homelander is not really that smart. I love the character of Homelander. I cannot wait till the action figures come up. But you notice Homelander's very driven by emotion. He's easily thrown off. Look at how easily the characters in the show really throw him off and get him off his game. I mean, he's very powerful, but the characters are really able to throw him off his game. And even in the one episode, for those of you who haven't seen The Boys, I'm sorry, but in the one episode where I will just say it appears like he kills everybody in the crowd, right?
Yes.
He allows the crowd's insults to get to him, right? And even though some of that is is or isn't, you know what I mean? It's still like he's messed up because of he's bitter about the way he was raised. He's got these mommy issues, obviously.
Do you think his propensity for that violence would make him a better combatant than Superman?
I don't, and here's why. Because General Zod was a very formidable foe for Superman. Because General Zod was focused. General Zod, he was a general, and like he even says in Man of Steel when he's fighting, he's like, "Look, I was destined for this. This is who I was created to be. This is where I learned my craft. Where did you learn? On a farm? Like he's very much that's a formidable foe for Superman." Superman, what people forget is not only is he just a good guy, he also has a super intellect. He's a very smart guy. And Superman, most of the time, when Superman is written well, he's not just using his strength. He's not just using his superpowers to overcome something. Usually, he's using his mind. He's outsmarting the villains. Especially old school Superman used to go back to the Fortress of Solitude and figure things out and figure out a game plan for how he was going to do stuff. And so I feel like if he was taking on somebody like Homelander, he would see Homelander's weaknesses like over time, like in discussion, because I feel like Homelander fighting Superman, Homelander would not shut up. Homelander would be talking. He'd be on like kind of like the stereotypical villain what's the word, rant, a dialogue, kind of talking about what he's going to do to Superman, having to prove a point. And I feel like Superman would take advantage of that, trap him in his own insecurities and figure out his weaknesses. Just like, look at when Superman takes on like somebody like Mr. Mxyzptlk, right?
Yes.
Where Mxyzptlk is this, crazy creature from the fifth dimension. He's an imp from the fifth dimension, and yet Superman always has to outsmart him. He is. So,
in the animated series, there's a great episode about that.
So as it would be a good fight, fist to fist, it'd be a fun fight. But I think also a good point was brought up in the chat, if I can find it real quick, by Ryan Hartwell, because what did he say? I'm trying to find it here. I know what he said, but I wanted to make sure to reference him. But he said something about like Superman was born with his powers. Homelander gets them from Compound V. Kind of. Superman has his powers because he's here on Earth because of the yellow sun.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that being said, you brought it up, Bad Boy. If you're okay with me calling you Bad Boy.
Yes.
All right. You brought it up, and I think you said it best talking about Goku. Like, it's such people just people frustrate me when it comes to Superman because people don't know what they want for Superman. They either want him to be super overpowered or they want him to be completely depowered and not be able to handle anything at all. The reality is Superman is both. Superman can be so overpowered that literally he can take on anyone. I mean, he's basically a god among men.
Yeah.
And that's his struggle because he has all that power and he can't use it. I love the episode of the animated series. I think it was it on Superman, the animated series, or was it in Justice League? I think it was one of the Justice League, maybe right before they did Justice. What was it with Darkseid? When Darkseid came and Darkseid, and he was like, you know what, with everyone else, and this is what I'd really love to see from Zack Snyder, is Superman saying to Darkseid, you know, with everyone else, yes, Corey's got it. Thank you, Corey. You're the man. You're on it. Corey, one of our Patreon supporters. You're awesome, bro.
I have to pull my punches, but
yes,
with you, I don't have to pull them. And
exactly. And he just gives it to him. And I feel like a situation with Homelander, Superman would get knocked around because Superman gets knocked around because Superman doesn't come out full force on people, you know?
Yeah.
So Superman would get knocked around. It'd be a fun fight. And then Superman would figure out a way to beat him. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I think Superman would probably beat him. If you have read the comics of The Boys, Homelander gets beaten. He doesn't get beat. Sorry, I don't want to fucking go right and spoil the comic. But there's something happens there that maybe you realize that like Homelander isn't. There's something there. Like you can overpower him in some regard.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think classic Superman, I don't think you could ever overpower him. He's invincible. Like, and that's the best version of Superman, I think, is the one that's just invincible, but he's also like human. He's just it's the best version of Superman is all around just a great guy. Like, and that's what's most entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
I think
absolutely
that character. Yeah. I'm gonna go because it's very late here, but I just want to leave you with one question.
All right.
You're stranded on a desert island. You're going to be stranded with a mermaid. Do you want that mermaid to be top half or bottom half fish?
I'd have to go bottom half fish. I gotta have a pretty face to look into.
I need conversation.
I'll respect it.
I can't look. I can't make out with a fish face. All right.
All right. Thanks for having me on.
All right, man. Absolutely. Thanks, Edwin.
Have
a good day.
Great time.
Thanks, man. That was a fun conversation. That was fun.
Yeah.
Let's see who else hasn't been in here in a while. Let's bring in where is he? Oh, I think Layla's still trying to get her thing worked out here. Melissa, I see you back there. I'll get you in just a minute. What's up, Commander Fox? Are you there, buddy? What's up, man?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Love the shirt.
Oh yeah, of course, all the time.
Very nice.
I'm talking right now to Dawson. I'm trying to get a design where we have a P and an L, kind of like the Justice League logo, for Poindexter Lounge, something like that. Yeah, do a t-shirt or a hat or something like that. Yeah.
We also need a Dawn shirt. That's what we need.
Yes, we do need to put a Dawn shirt together for those who were there for that stream for sure. So what's up? Were you? Did you happen to see that stream?
No, that one I missed. I didn't catch that one.
That was our last 2 cents on nonsense show that we did talking about Star Wars, and we got about 25 minutes into the show, and we started talking about Mike Zero, how he just starts throwing out names of like all these different people, but he's only using their first names now. He used to, talk about, J.J. Abrams and Kathleen Kennedy and Disney and Bob Iger and Bob Chapek. And now he's just like Bob and George and Dave. And I just mentioned, I'm like, and Don, and the whole chat for like an hour and a half. We're like making up stuff to go along with Don. So then it was like Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, not Dawn, but Dawn of Justice, like it's a guy's name. And so we started laughing like, well, that movie was just, some guy named Don running around in his pajamas thinking that he's causing all the stuff. Is totally unaware of anything that's going on with Batman and Superman in that movie. Completely. That's all going on around him, but he doesn't even know. It's just Dawn of Justice. And then it was like, man, we had Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. So it's just people were doing all kinds of funny stuff. It's all in the chat. People broke me that night. I was laughing so hard. I had tears running down my eyes. And everything was a Don this and a Don that. And
freaking Dawn in a 7-day span.
Yes, Zip Havoc was there. He says, like, it was Don-tastic, for sure. For sure.
That's pretty funny, because my question kind of had it to relate with, because I was just watching Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead.
Oh, yeah.
So, Dawn of the Dead. There you go.
Dawn. That was actually one of the jokes. Yes, Dawn of the Dead.
So somehow it just worked. But yeah, I was just watching it, and pretty much my question is: one, would you hope for like a 4K release of it? Because there hasn't been one.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming out soon.
I would.
And one thing I noticed a lot in Zack's films, he has a lot of actors that he's worked with in the past, and then he's in other films with. For example, in Dawn of the Dead, there was one actor, I don't remember his name, but he played in Man of Steel as well. So it's just a reoccurring theme. Zack uses actors he's worked with before. Mm-hmm. If he ever gets to do more films in like the DC world, who would you want from past films maybe to come back? I don't know, like in 300, he's worked with, Michael Fassbender, Gerard Butler, Lena Headey.
I was thinking Gerard Butler come back.
I was going to say Gerard Butler right off the bat. I would love to see it.
That'd be cool.
I'd love to see Gerard Butler in a DC movie. And I'd love to see Michael Fassbender in a movie, in a DC movie, because I'll tell you right now,
he's Magneto. Get over it.
Look, so everybody knows I'm a DC guy through and through, but there are certain Marvel properties that I like. I enjoyed the X-Men movies. Obviously, there's some really bad X-Men movies. And it's like there's bad X-Men movies and there's really good X-Men movies.
Dark Phoenix.
Very few in between. But I mean, those first two X-Men movies, those first two are great. And I tell you what better casting could you have than Sir Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart, right?
And then they made number 3.
Yeah, I know. But there's even parts of 3 that are okay, but then it's like there's parts that are just dumb. But I don't want to harp on that. But I want to stay on target with it.
Angel.
But I will say this: I never thought that, like when they did First Class, I didn't think that I was going to like First Class, to be honest with you. I thought that I was going to go to that movie and this was going to be some period piece that I just didn't understand, that I didn't get, and that I wasn't going to, really like. I walked out of that movie going, this is my favorite X-Men movie.
Mm-hmm. Written for me to hear. I was like, what?
I was like, you got to be kidding me. You recast 2 of your main characters like that, and they're just as good?
Yeah.
If not better? Michael Fassbender as a young Magneto.
The scene in the bar. The pig farmer.
Oh my God! Look, listen. Hugh Jackman's cameo in that movie was better than all of X-Men Origins. Wolverine.
Yes,
pretty much. Yep.
Yep. But I will say this. I really enjoyed his portrayal. You know who else I'd love to see? And I know that this isn't a Zack Snyder thing, but I would love to see James McAvoy in a DC movie.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I don't quite know who I'd want him to play.
I'd like to see him do a villain. Honestly,
yes. After seeing him in Split.
Oh yeah.
I didn't get a chance to, but I would like to, because I want to.
You haven't seen Split?
I have not seen Split,
dude. Oh my God!
Are you ready for me to blow your mind? Yeah. I have not seen Unbreakable, Split, or Glass.
Dude. Let me tell you something right now. So, the biggest surprise ever was watching Split and seeing the end, and seeing that stuff connected. Oh my gosh, that first time I was like there was something familiar. I kind of remembered the music a little bit, but like I was sitting there with Tiffany, and when they panned over, I'm sorry, spoiler alert for a 3-year-old movie. Sorry guys, mute everything right now, I guess, if you don't want to know what about Split. But oh my gosh, when they showed Bruce Willis, I lost my freaking mind. And I'm sitting there telling, because Tiffany had never seen Unbreakable. And I'm like, Tiffany, oh my gosh, it's him, it's David, oh my gosh. And so like we went home right then. We saw a late version of that movie, got home at like 1 a.m. And I told Tiffany, you've got to watch Unbreakable right now. And we popped it in and we watched Unbreakable. And she loved it. And so we were ready by the time Glass came out. And I'll tell you what, how James McAvoy did not win an award for his performance in Split is a crime. I mean, an absolute crime. I was not that impressed. I mean, like, I like James McAvoy in the X-Men movie, but his performance in Split, he plays 23 different characters, and he literally goes in and out of them, TW.
I did know that part. I mean, dude,
you're sitting there looking at him in his face, and all of a sudden his face just changes a little bit, and you see that he's the other character. Right then, you're just like, oh.
He wasn't the first choice. I just looked at the Wikipedia page. He wasn't the first choice.
Oh, he's gripping in it, man. I tell you what, he is absolutely fantastic. And so I'd love to see him. But no, to answer your question, Commander Fox, I'd love to see Gerard Butler. I'd love to see Michael Fassbender. And you know,
I think it'd be cool in a DC movie.
You know who else I'd love to see is the girl. I haven't watched all of it, so I'll be honest with you. I have not watched all of Sucker Punch. But who is the main girl in that?
Emily Browning?
Emily Browning, yeah.
I'd like to see her in a DC movie. Supergirl, maybe?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Cal's cousin.
Yeah, maybe. Now, who was the other one that was in the running, like, recently for Supergirl? Like, someone had talked about it somewhere?
I'm wondering if they're going to pull the CW one out.
Oh, I hope not.
Well, hey, man, well, they wouldn't do that. But I think it was interesting, though, what they did with the berries in Crisis. That you find out that, you know, that Dustin's Barry Allen was the one that inspired, you know,
the Flash.
Ezra Miller's, the Flash.
The Flash. This is a great zip
I just read that zip
characters all called Don.
It's like the word buffalo. You just say it 9 times. It's a complete grammatically correct sentence. That's Dawn now, apparently.
I can't believe nobody came up with Red Dawn.
Oh yeah, Red Dawn.
Wow, I never thought.
I watched that movie for the first time this last year.
Really?
I had never seen the original, and I watched Red Dawn while I was getting a root canal.
Great way to watch it.
It was. I was all numbed up. I was back in the chair.
You're like, hey, Lou Thompson.
Back like this, and I was looking at it on the ceiling like that, and I was like, very good.
I met her.
I hugged that woman. Yeah.
Yeah, for Emily Browning, maybe they'd get her to play, like, considering if they brought in modern DC characters, Punchline. If they went that route.
Yeah, you know, she'd probably be good. You know who would have been a good Punchline I always hate when I see people have plastic surgery that is just obviously bad. You know,
Stefani. Oh, I'm sorry, I said that out loud.
You know, like, I love it. I love it when both men and women just can age gracefully and they don't have to feel like they're doing too much. Paige from WWE would have made a good Punchline
before plastic surgery.
Or back in the day, like I feel like she could have because she can act.
Yeah. Okay. So it was that okay? No, I asked him in the chat what his jersey was.
San Jose, buddy.
So Commander Fox, let me ask you before we let you go, who would you want?
Oh, for me, it was it's probably Fassbender. What role? I'm not too sure there, but definitely him. But Obviously, originally it was Carla Gugino, but then Zach revealed that he would have had her as the Catwoman, which to me 100% made sense. And then
who was Catwoman?
Fassbender was like my next choice of who I would want to return.
Yeah. No, that would have been. I'm trying to think of who I'd want Fassbender to play.
Mr. Freeze.
Oh yeah.
Well, he's got the German side to him. I think he could probably play it sort of like a legit, actual German scientist. That's not just Arnold.
Can't be Arnold.
I love Mr. Freeze anyway.
It's my guilty pleasure.
That's Ambassador's favorite character is Mr. Freeze. No, I'm serious. That's his favorite. That's his favorite DC character. Is because
I made mention of that movie one time on his stream, and he's like, "We don't talk about that movie here." So I was like, "Okay."
Well, yeah, we had a tournament. We did a huge, cool tournament on his channel one night, and Mr. Freeze got taken out, and he wasn't too happy. But you know,
well,
I gotta say though, for Mr. Freeze, like if they ever do a Cold Heart, it's called.
The Arkham Origins DLC.
Well, I mean more so it was in the animated show.
Oh, Heart of Ice.
Heart of Ice.
I like that, Cooper.
Get Mark Hamill back as the scientist that throws him into the pit.
Ooh, what about Michael? Now, so Goober here says Fassbender is Harvey Dent. I could see that. What about Fassbender as Ra's al Ghul?
Yeah, right.
Liam Neeson's a tough hurdle.
I think my only issue is it would have to be like with a younger Batman too, because Fassbender's still a pretty young man.
Yeah, it'd have to be with like Pattinson.
No, I take it all back. This right here, reverse flat.
Ooh, that's not terrible. I like that.
I like that idea. I do like that idea.
For some reason, I see it so well with his smile. It looks like, I don't know, like demonic for some reason.
And to respond to Zip Havoc, hell yeah. Because Zip Havoc's suggestion was Kite Man, so my response is hell yeah.
You know what? Kite Man from the Harley Quinn cartoon, I could see it. I could see it. I could see it.
They got the cast in that show is pretty amazing. Do they got Alfred Molina to play Mr. Freeze?
Oh, I like what Master Shai said. McAvoy as Brainiac.
There you go.
I have been waiting for Brainiac to be the villain in a live action Superman movie since I was 8 years old.
Me too.
He is, in my opinion, he is my favorite Superman villain in the gallery. Above Luthor, above Darkseid, Doomsday, everybody.
I'm right there with you on that. What about Gerard Butler as Lobo?
As the main man, yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
I could see that.
That would be good. I would dig that. That would be cool. That'd be cool. Yeah, McAvoy would make a good Riddler too.
You would.
He would. I think he would. I think he would. Hey, I'm going to try to bring in Layla. Layla has not been on yet, and I'm going to see if I can get her in. Layla, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, Layla.
Hey.
Howdy.
It's so nice to finally meet you guys.
Yes.
Yes.
Same.
Or at least finally, speak to you guys.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's good. It's always good to put a voice with a name.
What?
I said it's good to put a voice with a name.
Yep. A little younger, huh?
What's that?
Okay, Enosh did for you.
Younger.
Yeah.
Sorry, this whole thing is out a little bit.
Yeah, it's getting a little garbled.
I'm kind of all this stuff, and because I don't have my computer with me, so yeah.
No, it's all right. It's always like that on a cell phone. It's kind of I've always had issues with it.
Yeah, sometimes on a cell phone, we just got to give you a second, and sometimes it helps if you just kind of give it a little bit of distance and just but yeah, cool. So what's on your mind tonight, Layla?
Honestly, a lot of stuff going on in the fandom right now because like the past few weeks have just been insane.
Very true.
The Star Wars fandom has been insane for like the longest time.
Yeah.
Heck, there were even I even read about there were fan wars back in the 80s about who was the real hero of the original trilogy.
Oh yeah, I remember. I remember being a kid back on the playgrounds, man, at school. We would argue about whether or not Han Solo or Luke was the coolest, and I was always a Luke kid. As I got older, I did appreciate Han Solo a whole lot more, though.
Yeah, this was back in the days of fanzines, like Flockamania and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got all of our information I remember every time I'd go to the grocery store with my grandma, or we'd go to the pharmacy or something. There'd be like a magazine, area, and I'd go and I'd read like Starlog and stuff, and I'd read like all these other
guide.
Yeah, but I'd read all these sci-fi magazines that had articles about Star Wars and Superman and whatever else thing was out there, aliens or whatever was popular at the time. And that's how we got our information. There wasn't no
internet.
There wasn't no internet to glean it from. So,
and hilariously enough, most of those were actually published by women. So take that to the fans thought Star Wars was always, and there were always women and other diverse amount of people in fans.
Absolutely. I think that it was always a stereotype, that guys were just into the sci-fi thing and stuff. But there've always been great women who were into sci-fi, and there's always been great women characters. I mean, in sci-fi, back to Princess Leia, but also Ripley from Aliens.
She was an idol of mine growing up.
Captain Janeway.
What's her name from Terminator?
Sarah Connor.
Yeah, Sarah Connor. Man. Yeah, I mean, some of the most kick butt women ever. Heck yeah, absolutely. So we've always had great female characters. I don't know what this deal is lately with people. That it's garbage when it's like it doesn't matter who it is. It seems a woman seems to have to really just do something amazing right away to gain any respect from these jerks, and I don't get it.
But you can't even do that because of the Force Awakens.
Yeah.
Well, my thing is, I
feel like a lot of these is that unless I feel like the one reason why any of the characters in the sequel trilogy would actually do that is if they wore Leia's golden bikini or something.
Yeah, they didn't get objectified.
Like if they have any sort of sex appeal, if they don't have any of that, they're nothing to them.
And what's so funny though is when it came to that, even the bikini thing.
Gamergators, man.
It's just so funny to me thinking about that because I obviously grew up with Return of the Jedi. I never thought about oh yeah, she looked good in that. I always thought, dude, she just choked Jabba the Hutt out with a chain.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Tapping into that dark side.
she even got a cool title because of it, The Hutt Slayer.
Yeah. Well, Bloodlines is one of the best novels that they've come out with, and it's like the catalyst.
That is not awesome.
Oh, it's great because it's kind of like the catalyst for the sequels, because the discovery that Leia is Vader's daughter by the galaxy on the whole, it outs her. It ruins the relationship between her and Han. Ben finds out and becomes Kylo Ren. So I mean, it's like he didn't know who his grandfather was. So once he found that out, it was like snap.
Oh yeah. I love that. Yeah.
I gotta say, I'm really insulted that you brought that up there, brother.
Well, let me tell you something, dude. You know what? Sometimes you just got that, oh yeah, deep down inside, and when you're talking about Princess Leia killing Hutts, the Macho Man Randy Savage gets all excited because the Macho Man Randy Savage also surrounded himself with strong women, like the lovely Miss Elizabeth. Elizabeth was the most strongest woman ever. Brought me back from the dark side. And also, of course, there was a while there where I did have some sexual theory. But you know what? Even she was kicked butt. She was in the ring. She was smashing guys down right there in the middle of the ring, taking the dudes on from behind the back, throwing the powder in their face, hitting them with a high heel and all that stuff. So let me tell you something. The Macho Man knows what it means to have a strong woman on his side. Dig it. For sure.
And that's the bottom line.
I feel like that impression has to be one of the funniest ones besides the Jeremy impression from a few weeks back.
I need a picture.
Jeremy gambling the Palpatine the clone.
There is no way that I am going to believe that he is a clone. I will not read the books. Now, look, I am not versed in the EU. I've never read any of the EU, and I've never read anything about the Dark Empire stuff. I have no clue what I'm talking about, but there is no way, after watching The Rise of Skywalker illegally once and not even going to the theater and probably watching it where people walk it past because it's a pan and scan thing that somebody held up a camera to, that showed me right there that
something Brie Larson.
Yeah, right. Brie Larson ruined that movie, and she's not even in it.
Well, that's like the whole thing about The Menace that really drove me nuts is like some of it started from Star Trek Discovery, and one of their big points of contention was the fact that the lead was a female. And it's like, did you guys not watch Star Trek Voyager?
No kidding.
Because Kate Mulgrew was the first billed actor/actress on that show.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Discovery
Darn
was...
these keyboard warriors.
I know, man. I love it. I was on. I got asked to be on League of Mayhem last night with Tiffany and the Nerd Queens, and man, we had so much fun. I mean, I felt
near the end of that.
Yeah, I felt like one of the girls, But you know what? I guess.
Congratulations on 10,000 subscribers.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I feel bad because I missed that stream. I was passed out sleeping. I was like, I went to bed at like 8:30 that night. I was just like,
Well, speaking of that, thank you for bringing that up because I would love to thank everybody right now. Thank you so much to everyone who subscribes. Look, if you wonder, like, should I subscribe? Does it really matter? I know where the Poindexter Lounge is. I can just keep coming back and watching it. Let me tell you something. It does matter. It lets us know that you're here with us, that you support us. And you know what? It opens up opportunities for us. The more subscribers you get, the more opportunities you have to be able to do things. Like I was talking about, like that donate button, for example.
Yeah.
To be able to help others and give back, and so, but just also to know that you guys are with us. And so I'm humbled for every time I see that subscriber count go up. In fact, I'll be honest with you. I was just watching a couple of old videos the other day because I realized that we doubled from 5,000 to 10,000 in just about a year and a half, a little over a year and a half. And that blows my mind. That blows my mind because, man, we were super excited at 5,000. We were super excited. I think at 6,000, I can't remember what we did. We did like a funny party or whatever. And like, for each time that we hit another 1,000, it just blows my mind that people love what we do. And I love doing it. I love having you guys as a part of what we do. So I can't thank you guys enough. You know what? This is the beginning. And, I look forward to seeing what comes next.
Yes.
The future is bright.
And beyond.
Absolutely. Well, I figure if I keep doing this, somebody will subscribe.
Those ears are so cute,
aren't they? I thought I was looking pretty good that day. I look better than this guy.
I resent that remark.
Exactly.
So yeah, I'm gonna head out, guys. But it was great. Enosh, I just wanted to say real quick, congrats on 10,000 subs. Maybe when you do that party, I'll make sure to bring cake.
Awesome.
And then I just wanted to say happy holidays to everyone here in the lounge, and thank you guys for inviting me in. And this has been one heck of a year, and hope here's to much success for the lounge and much continued communication and awesomeness for all of us in the next year.
Absolutely. And before you leave, I do want to announce Christmas Day. We are doing a special Christmas Day stream at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And all I got to say about that is you're going to want to be here to see some cool stuff. It's going to be a nice fan day that we do some stuff. We're gonna have some fun showing presents and things and stuff. And then also we got a couple of little surprises up our sleeve. And so so if you guys are available Christmas Day, if you're sitting around the house, I know a lot of people are going to be sitting home this year instead of going out and visiting people or whatever. But before we go see Wonder Woman, we'll probably end up doing 2 streams that day because we'll probably do the Christmas Day stream. And
Me and my dad are definitely looking forward to that.
Yep, and then we're going to go see Wonder Woman, and then we'll probably do a Wonder Woman spoil-free, And I will say this, we almost got to do that preview thing. We just got in a little late, like all the people who were getting the preview thing. We almost got to do it, but we were just a little too late getting the correct information. But we've now made contact at WB.
Hello.
And so hopefully, as things come down the pike, we'll get more opportunity.
There you go. That's right.
Yes.
All right, man. Well, hey, thanks, CW. We love you, buddy. We love you, man.
And by the way, Tasty, I guess, got accidentally backed out of the room. So if you want to just send the link one more time in the chat so we can.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys.
Yours done, Tasty.
Have a good night. It was nice to finally talk to you, Layla, for about 5 minutes. We've seen each other in streams, so it's kind of nice to talk to you for a few minutes. And,
Thank you.
And nice meeting you, Commander Fox, and hopefully we'll be able to talk again sometime soon. And also with you.
Awesome. Always loving to have TW there. Speaking of Darth Tasty, what's up? What's up, Darth Tasty?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's that you're wearing?
It's my favorite hoodie. I don't know if you can see it. I'm kind of like in the garage.
I can. What's that say?
For a second, I just saw the spiraling wheel of death.
No, it's loading Poindexter Lounge. Something about I love Star Wars. I have
You love Star Wars too? Right on, man.
That's a good looking hoodie.
Hell
yeah, I hear there's a few of us. Not a lot anymore, but there's a few of us, right?
I am personally of the opinion that all Star Wars is loved by someone. Everything is loved by someone. There's someone out there that likes Ewok movies. Someone out there that likes Mount Sorrow or whatever the heck that was. The Crying Mountain from the Droid comics.
Mm-hmm.
Even the worst movie ever made, it's somebody's favorite.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's movies all the time that may not be the greatest in cinema history, but you know what? They're fun. It's something that you can watch and just have some fun with. So
Cinema taught me that.
Heck yeah. Yeah. So what's been up with you, Darth Tasty?
Just trying to survive with everything that's going on, man. It's still crazy. I'm like right outside
Jeremy.
Philly, so everything's so nuts,
Doom Commandant.
Want to say hi to Serenity Bliss here.
Keep calling Doom Commandant is just because even the possibility that he's a Nazi, and I hate Nazis.
It's kind of funny because you're cutting in and out, Layla. So like we're hearing like bits and parts. So it's like hey, Nazis, Commandant. That's funny. Serenity Bliss says here that she's dressed up as Power Girl for Halloween. Now look, as a man who is married, happily married to this lovely lady right here. If Tiffany was in the chat, she likes to dress up as Harley Quinn, and she
just like Indy.
Yeah, I would say this that is quite the outfit to pull off as Power Girl. So God bless you.
Tiff makes a great Harley Quinn.
Oh, she
got the face and the hair for it already. So.
Oh yeah, when she dresses up as Harley Quinn, man, there ain't nothing better. Ain't nothing better. Yes, Barcelona, you do. You need that. We've got all kinds of great shirts and merch and
You go.
and stuff. Absolutely, we got all kinds.
Go, girl.
And my new favorite is that zero credibility shirt that came out so awesome.
Nice.
That's the one I had to have that.
It's a nice shirt though.
Yeah, it is. Excuse me.
Is Enosh trying to talk?
Yeah, Enosh, we can't hear you.
Can't hear you, bud. Well, it's a good thing to have technical difficulties tonight, you know, instead of on Sunday. That would have been awful. Yeah, we can hear you, bud.
Okay, I think I pulled my cable out.
Oh.
But I'm trying to see what.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind if my Batman design the Phantom Menace became a T-shirt because I just put some because I basically just expose these guys for who they are. They're just a bunch of wacky Batman villains.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I tell you what, and I loved that picture. Let me see. I don't think I have that picture still loaded right here because I think I had to because StreamYard only lets you put so many pictures, and I have so many things to bring up like that.
Yeah, you got to make room.
Yeah, and it's like sometimes I got to make room as stuff comes. So I do have your picture still. That was a great picture that you made, Layla, with all of. I'll see if I can find it here in just a minute and bring it up again. But I do want to since Darth Taste is here and he showed it, like we do have a full line of really cool shirts and stuff. You can get like our old design here. You can get Tiffany wants me to get her a pair of these leggings right here. Yeah, we got hoodies. I love the place for nerd. I love this one, the Empire Strikes Back logo.
I have one of those too. I highly recommend that one as well.
Oh, that's such a fun logo.
Anything
I love
so
that.
much more complicated than it probably is.
Thanks to Marquez, man, for designing those. Those are awesome. Here's the plain I love Star Wars, I have spoken t-shirt. It's hashtag I love Star Wars. That one actually doesn't even say Point Extra Lounge, but this is the one that Darth Tasty has right here. This logo right here that says Poindexter Lounge. I love Star Wars, I have spoken. You can get that on a mug. You can get.
I've got a long sleeve and a hoodie. I bought 2 of those.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Tiffany just got one of these, the old school NWO style.
Yeah, that's the one I've been eyeballing.
Yeah, Marquez made that. Tiffany actually got this in the long sleeve shirt, and she got the mask. So the other night we went to Sam's Club. We were buying some stuff, and shout out to I think it's Tackman. It was the guy. I keep telling people we are building this channel 1 subscriber at a time. We're literally in the checkout at Sam's Club, and we're buying some stuff, and we start talking. This guy starts talking nerd stuff with us, and we start talking. It was right after the Ray Fisher interview on Monday, and we're just like telling him about that, and he's like, "What?" He's like, "You got Ray Fisher?" And we're like, "Yeah, man." And he's like, "You actually got to talk to Zack Snyder from Zack Snyder's Justice League?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, it was fun." We met this guy and we're like, "Hey, I told him, I was like, it's Poindexter Lounge." And then Tiffany comes over and she's got both the shirt on and the mask. And she's like, "Check it out. I'm representing here." And so that was pretty cool. Yeah, we got to see Zack Snyder.
Wait.
You guys didn't see that? Let me see if I have. I don't know if I have that loaded. I gotta see.
Right now, I didn't get a chance to see that.
It was during League of Mayhem, no?
Oh yeah, let me see. I gotta. Oh dang it!
Being a student is super hard.
All of a sudden, it won't let me access my down. Oh, there we go. Downloads. Here we go. Okay. Whoops. No, that's not what I wanted. This thing won't let me go where I want to go. This isn't cool. Okay, I gotta go back here. I was gonna try to bring up that picture because we got a picture of Tiffany and I on a stream with the Nerd Queens. We were on Sunday night with the Nerd Queens, and everyone at the League of Mayhem.
I need to watch that.
And oh my gosh, I tell you what, you want to see me just kind of almost fanboy out. That was a night. I don't know if I have it here. I don't think I have it on my phone or on my computer right now. But yeah, we took a picture with all of us there with Zach, screenshot, and that was fun for sure to be able to tell him. I got a chance to actually maybe I'll pull it up here in a minute. Actually tell him like how I felt about Superman, and explain to him that, and he really, and I got to tell him about the brick that we're putting in for him. So that was
so awesome. And it was cool that he was like, yeah, I'm down. That's cool. Like,
yep,
I want to check it out.
Absolutely. Yeah. He's like, man, just let me know when you do that. I want to check it out. I want to know about that. So I love this shirt here because this shirt represents what the Poindexter Lounge is. It's one of those shirts that it's like, it says Enosh Fett and Tiff-tastic and Isaac One Kenobi and Landon Calrissian and Logan the Hutt and Wookie and Harley and me, meaning all of you, #nerd family. I like that one. And then here's one that Landon designed. He he just got the hoodie of this with
that one's cool. I like that.
Super nerd. He drew that, and so I thought that was a cool little design. So we put that up there. Of course, here's the Doomcock. Take 2 of these, and don't hold me responsible in the morning. And that good old favorite, the Zero Credibility one. And then this one's cool, where I got that sweatshirt and stuff, and I got the pillow. We got the pillow for the
it's all about the fanny pack, dude.
Yeah. Oh, dude, right? Like, dude, they got fanny packs, man. I'm telling you what, man. It's like it's not just t-shirts, man. You can get a phone case. You can get all kinds of fun stuff here. And then, of course, our good old 2 cents on nonsense stuff. Which
I gotta get the Johnny Pop.
Yeah. Next time you see Johnny Pop, he's going to be rocking one of these sweatshirts and a mug, and I got him a poster. You can actually get a 2 cents on nonsense poster.
Wait.
We're not hearing you, hon. Oh no, I hope we didn't lose her.
Next time you do it, 2 cents on nonsense, you need to have his son on again.
Oh, yeah. Right.
That was so awesome.
So good.
Oh, it was the best. Like, you could totally tell Ray enjoyed it too, because it was like getting to reach out to the #1 fans. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
It's all for the kids at the end of the day, really.
Absolutely. I like this one too.
Many times.
Yeah, I like this one here with the weird nonsense logo on it. That one's funny. That's one of my faves. But yeah, so we got a bunch of fun stuff there for everybody to have some fun.
I always tell people soft as parts in the game. I've had this thing for like I think at least a year since
a crack of Ryan Johnson.
And it's still like brand new. It's like soft. It hasn't faded or anything. It's good stuff.
Nice.
Serenity says, I watched a previous stream with Ray Fisher and I didn't realize how handsome he is up close. He is a handsome man. He's a good looking man. So and I can say that I'm secure enough in my manhood to know that to know when a guy is good looking, and he is definitely a good looking guy. For sure. Let's see, what is another question that's in here?
You have no idea how I'm going to miss doing those until the new year.
I know, yeah. We'll get through the new year though, and then we'll be back with a whole other fun season of we're already planning some stuff that we're doing here. What's up, Drav Walker? Says Eddie Nash, when you were talking about your wife dressed up as Harley Quinn, his cheeks started blushing.
Says so I
love my wife. I love the lovely Tiff-tastic. She is awesome. I love Tiff-tastic. She's that's my woman right there. And I proudly. Yeah. Well, hey, let's we're gonna bring somebody else in here real quick. Layla, did you have anything else that's on your mind real quick before we say, so I can bring somebody else in?
No thirst tweets.
What was that? Oh, I wish you weren't breaking up like that because I didn't hear what you said. Oh man, I think we're losing her. Well, hey, Layla, I do want you to know if you can hear me because we're having a hard time hearing you. But I want you to know that I love your comments in the chat, and you sound like a really cool person. And I'm so glad.
No thirst tweets.
I hear no something, but I don't.
I understand.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Layla, because we just can't hear you, hon. But hey, you're always welcome here. You're always welcome.
I got nothing against him. It's just a lot that makes me kind of uncomfortable.
I don't know. It's kind of coming in and out, Layla. I'm so sorry.
My ears are too innocent to be heard.
I totally wish I could understand what you're saying because right now it's just coming in and out. But hey, I want you to know, Layla, that you're always welcome here, and hopefully next time maybe we can have maybe a little bit better of a connection, and we could talk some more because you really sound cool, and I like I said, I've always loved your comments in the comment section. So we're gonna let you go for now because we're having a hard time hearing you. But thank you for coming on tonight. I really appreciate it. You have a wonderful night.
Good night.
Okay. A couple people I'm going to bring in. First of all, what's up, Zentek?
Oh, sorry, man.
Were you saying no? Okay, we'll get rid of you. Yep.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Hey, here's another good-looking guy. I don't know where I don't know where Serenity is, but Serenity, look at this guy. Look at this good-looking guy right here. Look at he's well dressed. He's well spoken. He's a nerd. Can we play?
I've had my cam on.
Can we play a little matchmaker, like right here. Like, ladies and gentlemen, here from Australia, Zentek. Tell us all about what you like.
Sorry, man. I wasn't jumping in. My YouTube is screwing up, so I thought I'd just jump through StreamYard. But you guys continue, and I'll just switch up my mic. But yeah, I'm not jumping in today. But yeah.
Okay. Well, hey, man. You're coming through clear, just so you know. But I always love talking to you, man. I tell you what, Zentek is a lot of fun to talk to, and I always enjoy. Always join you on the stream, man. You're a good brother, and I love you, man.
Cheers, man. And congratulations on the Ray thing. But we'll catch up soon, eh?
Okay, man. All right, man. You have a good night.
Oh, yeah, sometimes it actually works better when StreamYards is running as opposed to YouTube.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right. Thanks for letting me in, though.
All right, no problem. All right. Okay. So let's see here. All right, so just making sure. So we're back, going. Yeah, unfortunately, Layla sounded like R2D2 there for a minute, but we love her. Layla's always great.
And we've all been there.
We've all been there. Like trying to get, especially if you're on a cell phone. Sometimes it's hard, but sometimes it works. So it's always worth trying, right? It's always worth trying. So I want here. Hold on a second. So anything new? So Ryan, we haven't talked to you in a while, man. What's going on in Darth Tasty's
world? Just surviving right now, man. Everything's so crazy, you know what I mean? Like I've been unemployed for about 6 months. I've been looking for work. I'm just surviving, you know what I mean? It's just crazy right now. That's all I can really say about that. I don't know, just living the life, I guess.
I mean, honestly, that's all you can ask for these days. I mean,
yeah. Thank God I have a house to stay in. I have food in my belly. I can't complain. I mean, it's been a bad year for me, but I'm still here. So, that's all I can do right now.
There you go, man.
No, I hear you. Oh, look at Tiptastic coming through. I love my wife. I love the fact that my wife watches the show. She's part of the show. She doesn't just watch the show, guys. She's actually, I'm gonna have to turn on my Wi-Fi for this. So hopefully this doesn't mess things up here real quick. Or you know what? Hold on. Hopefully it came through the messages on the phone, maybe. Yes, it did. Yay! Tiffany went ahead and oops. Was it gonna let me do it? I don't think it's gonna let me do it. I don't think it's going to let me do it. It is not. Oh, my goodness. Okay. I was trying, folks.
It's all good, man.
Yeah, it's all trying to do. Oh, I can add it to photo library, though. Heck yeah, I can. But yeah, she's listening just a few minutes ago, and she's like, "Hey, here is the photos of us with Zack Snyder." And so I'm going to see if I can load this.
I saw some of that stream, but I missed the Zack Snyder part. I'm gonna go back and actually rewatch it.
Share, cancel. Oh, I don't know. Okay, yeah. Let's see if I can pull this up from here. I don't know if I can or not. I always love doing stuff like, you know, like on the fly, right?
Well, you're the producer and the talent at that point.
I am. That's the problem. That's the problem is trying to do it all in one place. Okay, yeah, here we go. We got it. It let me do it. Yay. This was a moment, guys. Right here.
So amazing. You can see it in your face. The big old grin.
I was so happy, guys. I can't even express to you how happy I was.
Yeah, I'm blown away by how in touch with everything they've been. I mean, it's talk about access. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Well, look, other directors don't do this kind of stuff.
No, you don't. You would never see Steven Spielberg or any George Lucas do anything like this. You know what I mean? Like,
no, heck no. You know what? So supposedly, some of our old friends, you know, had some things to say about us. You know, like, oh, you're like, I don't know what this Poindexter Lounge guy thinks he's doing. You know, like they're just, you know, like they don't care about them. They're just being used by these guys to get ahead. And it's like, really?
Yeah,
these
whatever.
Guys, you know what? These guys don't have to. Zack Snyder doesn't have to go. What did he go on? Like 3 or 4 streams that day?
Yeah.
Right? Zack Snyder doesn't have to do that. Zack Snyder's just fine. He's got his movie that he's making right, that he just finished, Army of the Dead. He's got, you know, Zack Snyder's Justice League coming out. It is what it is, man. Yeah. It is what it is. He doesn't have to be on people's streams. He'd be just fine. But you know what? He's doing it because he cares about his fans, and he's so thankful to his fans, and that's genuine. And anybody who saw Ray Fisher on here on Sunday saw a genuine man.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Saw a man who spoke from his heart on Sunday. And so
and then, like I said earlier, grounded. I mean, you're so used to hearing stories about, you know, celebrities having their heads jammed so far up there, you know, that they have no idea how the world thinks and acts. I mean, I think we just spent the last 4 years of people just opining on stuff that they really didn't understand, you know, and then I don't know. It's been very difficult. And then over this last year where it's like they're not working, so, you know, obviously do something. And I like the ones that have taken the time to thank their fans, because honestly, if it wasn't for the fans, where do you get your money from?
Exactly.
I don't know what this is, John Collins. I've eten cereal at midnight.
Cereal's in any meal. Like I eat it for dessert.
Absolutely. You know, I used to love when I was eating normal food. I used to love some Reese's Puffs.
Oh, I was gonna say this fabulous gut here was made by Cocoa Puffs and Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
You know what I had? I didn't even use a bowl. I had this huge margarita glass that was literally like this big around, like it was like this tall, and you could hold it around the stem. Like the stem was like really like thick, and I just pour cereal in there because you could hold it like that and just eat it like a bowl. It was like a huge freaking margarita bowl almost, and it was just I'd put it in there, and then once you get that milk, peanut buttery and chocolatey, then you pour some, you know, because you eat that first bowl.
Pour a little more cereal in there. You got plenty of milk.
Cereal in there, right? And then all of a sudden you're like, those boxes are so small, and you're like, holy crap!
Did I eat all that in one sitting?
Did I just eat a whole box of one thing?
Yeah,
I have a bowl that'll fit a half a box at a time. I usually go with that.
There you go.
Yeah, for sure.
I gotta jump off though, guys. I'm actually wrapping Christmas presents. I gotta get it done so I can go to sleep soon. So
yeah, Merry Christmas, dude.
But yes, and yeah, guys, have a great holiday and congrats on 10,000, man. Nobody deserves it more than this channel, you know. Like I know I've signed up pay for, but there's just something about you and our family that just pull people in, and like, it's just an awesome channel, man.
Yeah.
Thank
Amen.
you so much, Ryan. I appreciate you, man. I love you, buddy, and I'm thankful for your friendship, man, for sure.
Same here, guys.
All right.
Yeah, have a great night and a happy holiday, and I'll talk to you guys again soon.
Okay, man.
Sir. Have a good one,
All
man.
right, talk to you later, buddy. All right. Let's see. So
Always a pleasure with Darth Tasty, man.
I know. I love Ryan, man. Ryan's such a good guy.
Good dude.
Yeah. So Zack Snyder's got Army of the Dead, the prequel to Army of the Dead. Right?
I just don't like zombie movies, man.
I'm not a big zombie guy either.
That's my one thing. I'm like,
I'm gonna watch it, but I'm not. Now I love Zombieland.
Oh yeah, no, comedic zombie movies like Shaun of the Dead, stuff like that. Okay, I love those.
And you know what else I did like? I did like Cabin in the Woods, or was it Cabin Fever? Cabin Fever.
Well, for me, it's like one, I'm not much of a horror fan, and two, let's be honest. Okay, zombie apocalypse is like the least likely scenario we could possibly be dealing with.
People in Florida a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's true. They have certain strains of what was it, rabies and stuff like that.
Yeah, that was freaking me out for a second.
Yeah, like, but I just don't see like hordes of people slowly walking down the street out for brains.
Yeah, World War Z lost me. Where they're like scaling the wall and they're just all on top of each other. You know which movie I did like though? There was a zombie movie, I guess.
I like I Am Legend. I guess that's kind of
I like I Am Legend. Yeah, Serenity loves zombie movies, and that's cool. Like I've got friends who love zombie movies, and I respect it. You know what? I loved 28 Days Later.
Yes, that one I liked. It was like the rage virus or whatever the hell.
Yes, it made so much sense. Like it was like a real world kind of thing. And the thing is like it starts off just like a zombie thing that you think it's just zombies, but then like there's a real reason for it.
Yeah, it's kind of like Resident Evil, but not so cartoony, I guess is the best way to put it. Like I've seen the Resident Evil movies and stuff like that, but I put them in like the same tier as like a superhero movie or a video game movie.
Yeah, some of these movies, they just some of these genre movies just get done so much, and I mean there was a time with vampire movies, right?
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I didn't watch a single one of them. You're welcome, Twilight.
Yeah, I know. Everybody keeps telling me that I should probably watch Twilight because I might actually like it. I don't think I would, but okay.
Well, I mean, like, give me like Gary Oldman as Dracula, and Bram Stoker's Dracula. That movie was great, but that was also made in the 90s too, so it was a little bit, it was out of place. Interview with the Vampire, same thing,
Oh, look at here. Look, wait, hold on. What happened here? Hold on, just one second, one step. I had Zentet. Oh, I think he was waving goodbye. I tried. Zentet was in the backstage doing this, and I thought he wanted my attention. I thought he wanted me to bring him in then, but okay, because I do have a couple people that I got to bring in first. So I did put the link in the description again. So if you want to join the conversation before we say goodbye here in a little while, come on in. Let's talk. This is your opportunity to have a conversation with me and my good friend Brian here.
That's right.
So, somebody that I do love talking to that we haven't talked to in a while, and I'm very glad that she's here right now, of course, is our good friend Melissa. How are you, Melissa? From Melissa's World.
Hey, Nash. Who else is here?
What's that?
Who else is here?
Oh, it's me, Brian. Yeah.
Hey, Brian.
I wanted to ask you when we were talking earlier, what you thought about like the canon part, because I actually had to ask the question in the chat because he was going on about the alternate universes and stuff like that. Why was Kanan not allowed to be saved? Because
my guess has to be Ezra might have accepted, okay, Kanan's not with me anymore, but I can probably help Ahsoka. And wait for Ahsoka. I think he didn't want to rescue Kanan. He did contemplate, should I help Kanan? Should I help Master Jarvis? Should I not? But then he started to think it over, like, okay, he might be right. It's probably his time to be at peace, and Ezra started to accept the fact that okay, Kanan's not here no more. It's time to move on.
Mm-hmm.
That's my best guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, hey, everybody is saying hi, Melissa. You got Barcelona saying hi and Ryan saying
Hey
hi.
guys.
It's been a while since we've seen you. So for those of you who don't know, Melissa has her own channel called Melissa's World. And I encourage you to go over and subscribe to Melissa's channel. She is legally blind, but she is amazing. And she is a big nerd just like us. And her favorite Star Wars character is Kanan.
That's why I wanted to ask, because I knew she was a Kanan fan.
And hey, there he is.
Hey, there he is.
There he is. That was that came right here from the Poindexter Lounge.
No, I like Kanan too. Honestly, Freddie Prinze Jr. nailed that role.
Yeah.
I mean, even though it was a voice acting role, I mean, it was fantastic.
Heck yeah.
I got goosebumps when I heard him in Rise of Skywalker. I was like, Freddie Prinze Jr.
Who is that? Who is that? Is that Kanan talking to Rey?
Yeah, I got excited.
Melissa gets a little excited when we start talking about Kanan and Kanan overcoming his loss of sight. Yeah, but Melissa, you're a big Star Wars fan. We know you're a big Star Wars fan, and you showed us your lightsaber last time. Which, my gosh, that lightsaber is amazing.
Epic.
Yeah. Also, I'm getting another one.
Really? You're getting another lightsaber? Look, I'm going to tell you all. Christmas Day, if you guys can make it at 12 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to do this stream, and we're calling it the lightsaber stream, and we're going to bust out some lightsabers. We're going to show off some gifts and stuff that we got each other and stuff because we're going to do our Christmas, and we're going to share our Christmas with y'all and have some fun. But then I would love for us to have a moment where everybody, if you got a lightsaber at home, I mean, I've got like 18 of them now, but this is Tiff's. Look, you know what that is right there? That is a Rancor tooth.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's a Rancor tooth on Tiff's. Yeah.
Is that a Galaxy's Edge one?
Yep, this is a Galaxy's Edge saber. This is Tiffany's Galaxy's Edge saber right here. She made this, but look at that. It's got that tooth on the end, man. It's super cool. But so I encourage you all to have your lightsabers handy on Christmas Day, because we're going to hold them aloft and have some fun for sure.
Got my Darth Vader one.
I'm all ready for Christmas. I've got my Christmas trooper.
This is my saber, real quick.
Okay, we missed it. Hold on. Deactivate it. Okay, I'm going to go back to you. All right. Show us your saber. Look how freaking bright that thing is.
Yes.
I'm so jealous. It looks real on the screen. I swear to God.
Yeah, it does.
It looks real.
And guess who?
I can sense your presence.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Don't know if you can hear.
Yes, we can hear it well. That's awesome.
Is that an Ultra Saber, or is that the Hasbro one?
It's a charity. No, it's completely custom.
Oh,
it's
nice.
a charity saber from a charitable group called the Rebel Armory, and I call them a charity forum because they do mostly charity. That's what I nicknamed them, because they do mostly charity work. They help they're not just helping the legally blind, they're helping those with tracheotomies. They even helped a little kid that had a ventilator on his neck and couldn't barely move, and he got a little Yoda lightsaber.
Awesome.
From him.
Now I don't know if you heard about this, but have you heard about the fact that they are now there's going to be a dark saber?
I saw that.
I heard the sound recently. If you haven't seen Mandalorian yet, I heard the sound.
Well, they're releasing Melissa a darksaber. In fact, I'm going to pull up the pictures right here in just a second here. If I can get them open here. Open these, and we'll show the pictures of this because
is there a way to hear it?
No, it's just the pictures. But I do have it pre-ordered. So once it doesn't come in until June, but when it does come, let me. Oh, I forgot that I had you just on the screen there for a second. And Serenity, you know what? It's okay, Serenity. You know what? Use a stick, whatever you got, whatever you have. You guys can use it as a lightsaber. That's what I use the stick as a lightsaber.
Flashlight.
Absolutely. Flashlight, grab a flashlight, whatever you got to grab. No, I was going to show you guys though. So this is they got pictures up of what the saber is going to look like. I don't know if you can see this because it's it's dark.
Not really.
Yeah, it's kind of dark because it is the dark saber. Let me see if I can I don't know if I can make it a little bit bigger here. Whoops. Oh,
Dark is its middle name.
Well, it'd be better if it had like a lighter background than a.
Yeah, high contrast. Oh, I can see the blade a little bit. Is it ignited or is it ignited or?
Yeah, it's like so it's black and then so the edge of it is lit.
Like Rebels.
Yeah. So, I'm trying to bring it over, but I don't think I can. But I can show you the hilt. Let me show you the hilt. Let me switch here to the other pictures that I have, and I'll show you the hilt of it because the hilt is super cool, Melissa. And I think you're really gonna like. I think you're really gonna like this.
I never went to be.
Oh wow!
Whoa! I never went to be held it.
Look at that! Doesn't that look pretty? It's so cool. And here's the box with the artwork and everything. Somebody I was showing it to somebody the other day out here, and they were like, "Oh, we'll just throw the box away." I think it was Tony, and I was like, "No, dude, don't throw the box away." And this has I don't know if you saw my reviews of my Emperor Palpatine and my Darth Revan sabers, but they're
nice.
They're these Force Effects lightsabers, and so they all come with that that mode where it looks like you're like trying to cut through a wall or something. And so the dark saber comes with that. You can see kind of the color a little bit on the blade over here, just a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
I like that.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I can't wait. And the artwork on the box is fabulous. I have wanted this saber for a long time. I even told Tiffany they put out a kid version of this saber. I was like, I'll take that one even. I don't care. I love the dark saber. The dark saber is just too cool. I want one.
I'm not sure if I should spoil this or not because not everybody has Disney Plus. But I was watching Mando with descriptive audio description, and I heard and I was like, dark saber. Yes. Dancing around like a maniac. I was all like this with AD on.
Yeah. Now, what did you think, Melissa, as a Star Wars fan? While I'm doing this for Barcelona, I'm going to pull up the Ahsoka lightsaber pictures. But what did you think of the last episode of Mandalorian?
Whoa!
Right?
Yeah, especially with the. Can I spoil it? The return of you know who.
We've talked about it already, so yeah. So I would say go ahead. That's fine.
Okay. Spoilers for anybody that hasn't seen yet, but Luke Skywalker comes back.
Yes,
I wasn't really focusing on the visuals. I wasn't really focusing too much on the visuals because when you only have one eye and the one eye is just as bad. It's either try to see and get a headache or don't see and not get a headache. So I chose the second option. And I have descriptive audio on, if you guys know what that is. It's for the blind and visually impaired, that function. It's on Disney Plus. It's in the settings of the episode to the right. You click it and you have like options of English, English audio description, Spanish, Español's, whatever audio description is in Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so I chose the English, cause duh. And I watched it without my glasses, of course, to alleviate strain.
Sure.
And I was listening to the description, and I heard Roach figure waist, green lightsaber, and I'm like, green lightsaber? Luke, is that you? And then I heard the voice. I am. Luke, it's you! Hey, Luke Skywalker!
That's what I did during Nicotina's watch party. I was like, it's green! It's green!
I know that. I know who that is. I know that voice. It is you, Luke.
And when he crushed the Death Trooper like a tin can, I was like, cutting them down like B-1 battle droids.
That was. No, I think that was Luke.
No, that's why I said that show was perfect because it gave us two things that we never got to see: Boba Wreck and Shop and Luke Wreck and Shop. Like,
and Grogu as well. Grogu, that's little.
Oh yeah.
Fellow's name.
Tossing around stormtroopers like they're there. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really cool. I was interested to know what you thought of that, Melissa, as a fan, because I know that you're such a big Star Wars fan, and
it was oh my god, because I didn't expect that. Like
Yeah.
I expected like not maybe canon jars, because one, he's not alive anymore by this point, still not alive. I thought it would be Ahsoka again, or a mystery Jedi, or if you guys haven't seen if you guys haven't seen Fallen Order, Cal Kestis.
Mm-hmm.
So don't worry, guys. I haven't played Fallen Order because it's hard to play games. Either that, or I have to be taught how. One of the two.
Sure.
Because not all games are accessible, and I mean accessibility as in, yeah.
Well,
And at first I thought it was like, okay, is this will figure Cal Kestis? And then once I heard the voice, I'm like, no, Luke, it is you. Then I heard the description of a green lightsaber, and I'm like, Luke, is that you? And then the voice, the mystery figure, finally speaks.
yes.
I am a Jedi. Come, little one. And I'm like, Luke, is that you? And then he keeps on talking, and then I'm like, Luke, it is you. Not sure what he probably looks like. He probably looks like his young Return of the Jedi self, maybe.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he looks like. They had to use CGI, so he doesn't look great, to be honest with you. But that being said, he doesn't look horrible either. And it just is what it is,
I thought that was that because of Luke being a couple years, if not more, older. Like he's starting to get up there in age.
He's not very old. No, he's not very old here. No, because this is only 5 years after Return of the Jedi, so he's not very old here at all.
30.
Yeah,
he's rather
30,
spry.
Yeah,
20, 30 something.
Yeah, he's pretty young still here. So, but it's all good because we got to see Luke. We got to see Luke.
Yeah,
again.
I got to hear.
Yeah,
I got to hear. I got to hear Luke again. Go ahead, Brian.
I was gonna say, I was more like in the Ezra camp. I wanted to see Ezra come back in that sense, but like, I was happy with Luke. Honestly, I was like, if it could have been anybody else, like, Luke Skywalker's the man. So let's get it.
Yeah. Also, Enosh, may I ask about this about when we're doing this. When is that?
Well, I'm sorry. I was trying to fix something here. Oh, when we're doing the lightsaber thing, yeah, just that'll be the stream on Christmas Day, starting at 12 p.m. We're gonna do some fun stuff and hopefully have some fun with lightsabers too.
Oh, okay, because I got mine, and I'll make sure to charge the Diadium power cell beforehand. If not the day before.
Heck yeah. Well, we love you. You know what, Melissa? Everybody in the chat was excited for Luke. Everybody's talking about here. Thomas says I was crying and was like, "Is this happening?" Obviously, Brian was over there. It's green. Thomas also said it was my childhood coming back. Barcelona was saying Luke's green lightsaber. Who else was in here? Mask of Shy says some say Luke was too much fan service, but I say screw that. Ahsoka did teach the Jedi, so this still fits. Well, that's what I said, guys. I said that look, the only Jedi that could come for him would have been Luke, because Luke's the only Jedi actually
Luke's
out
the only one. Luke's the only one.
And I know that's not a popular idea, but everybody.
No, but Yoda said it though.
They're not technically Jedis, and so I said that. Now I am in the camp that says I wish that they had. I kind of wish that they had spent a little bit more time with it because they're Disney, and I wish that they had put a little more into it instead of showing us what we did, because we've already seen on YouTube even deep fakes that honestly look better than the actual Disney thing, which kind of surprises me. But it's kind of like, with Superman, right? In Justice League, where it's like they had to remove his mustache, and
hope it's like your car keys.
I know it was just weird, and so but I'm not against it. I'm all for it.
I'm a fan. Service me.
Absolutely.
That didn't come out right, but you know what I mean.
I don't call it fan service. I call it, it's probably part of the timeline.
Goober brings up a good point here. He says, because he was still wearing his black glove, he was wearing the exact same outfit that he had in Return of the Jedi. I thought that was a little strange. I think that they specifically did that just because they knew that fans wanted to see that Luke. Because that Luke, let's be honest, is a cool Luke. I mean, Luke in the black outfit with his hood and all that stuff. And even the glove. I was surprised that he still had the glove, honestly. Because it's 5 years after Return of the Jedi. He didn't get that fixed. I don't know. It's maybe he just wearing the glove, I guess. I don't know. But it was funny. It's just those things that pop in your mind afterwards. After you watch it, you're like,
at the end of Empire, he had a regular hand, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, that was the thing. He had a hand. And the only reason he put on a glove was because he got shot in Return of the Jedi. He got shot in the back of the hand because
he was wearing that glove then too.
No. In the beginning of the movie, Brian, he doesn't have the glove.
Oh, that's right.
And he's on Jabba's sail barge, and when they're attacking and stuff, he's got his lightsaber and he puts it up in the air and he gets shot in the back of the hand by the guy. The guy shoots him in the back of the hand, and
by the Gamorrean.
And he actually uses the dark side there. People don't realize that he uses the dark side there, and he starts slicing down people. He gets mad. He uses his anger because he yells and screams, and then you see that the whole back part of his hand kind of came off. And so then he just starts slicing people down. And then when he gets in his X-Wing and he's on his way to,
he's putting the glove on.
It's his X-Wing glove. That's what it is. It's his X-Wing fighter glove. And so he puts the glove on, just the one glove. And you see, as he's putting it on, that there's an open part to his hand there that, he's trying to cover up. So it's interesting that, that they didn't know
that visual detail.
DL Vince is right, and we're going to bring him in here in a minute, but he says, doesn't Luke go back to a robot skeleton hand in The Force Awakens? And you're right. You know what? Yeah. You're absolutely right. I mean, by that time, I guess maybe that skin started to deteriorate, and he was just like,
screw it. I'm old. I gave up on the Force. I might as well give up on a hand. What the hell?
I love Shifty Gism says you would think that he would have at least put some rhinestones on that glove in 5 years. And yeah, DC Talk with Extended and Ambassadorial Wing bring up R2D2 because R2D2 came in, and I did see a funny meme of that showed R2D2 looking at Grogu and having a flashback to the first time he met Yoda, and Yoda's hitting him with a stick, right? And I made the joke because it's not in the meme, but I thought of that moment in Revenge of the Sith where like he covers everybody with oil and then lights them on fire. It's like R2's revenge. Hey, real quick, shout out to Ryan Hartwell with the $2 super chat. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. It says I was wondering if you got my friend's card. Yeah, I thought that you might have heard me talk about it the other night. Ryan sent me an awesome book that I look forward to reading with a card and some information about somebody that who knows, we might have him on the channel sometime. He's an author and he sent me the book and the book on CD. So nice. I look forward to listen to that, man. Thank you for sending that, Ryan. And hey, Ryan, also please, if I hope the Animatrix works for you. Ryan was last month's winner of the Matrix trilogy along with the Animatrix video. Now the Matrix one was a Blu-ray set where everything was brand new. But the Animatrix I had to get kind of secondhand. So let me know. I want to make sure that it works for you because I did not open it. But if you have any problems, just let me know, buddy, because I appreciate you, Ryan. Thank you so much. And Ryan also says, if Luke does a moonwalk, I can die a happy man.
Yeah, I was just about ready to type it there. Oh my God, that's funny.
Then he's Luke Moonwalker. All right. Well, we got to move on because we got to get through. I want to make sure that everybody has a chance here before we say goodnight. But hey, Melissa, nice to talk to you.
Also, real quick, my new Saber is gonna have a trickier soundboard. I'm gonna try CFX for the first time.
Cool.
Nice.
Cool. Well, that's awesome.
Well,
that's awesome. I can't wait to see your new Saber. That Saber you got right there is amazing. It looks it's fire. It's absolute fire.
Totally jealous.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. One more time. Give us one more light up. Come on. Give it to us.
You'll have to do better.
Oh,
yes.
Look at that thing.
So bright. Like mine is it's like a dim and dull. I'm like, wah, wah.
Yeah, I tell you what, these are really bright. Of course, I got some, a bunch of lights on me and stuff, and you can see that it lights up. But my goodness, like look at hers.
Yeah, that's like
holy cow.
That's like Justice League color bright.
I know, man. You're gonna slice down Miley Cyrus back there if you don't be careful.
I was gonna say Miley better watch out.
Yeah, you
I'm not anywhere close to her. I'm sensing, and I'm not anywhere close to her.
There you go. There you go. She comes in like a wrecking ball, and Luke strikes her down where she stands. All right, Melissa. Well, hey, it was good talking to you. You have a good night, okay?
Have a great night.
We'll talk to you later, okay? All right.
Happy belated Life Day. Happy belated Life Day and Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much. Happy Life Day and Merry Christmas to you as well, Melissa. All right. We'll talk to you later. All right. Bye-bye.
Such a great lightsaber, man. I love that.
Oh, I know, man. And I love Melissa. Melissa is so awesome to talk to. And I love, everybody who's here right now, I just want to say that I love your responses to Melissa. I love that you guys just how you guys light up every time she comes in. And, that's awesome.
We really are a nerd family, Like, I love this. I mean, I get the DMs. I'm just like, all right, man, cool. It's talking to my buddies. Like, I honestly, I really want that. Since I'm here, I want to thank you for allowing me to come on Sunday. Just so great, man. Honestly, it's been so much fun working with you guys over the last few months and getting to know you guys and you, Dawson, Ryan, Nicotina, all you guys, man, Anthony. I mean, it's been so great. Just coming from working with Max and stuff like that. Just man, such good times, man.
Well, I was so glad to have you guys. Like I said then, and I say it now, is that when I knew that we were going to do that, I started thinking about it, and I started thinking about like this is our crew. This is who we are, and he said that he was down with it, and I thought to myself, okay, I want to have some time to be able to talk and stuff, but we had the 2 hours, and so I thought, I want to be able to talk. I want to be able to have a conversation about some things that I know that people are interested in, both on the larger scale. Somebody said, well, like, I wish you would have said this or wish you would have said that. It's like, I only had 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, one thing I would have wanted to say was, if you need a lineman for your next movie, just let me know.
There you go. But look, you're not going to cover every single possible thing in 1 2 hour interview,
especially since it's like his first interview.
Yeah.
In a while,
He talked, he shared information, and he was just, he's just an awesome guy. And so because of that, I wanted to bring you guys in. I wish I would have been able to give you more time. But I was just glad that you guys could be there. And I wanted you guys to share in this moment, because it was a victory, not just for me. It was not just a win for me. It was a win for all of us. And, and the fact that, somebody like us, we got to have somebody like Ray Fisher here on the channel. And I guarantee you guys, I just know it in my heart, one day Zach will be here too.
Oh yeah.
I just know it.
I can't wait to ask him about 300.
Well, dude, we just gotta wait our turn, and I know that one day we'll be talking to Zack Snyder here in the lounge. Now I want to bring in another guy who's very familiar, and I got 2 more guys. I got one guy who we have not had in, and one guy it's been a while, and so I do want to bring this guy in though, because we got 3 right now in the back. So we're gonna bring in Andrew Casali. What's going up, Andrew?
Andrew, what's up, man?
Hey, fellas.
What's going on, dude?
Man,
Doing good.
what's on your mind tonight, sir?
Well, first I would say that was really cool with the lightsaber and what Melissa did.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so I was thinking next year when it comes to Marvel and DC, we're gonna like 2 multiverse movies, one The Flash and the other Spider-Man 3. And I thought to myself, which one of the 2 would knock it out of the park better?
Are you asking me?
Well, yeah, because you got the Batman's returning.
So I'll give you my opinion about this. Batman v Superman was announced, and Kevin Feige has admitted that as soon as he heard Batman v Superman was coming out, they kind of changed trajectory a little bit, and they put out Silver.
I know too.
And honestly, it was basically try to play off that thing. And honestly, if I'm looking at it now, but if you look at the Ultimate Edition of Batman v Superman, phenomenal movie, great movie, has aged well, gets more fans every day, even people who hated on it in the past. Civil War, although it was cool to see everybody in Civil War, it was almost like an Avengers 2.5.
Yeah.
And there were no stakes for me in Civil War. You didn't feel like anybody was actually fighting. I felt like Batman really wanted to take Superman out in Batman v Superman. I didn't feel like Superman was fighting to his full potential because he didn't want to kill Batman. He didn't want to go there. But there was a lot of issues like brought up in Batman v Superman, just cultural issues and serious, like life-threatening stuff, man. And like, what do you do with an alien? What do you do with a superpower like this? Do you embrace it? Do you fight it off? And Batman chose, hey, look, if there's a 1% chance that he's evil, I got to take him down, which I completely understand. I completely understand it from that point of view. That being said, in Civil War, the stakes were never really that high. The villain, I know that they're going to bring it back, but honestly, his plan, really to pull off that plan, if you really look at that plan in Civil War, it is so far-fetched to know that this person is going to make this decision. You'd never know that. You would never know that this person, you're going to do this, and that person's going to make this decision, and that's going to cause this person to make this decision, and it just goes down the line, right? There's too many factors at play for that villain to just know that all that stuff was going to happen and be at the right place at the right time when it needed to happen. Also, the fight scene at the airport is super cool looking because you got all the heroes, right? But nobody's fighting. They even talk about it. Like, while they're fighting, they're like, I'm pulling my punch.
Hawkeye and
Well, like nobody really hates each other, you know. I mean, like, you know, Tony and Cap are in a fight over something, but honestly, nobody's fighting to the death, you know. Nobody's really trying to take down anybody. They're all pulling their punches. They're just on different sides. They don't even want to fight, you know.
No,
And
like casualties and accident, you know.
Spider-Man's entrance is super cool. I'll be honest with you. Spider-Man's entrance is super cool in that movie. And he's cool in that fight. It's cool to see Ant-Man like in that fight and like geeking out over Captain America and all that stuff, you know. But like,
man.
Yeah, the only real thing that really happens in there is Rhodey gets hurt, you know, and can't walk, and you think that, but even by the next movie, man, he's got tech that's like, I'm all good.
Yeah.
It's like, what's that like, you see a guy fall down or like, you know, falls guy and it's like, it looks like he's dead, and then he's like, gives you the thumbs up, he's like, he's okay, you know. It's like that's kind of how I felt. So you had that with Civil War. Then after Civil War, now you got these new movies, right? And so DC has always had a multiverse, and I know that Marvel has a multiverse as well, but DC especially has been known for years with their multiverse. Marvel has the Spider-Verse is great. I loved the animated Spider-Man into the Spider-Verse. I thought that was awesome. I don't know that we need to see live action of that right now. And I'm a little worried as to what they're saying, because with the Flash, it makes sense. The Flash, if you do a Flashpoint kind of thing and you bring in some multiverse kind of options, and they've already planted that seed with Ezra Miller showing up on the CW show, which I thought was super cool. And then from there, you know, it's talking about they're bringing in Michael Keaton's Batman along with Ben Affleck Batman, and God only knows what else we're going to see in that Flash movie. We could literally see anything at this point. So I'm looking forward to that. With this multiverse thing, I know that we're going to have a Doctor Strange into the multiverse of madness, and it sounds like that's going to spring forth from this next Spider-Man movie. I don't know, man. Would I geek out if all three Spider-Men are there? Yeah. I'm going to be right there with everybody. So I don't want to sound like a negative Nancy and just be like, oh, I'm going to hate it, because I'm not going to.
That's all good.
And you know what? And I'll be honest with you, I really feel that if you know that Spider-Man meme, you know, where like Spider-Mans are pointing at each other.
I seen that one. It showed all three of them.
Like if they don't do that scene, if they do bring in Toby and they do bring in Andrew Garfield, they got to do something like that.
That scene.
Yeah, that's hilarious. You know, I mean, they even did it in Into the Spider-Verse, you know.
Oh,
and
yeah,
so
like, how dare you point at me?
yeah, with Spider-Man 2099, which was awesome. And I'm looking forward to that sequel.
Okay.
But I want it to make sense. And I just don't know if the whole MCU is really committed to that multiverse story. You know, I mean, is that where they're really going? Is that where they were really going before all this? Or are they just trying to kind of capitalize because they saw that people were getting really excited about the idea of MCU?
I remember when Doctor Strange came out, you had the H1 talking about this vast multiverse. And then near Infinity War and Far From Home, they made it look like the snap opened the multiverse and Mysterio from another Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of felt like they were teasing it a little.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like a lot of us Shifty Gism says I can't even remember who the villain was in Civil War.
Okay.
Zemo, and so
I don't understand with Doctor Strange Spider-Man 3 because of the Flash. Oh.
Yeah, it just feels like we're seeing kind of the same thing again. Oh, good. Thank you, Ryan, for letting me know, man. I wanted to make sure. Yeah, you know, this is a great point. Rel brings up a great point. Civil War, the comic, was amazing. The movie is a little overrated because the movie doesn't even try to go where the comic went. You know, I mean, the comic was just way involved, man. And
yeah, it had more heroes from the whole universe.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, I'm just starting to see some people saying that
Hey, Film Gob.
they had to go. But it's Film Gob here. Hey, what's up, Film Gob? Merry Christmas to you, Lounge Life. Buddy. Absolutely, heck yeah, Lounge Life. We got our Christmas Star Wars figures in the house. We're celebrating Christmas Stormtrooper style with little Baba Frick up there.
Bad.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Babu Freak.
Babu Frick. But yeah, hey, what's up, Film Gob? Good to see you, man. We're gonna have to have you back here on the channel pretty soon, man. I'd love to talk to you, man. We haven't talked enough, and I'd love to have you on, or do some more collaboration, as it were. Because I always like your stuff.
Oh, yeah. Hilarious, man.
Absolutely. Film Gob's a good guy. I love how Film Gob gives it to people.
Right.
I mean,
mm-hmm.
and I love the fact that Film Gob don't care. Actually, Film Gob, you and I need to talk about a couple of things, because I have some interesting information for you, actually. So maybe hit us up on DM sometime here soon, and I could share some stuff with you. Maybe we can jump on a private chat or something and talk over something, because I have something that you might be interested in. Little side note there. Anyways, but yeah, like I'm looking forward to it. But if you ask me what I'm looking most forward to, dude, I'm looking forward to The Flash. You're gonna tell me Michael Keaton's coming back?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. MCU, love it. I love MCU, but yeah, ain't nothing gonna. You tell me Michael Keaton's gonna be there, and it doesn't matter that Michael Keaton's probably gonna be in the Spider-Man thing, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say he is in the MCU as well.
Hey, the Vulture.
But you give me Michael Keaton Batman as opposed to Michael Keaton Vulture. I'm taking Michael Keaton Batman. I'm sorry, I just am. That's where I'm going with that, man.
Just because he's my Batman, that's the only reason.
Oh, William, you're so wrong. You're so wrong.
No, I was gonna say he had no depth of character. That was his big problem.
Was he even a character?
If you compare Zemo to Luther in BVS, I'll take Luther any day of the week.
Absolutely. Zemo had no character. There was no motivation. Dude, everything you just said there is like the exact opposite. Plus, at the end of the movie, it made no sense. He would have literally had to predict the future, and know exactly all the interacts. And look, that end is so silly, because I'm sorry, but Iron Man's motivation for being mad at Captain America in that movie,
it had no reason.
No reason whatsoever.
No reason to fight.
No.
Buck was being mind controlled, first of all. It wasn't like Buck turned evil. But yeah, Gary, we see you, buddy. I see you, man. You are here. And I'm glad you're here. But no, Bucky had absolutely nothing. He was being mind controlled. Yeah. It's not like he turned evil and started killing people.
Yeah, he was the Winter Soldier, not Bucky Barnes. Yeah,
is Captain America was supporting his friend, trying to win his friend back, and Tony's over here wanting to kill both of them in cold blood because he killed his parents that he never really even knew. What?
Yeah, I don't care.
Shifty Gism says it best. In the comics, he's a dude who digs purple. It's about all we can say. Yeah. My name's Helmut.
I mean,
D. Al Vince is the next guy to come in. I love it. I'm looking forward to this, since it's some of the comments are consequential to any events happening in Civil War. Cap and Tony were already having conflict before he was even in the picture. Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Age of Ultron. I mean, they were at each other's throats in that movie the whole time. Pseudo armor.
It even goes far back as Avengers.
Yeah.
Barcelona said it best. Who's Zemo? Genuinely don't remember. That's we go back and make an 80s song by El DeBarge. Who's Zemo? He said. and tried to look the other way. Who's Zemo? They said, is he even in this movie? Who's Zemo? They said, and started fighting anyway, because Zemo had no kind of play. There's just nothing there, man.
Well, and it's a shame because they wasted that actor.
Oh, for sure. But apparently they're bringing him back. But but that's the thing is like,
Yeah,
have you noticed that they do a villain bad? They try to bring him back and redeem
make up for it.
Yeah, they try to. It's.
I'm a Michigan girl because he's coming to She-Hulk.
I'd say the only good thing is it gave us T'Challa. We got the Black Panther out of it.
Yeah, but even that movie, I like that movie. I like it a lot, and I want to make sure that I preface this. I like that movie a lot. But even that movie had had a lot of flaws, and look, Chadwick, I'm sorry, did a phenomenal job as I'm sorry, it is 12 in the morning. No, as was it T'Challa?
T'Challa.
I'm sorry, T'Challa. So he did a great job as that character. And it had a great supporting cast, and it was really great. And honestly, the tension in that movie was really good too, because I thought Michael B. Jordan stole that film, though. Michael B. Jordan did such a great job.
Oh, Killmonger was amazing.
I'm telling you right now, watching that movie, I was rooting for Killmonger half the time because I understood it. See, this is what I was telling Ambassador the other night. A good film makes you question your own ethics.
Yep.
It makes you question where you stand on something. And when you can relate with the villain of a movie, that is such a powerful thing, because when you're sitting here going, hold on. Should the good guy win here? Should they just kind of take this guy down? Or I always love to be challenged that way. And so,
like you were saying, BVS does that. And it's just like, you put yourself in the mindset of Bruce Wayne, where it's like, this is an alien invasion in a sense, you know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. I kind of feel bad because during the time when those movies first came out, I didn't watch them because I was more of a Marvel head, so I was just like, oh yeah, well, BVS, blah blah blah, and then I saw the Ultimate Edition, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. Like it brought it to a whole nother level. So I mean,
yeah. Drab Walker here says, I was a DC fan before I was a Marvel fan as a kid. Bucky, even being mind controlled, killed Tony Stark. I get it, but it really makes Iron Man look bad. In my eyes, to know that something wasn't somebody's fault and want to kill them, and then really how do you turn on your best friend like that? The guy that you're fighting beside in Captain America, you turn on him like that and want to kill him because the guy is defending the guy who was brainwashed, who killed your dad, like your parents. Even in the comics, Batman deals with Joe Chill. Joe Chill killed his parents, and even Batman, who was a tortured soul, like we just read 3 Jokers. If you read 3 Jokers, I tell you right now, I encourage you to read 3 Jokers. 3 Jokers is a great book, or 3 books actually, to read about something like that, because Batman has to come to grips. He already knows that Joe Chill killed his parents. But I don't want to spoil that book for anybody, because honestly, that book is just too good to spoil. I really don't want to even do that. All I can say is, please, read it. So,
Oh my god.
Nah.
I don't even know what that means.
He's comparing Snyder to Michael Bay.
That is the most ridiculous thing ever. Michael Bay Michael Bay is all over the place and literally doesn't have any kind of story to drive or any kind of idea or concept or anything to heart to drive home and like change you or anything. Look at the Transformers movies. Absolute drivel. Like the first one is okay. Like the most I can say about a Transformers movie is it's okay, except for Bumblebee, which is actually a little bit better. And look, seeing Generation 1 style Transformers gets my blood going. Like if you've ever seen my review of that here when we did our reaction video, that's the craziest reaction video I think I've ever made because I lost my mind over seeing Generation 1 Transformers. But I was just watching Revenge of the Fallen was on TV the other day. And I tried to watch 5 minutes of that thing and I was like, this is the worst garbage I have ever seen in my life. You got people trying to look at Transformers that you can tell aren't there. That like you got horrible acting.
Their eye lines are all off.
It feels like a kid adventure movie. You know, Shia LaBeouf is like in charge of the matrix of leadership. Bull crap. It's so stupid. And I'm sorry, but Superman destroyed Zod's ship in midair. Why did he destroy Zod's ship in midair?
To say
William, if you're gonna make a statement, you can't just make a statement. Like that statement is like a Michael Bay statement. Because that's, that's what Michael Bay would say. Oh, a ship is in the air and it explodes. Are you forgetting all of the dialogue that's going on inside of that ship before it explodes? Superman, Clark is literally there pleading with Zod to stop. Zod will not stop. People are literally making decisions in those moments of whether to live or die to save the entire freaking planet. And Superman realizes that if he allows the ship to get there and for all those things to happen, the planet is going to be terraformed. The planet is going to be destroyed and everyone on Earth will be taken with it. And he has to make a choice in that moment, in that very moment, to save the Earth and to save humans as opposed to saving the culture and the his home planet. I'm sorry if all you got from that was Zod's ship blew up in midair. You must have been stuffing your face with popcorn at the time, or maybe you were talking on your phone, buddy. I don't know, man. And I don't know what to make of some of your comments, to be honest with you. You made a couple of comments the other day that were okay. And I try to go as far as I can with people, but I see a lot of comments from you, buddy, that just, look, I know that you're, I know where you come from. Okay. I know, but you know what? There are people who like me, and there are people who like our dear friends on the corner, and that's fine. That's fine, and everybody's welcome here. I got otherwise Dravwalker's one of them, and he comes in and we have good conversations, and I'm good with that. I think actually Andrew, I was just watching a video. I was watching one of my own videos the other day. It came up in my my thing, and I was watching the chat go by, and it was like one of the first times you had ever been here, Andrew. And I know that
oh, really?
Yeah, and I know that you've been a fan of other people, and that's fine because I don't hate anybody. I don't hate the guys on the corner, and whatever. But here's the thing: I will call out stupid comments, and that's just a dumb comment. I'm sorry, that comment just makes no sense.
I'm still racking my brain trying to figure out Michael Bay actually made a good movie.
Yeah. Look what he did. Look what he did. Oh my gosh! Look what the guy did to
Bad Boys, maybe ? I mean,
yeah. Well, yeah, maybe the first one, but you know what? I honestly had no even desire to see Bad Boys 2.
Pearl Harbor.
His versions of these guys right here.
Yeah, Megan Fox was the highlight of those movies. Other than that, it was bad.
Bad. Very.
Yeah, stick to
very.
I would take Ninja Turtles 3, and I can't stand that movie where they go back in time to like the Shogun era.
Yeah, you know what? I would too.
Over those CGI garbage piles any day of the week.
Yeah, who said they were aliens?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
to
even,
be honest, I never really enjoyed Bay's films. Like some I enjoyed, like Bad Boys One, Transformers, but most of the time he's like really bad. I mean, he just produced a movie recently called Songbird.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's done some decent producing work on television and stuff like that. You know, he did like what CSI and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I'll tell you
Or
what, man. I have a
modern
hard,
shows.
I have a hard time. And look, in the next few minutes, we're going to give away this this Turtles DVD set.
Nice.
If you don't know already, this Turtles DVD set has it's got the original 3 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies, the good ones, not the Michael Bay ones. It's a 5-movie set. It does not have the 2 Michael Bay ones on it. It's got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, well, TMNT, the cartoon movie, which was really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
And then it also, for us DC fans, it has Batman versus Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. All right. So the way that you are in the running for one of our giveaways, and Ryan was in here earlier. Ryan can attest. You actually get what we send. And by the way, Brian won our last one, and I've got I'm getting ready to send out your poster, buddy.
Sweet.
Your poster will be getting to you. But if you want this, all you got to do is either be a Patreon supporter or a member, and or give it a super chat at any time. And so here's our list of members right here. Right here. And then, of course, once again, we want to say a shout out and welcome our 2 newest. I can get that off there. Our 2 newest Patreon supporters, Ruben K.S. Rivera Jr. and, of course, Superior Shigari. So thanks to them. Those guys
Welcome,
are awesome.
friends. Welcome.
And yeah, you know, that's we'll give this away here in just a couple of minutes. All right. Real quick, and then I want to move on and get somebody in here. But there's some interesting conversations going on here in the chat. Let's see here. Yeah, Kelvin Lang says Snyder's world is the real world of superheroes, where real that was the whole point. I don't get why people go see a Snyder movie and complain because it's too dark. Yeah, the world is a crazy place.
Life is dark. Come on, man. Like,
He also said that people refuse to understand Zack Snyder's Superman because they are too tied to the past of the old version of Superman. That Boy Scout thing would not work in the real world.
It's true. It's true. And you know what? And honestly, he talked about Superman has to get to the place where we know him as Superman. He doesn't just pop up one day and he's Superman. That's what I love about Man of Steel. Is
he'd
that
be a Mary Sue.
Exactly. That that's a good point. But yeah, no, it's you know, Superman. How does Superman earn his place? And that's a great point. Superman should earn his place. You know?
I think it's more about learning him being Clark Kent. You know what I mean? The human aspect of Superman. And I think that how that was delved into by Man of Steel was freaking amazing. Like, you see him, you know, in the beginning where he's rescuing the people on the platform, and you know, that's just random happenstance and stuff like that. But like, as he goes along, you get to see that growth of Clark Kent as a person. So like when, you know, Lois loses him in Batman versus Superman, you feel that loss.
Heck
a lot
yeah.
more so than, you know, in Transformers. Come on.
A bell end. What is a bell end?
It's a phallic
I
object.
don't know if you're calling him a name.
Oh, is it? Well, that's wonderful. That's
It's
wonderful.
British.
Well, you know what? Yeah. Okay. All right, Willie. That's just great. And you know what? The bell has already been rung.
And
you got to have a pretty big clapper to ring that bell.
Well, and I think also with Batman, we can say the same thing I said about Legends. People are hung up on the Dark Knight movies. Like, you can't, they hold it sacrosanct. So it's like, you can't recast the Joker. Heath Ledger's the only person that could ever play the Joker again. It's like, no.
See, Mladen, I get your point here because you're using the Batman stuff, you know, to explain Tony, but Tony doesn't earn that. Tony hasn't gone through that. Tony has not at that point in the story, Tony has not gone through that kind of transformation. Tony has barely earned redemption from being the jerkwad that he was in the first two movies. Like, so, you know, like he barely came out of the first movie as a different person or changed. In the second movie, he's still trying to get through all that stuff. By the time you get to Civil War, he's just a guy who's trying to control everything and trying to tell everybody what to do and trying to usurp Captain America, and he's more concerned about that. And then all of a sudden, when he finds out his parents were killed by Bucky, then all of a sudden he's just flat out just angry and just going to kill somebody. Like, and he didn't even really know his parents. You know, so I just don't see that this you
can't compare the two. Like, Bruce Wayne had a hard life. Like,
not only a hard life, but man, at this point, at the point that you hear them talk about this is when, by the time Alfred says this is how it starts, the fever, the rage, the feeling of powerlessness that turns good men cruel. Batman has been in work for over 20 years.
Yeah.
He's seen Robin die at the hand of the Joker. Obviously, the crowbar is there. So obviously, whatever happened to Robin was brutal. With the joke's on you. Batman has seen some crap by this point. So much more than Tony ever saw. You know, so I don't know. I personally I don't see the connection. Yep.
Oh.
Yep, that makes sense. First of all, yeah, Lex Luthor. Yep, that makes sense because he's a bad guy.
Superman and
how do you
Bruce,
think
Bruce has always been willing to do what needs to be done to take down whoever he needs to take down. He tries not to kill, but don't come at me with the killing thing, because you know what? Batman is always killed. Even
killing in all the other movies.
In the old 60s show, Batman killed somebody, and you say when? In Batman the movie from the 1960s, all the bad guys get dehydrated. Where do you think they go?
Ooh.
They get evaporated. When Batman punches them, when Robin punches them, they turn into a pile of sand.
Yeah.
And they blow in the wind. People die. Michael Keaton's Batman shoves a bomb down a fat guy's pants and pushes him down a hole and smiles, walks away smiling when that bomb goes off and kills that guy. What about the guy up in the bell tower who attacks Batman, and Batman throws him down the bell tower in Batman
89. Yeah.
What about Val Kilmer who let Two-Face fall?
Yeah.
So yeah, whatever. That's just
that's what I said. I think people are getting too hung up on the Dark Knight stuff. You know, the Nolan movies. It's like, no, sorry, we've moved on.
You spelled this wrong, William, because everyone in Civil War is wrong, but for the right, meaning the writing reasons. They wrote horrible characters and wrote a horrible story. So, yeah.
Well, we were firmly entrenched in the Marvel sausage factory at that point in time.
Oh, yeah.
So it was like, you know, after we had the spy thriller, it was like it's all downhill from there. It's like Winter Soldier and then...
And Rel is absolutely right. It's only murder when it's DC, but when the Avengers do it, crickets. How many people do you think died in the Battle of New York? What did the Avengers? Who did you see the Avengers actually saving? I saw the Avengers standing around in poses, looking cool, and Hawkeye. Oh, look at that! Captain America, Shield, and Hulk smashing a car. And
Sokovia.
What?
You know what I mean? They dropped a city.
Buildings are literally flying, or buildings are literally toppling over with spaceships flying through them, and the only person you see the Avengers actually do anything about is Tony. And you have a moment there where Tony goes through the portal thing into the other universe and stuff, and then you're just like, and then he comes back down. So there you go. And yeah, and then Goober says all the people that died in Age of Ultron.
Yeah, they dropped Sokovia. Literally, that's why Zemo did what he did, because he lost his family.
Literally, the Hulk and the Hulkbuster go and like literally tear up a city full of people. You think nobody died in there? Why do you think that they wanted them to sign the Accords? Because people were dying because of the Avengers. And then people want to give me, well,
And,
Superman should have taken Zod outside the city. Superman should have taken Zod away from Metropolis and lured him away. Why would Zod leave Metropolis? Zod would have never left Metropolis because the world engine was in Metropolis. He was literally trying to terraform the world and in Metropolis. His whole point of being was to be there and transfer all that power and do that thing right there. He would have never left his base of operations that he had set up there in Metropolis to go follow Superman. If Superman would have flown off away, he would have let Superman go and dealt with Superman later and finished terraforming the freaking planet.
They killed millions and ate shawarma.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They watched. Yeah, I'm amazed. They watched the city of New York pretty much collapse all around them, and then they went all and ate shawarma afterwards. Good going, Avengers.
Thanks,
Good
Kelvin.
going, Joss Whedon. I'm surprised one of the women weren't fondled during the shawarma scene. Okay,
Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, that's what I think of that. So
yeah, covering his beard, and that's it. With his hand.
The Avengers stood around looking cool, but Hulk and Scarlet Witch didn't make out in the middle of Ground Zero.
Oh, shots fired.
Oh man, I love it. D. Alvin says Inasha just died for all the writing reasons. That's it. The Avengers are soldiers, and it's about context. The context of what? The context of looking comic booky and cheesy.
Soldiers don't pose.
Yeah, soldiers don't pose. Soldiers get in the trenches, man, and are trying to figure out. Batman v Superman is a soldier. That's
Wonder Woman going into no man's land.
That's a soldier.
That's a soldier.
Wonder Woman flying into battle against Doomsday with Batman and Superman and the. Okay, that is freaking awesome. That's a soldier. Superman sacrificing himself and literally pulling Doomsday's spike into himself so that he can drive the spear and kill Doomsday. That's a soldier.
Yeah.
Not getting a scuff mark on your super outfit. That's an Avenger.
To protect the city.
That's an Avenger. Having to have somebody hold your hand and talk you down because you don't like being the Hulk. That's an Avenger. Being mad at somebody for something that's completely out of their control. What do you think the world would do if in Batman v Superman, Superman would have found out that Batman had been mind controlled and killed Martha or Pa Kent, and Superman with bloodlust wanted to kill Batman because of it?
Yeah.
The whole freaking world would have lost their freaking mind and said, see, Zack Snyder just wants him to kill everybody. He doesn't care. That's exactly what happened, and it was dumb. I'm done with that.
Even the quote unquote childish character like Shazam, I mean, even that had more levity to it than, like Thor, where everything was played as a joke after the second one.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So I was the one we had in this first film, the one that goes bring me Thanos. That's my Thor.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Ragnarok. It's a great movie, but I laughed more than I did anything else.
Look, I'm not saying Marvel movies are necessarily bad. They're just way different and they're not realistic at all. No. I like Ragnarok because it happens someplace else, man. And it's like, okay, I'm getting that. That's fine.
Well, and after phase one, it became form movies. It was like, we got this movie here. We got the heist movie. We got the, so. Yeah.
This is funny.
I think
This is funny. Stop killing us, Avengers. We got to move on. We got to get this guy. But yeah, D. Alvin says, did Superman take the fight away from the city in Superman 2? Or did he say, care to step outside?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, the Codex was in Metropolis. It was in Superman. But Superman, what did Superman say? Superman didn't know that all that stuff was in him.
Mm-hmm.
Superman didn't have all that knowledge. Superman
yeah,
what did Superman say? Superman, Clark. Let me say this. Clark. Not even Superman, Clark in the Superman outfit says to Zod, Krypton had its chance. If this is Krypton, basically, I don't want it, and I'm not going to defend it. So, so there you go. So, anyways, so that's good. Yeah, no, it's all good. So we're all good. But hey, man, yeah, man, you know, if I gotta if I gotta
it's not about saving everyone.
If I gotta pick between those movies, if I gotta pick between those movies, Flash all day long, man. Flash.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah. And I love Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be there for Spider-Man. I'm gonna watch it. But you know, and it's gonna be interesting to see how many, because I mean, dude, they're putting everybody in the kitchen sink in that movie. So
every franchise.
Yeah, but dude, they're not gonna bring back those franchises. So they're not Toby's not gonna do another movie after that. Andrew Garfield's not gonna do another movie. I mean, that's just weird. They're not gonna have three different Spider-Man like individual like things going forward. So I mean, the only way that I can see them carrying it on is if they carry it on into like maybe one other movie in the MCU, like, you know, maybe the Multiverse of Madness, like maybe there's like a cliffhanger or something. But as far as like being a regular thing, I mean, why would you even want to see three? Why would you want to see three different Peter Parkers?
Well, Doctor Strange 2 is being directed by Sam Raimi, and Raimi created Tobey Spider-Man.
See, I could see it spilling over in because Raimi's doing Multiverse of Madness, Doctor Strange. I could see Spider-Man spilling over into that movie.
Yeah,
because you give it back to Raimi, and I'm fine with that. Raimi did a great job.
Yeah, I'm more looking forward to Fantastic Four coming back.
Dude, I want to see what the MCU does with Fantastic Four.
Yeah,
I think they finally do a good job with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I think Fox
silence saying, "Don't break my heart. Let the man dream."
It's all right. It's all good. All right. Well, hey, I'm gonna move on here, but thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. You're awesome, buddy. I love you, buddy. And we'll see you next time. All right, man. All right. I do want to address this one thing here. William Clay says it's not about saving everyone; it's about preserving as much life as possible. Yep.
Well, that's the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
Yep. And Superman is one person. How many Avengers were there?
6.
And before you tell me that the Avengers saved New York, Superman saved the entire planet. You know what? I wish that I had lined up a video with Superman giving you a beat down, but instead, I'll just give you another DC character. How about that?
I'm vengeance.
Yep. Yep. And I'll wait while you give me your thanks.
Way to go, Poindexter. Check out this clip. Thank you, Poindexter Lounge.
You're welcome. All right. So that conversation's mute. Because moot, I should say, because we're done. But hey,
we got a new member.
Hey, Trav Walker.
Welcome.
Welcome, Trav Walker, as a member. Thank you so much, buddy. You're awesome.
Absolutely.
You're on the list. Thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate that, man. That is awesome. Welcome to the Poindexter Lounge. Welcome to our nerd family. I love Gary here. Says, man, I turned off my heating. It's so warm in here. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. Well, these I got two guys waiting still, and I'm going to bring in one. Rel says here, Enosh dropping gems. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Yeah, Batman and Superman don't try to preserve life as much as possible. They do a better job preserving life than any Marvel movie. Just because you don't see people dying doesn't mean they're not. Well, don't you know, Darth Tasty? If you don't see the people die or that they're in trouble, it didn't happen. Actually, this is another person that I hope that comes back, I should say, into the DC universe, because he played Constantine. I mean, you know, but I would love to see him. Actually, I'd love to see him. Can you imagine Keanu Reeves maybe as Dr. Fate?
Oh yeah. Oh, that'd be cool.
But I could see him as Silver Surfer, the voice of Silver Surfer too. I like that. But yes, Yes, you have arrived, Drav Walker. I'm so glad to have you here, man. I'm so glad to have you here. Thank you so much, bud.
We got Tony's in the house, man. What's up,
all right,
Tony?
Tony's in the house. Here's the link one more time. We're not going to go too much longer because we are at the 3-hour mark.
Yeah, I got to get going.
And I got a couple of guys here, and so I just want to. But this guy's been dropping heat all night long, man. Awesome comments, one after the other. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the lounge. DL Vince, what's up, DL?
How's it going, gentlemen?
Good, fantastic, man. Welcome to the lounge.
Thank you. I actually just found your channel this year, so the beginning of the year, and I've been a fan ever since. So I'm glad to actually finally talk to you guys.
Well, welcome, man. I am so glad to have you here, man. I'm always happy to meet new people, and so I'm really glad that you found us, and I'm glad that you're here tonight.
Sweet. I'm also from Michigan too. I'm from Detroit.
Awesome, man.
Yes.
Just down the road. Just down the road.
Nice to meet a fellow Michigander.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, man. I actually was going to talk to you about Star Wars, but then like you got into that heated conversation with DC and Marvel, and I was like, ooh, yeah, hot takes, man. Good. Love
it. That's funny. Politics.
Yeah.
No, it's great though.
That was great, man. You pretty much we're saying exactly what I was thinking about these movies for the longest time. I mean, because I do enjoy Marvel and DC. I grew up with DC more, and Superman is my favorite comic book character. Man of Steel Man of Steel is my favorite DCEU movie. So it just frustrated me for the longest time. People misunderstanding that movie. It's it's like people are still expecting Superman to be a certain way that the Christopher Reeve and stuff like that, which I appreciate what Christopher Reeve did for that period of time, but as you guys said, that doesn't work for our world today. It's I don't understand why people want to emulate that so much, especially when you have other characters like Batman that's evolved so many times and people were more accepting to that. But when it comes to Superman, they want him to be this one certain way and that's it. So it's it just really boggles my mind.
DC Talk with Extended says, Enosh, I am trying to become a patron, but it's not letting me. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I don't know what's I don't know, man. Maybe try backing out and coming back in. I'll see if I can maybe even put the link up here again, maybe and find a way for you to be able to do it, because maybe it's the link or something. I don't know. But definitely want you to be able to do that if you can. If that's what you're looking to do, sir. Yeah, man. But no, I totally agree with you, man. I don't understand. Look, I love Christopher Reeve. I will always love Christopher Reeve, and I love his portrayal because, man, that's what introduced me to Superman.
Yeah,
that's what made that possible for me to find that love of Superman, and it served its purpose. But by the way, DC Talk, here is the link here for the Patreon. Hopefully that works for you, man. But the thing is that should we only have, look, there's some people who really love Adam West.
Yeah.
And I got to meet Adam West, and Adam West was funny. He was a great guy. I got to meet him and Burt Ward. I got to talk to him, man, at Motor City Comic Con, in fact, a couple of years ago. And I was at their panel, and I made a joke at the time. I said, "Hi, my name is Enosh, and I'm from Flint, Michigan. And first of all, I'm not here to ask you to come and save us from the dastardly deeds and the poisoning that's been done to our water, because it sounds like something out of a Batman movie. But I just, they're great. They're awesome. They're fun. But should that be the only version of Batman that we see ever? Should we have never gotten 1989's Tim Burton Batman, which is very gothic, very kind of strange and weird? And but look, I by the time you get to Batman Forever, Batman Forever's weird. The city, yeah. I don't understand the city. You got roads up above the skyscrapers.
Neon light everywhere.
Yeah.
What?
What? This isn't Vegas. What the heck?
Yeah. The Schumacher ones.
Like how is black light glowing in the city? Like I don't get this, man. You know, like you got Batman, driving up well, actually, is it Batman or Robin? I can't remember. It was, I think, yeah,
it was Batman Forever driving up a wall with the grappling hook. Like what?
Like, what in the world am I watching here? But you know what?
Oh, technically, Batman killed Two-Face's minions that way too when he went up the building and all the cars blew up. For people saying Batman doesn't kill, like, come on, guys.
Hashtag bat nips.
Nipples on the bat.
Oh yeah.
Don't even get me
Butt
started.
shots, gratuitous butt shots.
Don't even get me started on Batman and Robin because it is a guilty pleasure. But I mean, come on, the Bat credit card.
Yeah,
I was living like you have got. Is this a parody? Like what is this
doing here? What are we doing here? For God's sake! And so it just is what it is, But I just gotta say, it's like why if we can have those versions, why can't we have a grounded version? Why can't we have a version that gives us something different, right? And so we had Christopher Reeve Superman. We had George Reeves Superman back in the 50s.
And Brandon Routh.
We had Brandon Routh, like who was trying to copy, Christopher Reeve again, when they tried to do that movie. We had Lois and Clark, The Adventures of Superman.
Dean Cain.
Dean Cain, man. Did you guys see that picture of Dean Cain on a flight with Brandon Routh?
Oh no,
it's gotta be amazing though.
Oh, I've got it here. Hold on a second. I'll pull it up while we're talking. But seriously, guys, like we have that, right? So that's all good. That's all fun. But you're gonna tell me then that I can't have a version of Superman that's just rooted and grounded in reality, and means
what they did with. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Here's that photo. Wouldn't you feel safe on this flight?
Mm-hmm.
I just I don't understand why people got to be so butthurt over the fact that we just got something different.
Right, and especially like going back to Batman and Robin, it's like if we didn't get Batman Forever and Batman and Robin, we wouldn't have gotten Batman Begins. Because they had to go in a completely different direction because the light cheesy stuff wasn't working. And it's similar thing with Superman. After Superman 4, oh my God. And then they tried to modernize it with Superman Returns. And not a lot of people cared about that one. So they went to another direction that's more grounded and realistic. And there was more action because people complained that Superman Returns was boring. And so Zack Snyder gave us what we wanted, a more relatable Superman in a grounded world with a lot more action, cool special effects, and people still want to complain.
Yeah, it's like people don't know what the heck they want. They don't know what they want from Superman. They complain if Superman is too goody two shoes and has enough power to do anything, and they complain if Superman is challenged and has to deal with real life stuff. So, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Like I really don't know what to tell somebody at that point.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, Goober. That's a safe flight right there.
And I just want to say that is so truth, Rel. I do give Batman Forever credit for casting prime Nicole Kidman. Like,
oh yeah,
Dr. Chase Meridian, try a firefighter.
Let me tell you something. I am not necessarily a big fan of hers, and I haven't always thought that she looked the best. And like she's just not my type. But I'll tell you right now, in 2 movies, Nicole Kidman, because I was a 19-year-old man, I think at the time. Nicole Kidman looks great in Batman Forever, and in the same year she came out in a movie called To Die For.
Oh yeah.
Did you see To Die For?
Yeah, with
where she plays a teacher and Matt Dillon. Matt Dillon. She looks absolutely drop dead gorgeous.
It's the straight hair. It's
straight hair.
It's because Days of Thunder was like one of my favorite movies growing up because I grew up around race cars and stuff like that. So like Nicole Kidman being in that with Tom Cruise and stuff like that, and then like Far and Away, she had the curly hair,
Yeah,
I'd say she even looks good today. Like I saw her in Aquaman, and I was like, oh my God, you.
But see, that's what it's like. One of my pet peeves. It's like when you play a character in a DC property, but then you play another character. It's like Chris Evans with Captain America and the Human Torch. It's like,
yeah,
it could be kind of weird at first, but I thought that was okay because I thought she was still really good in the role, and plus there were like other DC alumni like Tamara Morrison, who was Abin Sur in the Green Lantern movie, came back to be Aquaman's dad, and he did a good job. And I think there was somebody else I can't think of right now, but
Aquaman was such a great movie, though. I mean,
yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Well, wasn't the one guy in Watchmen?
Oh yeah, Patrick Wilson. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He was really good as Ocean Master too. So like, yeah, I didn't mind it. Yeah, and Chris Evans, like, going from Human Torch to Captain America, I was one of those people that was like, huh? Like, Captain America?
But he did a good job. I mean,
he did.
Different characters, though.
I'll be honest with you, I like him better as Captain America than I ever liked him as Johnny Storm.
Oh yeah, Johnny Storm was like an a-hole. Like they're totally two different.
Though.
Yeah. Well, it shows his range, though. Honestly, you got to give him a little bit of credit.
And I got to be honest. I mean, that first Captain America or that first Fantastic Four movie really wasn't that bad.
No, I liked it.
It was fun.
I mean, Michael Chiklis' suit was kind of weird, but
yeah. And look, Silver Surfer actually looked on point, and his voice,
dude. Lawrence Fishburne, you could have him read bedtime stories, and I'd just be happy.
Like,
absolutely, man.
Silver Surfer was like borderline perfect in that movie. It felt like the movie itself didn't deserve that. It was that great. Goodness.
Yes. Heck yeah.
I don't see how the MCU could do something better than that. Like, that's spot on. Like,
oh, and he's a great Perry White too.
Yes. Yeah, I liked him as Perry White a lot.
Oh, he's excellent as Perry White. He's see that casting right there is where I talk about. There are some, like, every time somebody starts talking about like race swapping characters, you know, like I don't like to race swap characters just to race swap characters. You know, like when there's some people who are like, well, it doesn't matter what race this character is. I don't think that really works for a lot of characters, because there's a lot of these characters have been around a long time and they have a history and everything. And unless you're going to tell like a different type of story, like they did with Spider-Man, for example, with Miles Morales, right? So it's Spider-Man, but he's a different Spider-Man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, it's, you know, there's like many times like with Batman, like I think like right now they've got a black Batman, and that's fine, but it's a different, you know, take on it. Right. And so that's all good. And they've done that many times with many characters, but there are some characters like with Perry White, with Lawrence Fishburne does such a great job because he is Perry White.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He transcends being black, white, Latino, whatever. He is just Perry White. You believe him as Perry White. There's not one time that I ever looked at Lawrence Fishburne and thought, well, wait a second, Perry White's supposed to be white.
That's not essential to his character.
No, it's not. It's not essential to his character. Now, I will say, when I watched Supergirl and you had Jimmy Olsen as a really cool, like suave, you know, debonair black guy coming in, you know, like wooing the ladies and stuff.
Oh, I was pissed.
That's not
and I'm black.
Yeah, right. Thank you. That's not Jimmy Olsen, right? Like, if you want to make a character like that, that's fine, but that's not Jimmy Olsen. Like, Jimmy Olsen is like the opposite.
I'm James Olsen.
No, look,
James Olsen. Oh,
I'm James.
I'm not Jimmy.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And so, you know, so it's like that's when it just becomes, well, if you have to change a character so much that it's not that character anymore, that's where I say that's the line. You know what I mean? Like if you can keep that character as that character where, like, as Perry White, I look at Perry White and I was like, yeah. Another example is actually Michael B. Jordan in the Fantastic
Four stick.
Yeah. I believed him as Johnny Storm.
Yeah,
I didn't have a problem with him as Johnny Storm.
Yeah, I had more of an issue with Sue Storm than I did with Johnny Storm.
Right? Right?
Yeah, he was probably the standout out of the four.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I've never been a fan of the guy from what was that drumming movie?
Yeah. So, thank you, Jacob. I appreciate that. For sure. And what's up, Rasha? Good
Hey,
to
welcome
see
back.
Rasha. Always love when Rasha joins.
Yeah, Goober's got a good point too.
We lost Zod again. You know what? So I've got a couple of guys in the background. I hope that you don't mind. I'm going to bring in everybody. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
I got a couple of guys here, and we'll bring in One Step Too Far and Tristan. Good to see you. And Zod, if you come back, man, I will. I'll throw you back in there, bro, and we'll get you in right away. Zod has been waiting all night. He was the last one earlier to jump in, and then he jumped out, and then he jumped back in, and so I definitely.
It's been a while since I've talked to Zod. So.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've talked to Zod too. He was in a stream of mine a few weeks ago. Man, it's been a while, and I miss Zod. Zod hasn't been here on the show in a while, so I miss Zod. So what's going on, guys? What's going on, Tristan? Tristan hasn't been on the show before, I don't think. What's up, Tristan?
Hey, Yanesh.
How you doing, man?
I'm good.
What's on your mind?
I'm just excited for the Snyder Cut.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah, me too.
The DC universe, like, it's gonna be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The one I'm most excited with is Black Adam, because we finally gonna get to see Doctor Who.
Heck yeah.
And we finally gonna get Hawkman on the big screen.
Right? Oh my gosh. I cannot wait.
Gonna be crazy.
I cannot wait for both of those. Who better to play Black Adam than The Rock?
I think this DC slate is gonna blow away Marvel out of the blue.
Oh, hands down.
Yeah. Even though I am looking forward to some of the stuff from Marvel, but I'm like DC stuff like, hey, but we got this stuff over here. I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, I look at it like Marvel had their time in the sun,
Yeah.
They kind of had Endgame, and that was it,
Yeah. Like, I felt like, especially I personally felt like I needed a little bit of a break from Marvel because they were releasing 3 movies a year, and I was like, okay, I need some time to breathe, especially after Endgame. I'm like, I need a break, man. But you're like, no, here's 2 more.
Yeah, right. We got a whole slate of stuff coming for you, and it's all coming right now. And it's like, oh, hey, back off there for a second,
I can only spend so much in a year.
Well, I think too, like, Marvel did a really good job of building up their movies over a period of time, right? And then, but it felt like Endgame was the end, didn't it?
Yeah.
Like even though we know that there's more characters and there's more stories out there in Marvel, it really felt like they now have to start all over again.
Yeah, it kind of put an exclamation point to it. And it's like, well, don't you have Spider-Man and a bunch of other stuff to show too? I mean,
well, and I was especially getting worried when there was, all that talk about Spider-Man not coming back to the MCU. And I'm like, well, if you're gonna get rid of Spider-Man on me, and you think that you're gonna replace Spider-Man with the Eternals, I'm sorry.
Or Miss Marvel.
Yeah, you're gonna lose me.
you couldn't replace the hot air Kevin Feige blows out of his rear end with the Eternals. Okay. I'd rather sit down and watch not even like a season or like a complete episode, but the friggin' pitch for the plot of Buffy the Vampire Slayer from Joss Whedon than watch the Eternals. I just don't care. I don't give an ever-loving shit about the Eternals. I don't care how buff the Indian dude has gotten. Since I know that's been like, and he's gotten shredded. Good for him. Actually, to be honest, that's way more interesting than the movie's going to be. I just don't care.
I don't care about the Eternals either. That's the thing. It's like,
I'm like, what are the Eternals?
Yeah, like, in all fairness, I'm sorry, go ahead. Was that DL?
No,
I don't know what happened there.
It might have been Tristan. Tristan might be on a cell phone too. So I'm just kind of cutting out. I don't know. What I was going to say is that, look, in all fairness, I was not when I first saw the first preview of Guardians of the Galaxy,
I was about to say, yeah,
Guardians of the Galaxy, I was like, this is the one. And I was wrong. I was absolutely wrong. But I was like, man, because all I had to go off of was all the stupid complaints that we've heard about DC over the years, right? And I thought to myself, hold on, Marvel's going to introduce a talking tree and a raccoon. No, people are not going to go for this, right? But the writing was really good. And when I went to go see it, I was like, oh my gosh, they totally won me over. But I don't see any personality in the Eternals at all that, like, with those characters. And I've looked them up, and yeah, and Rasha hit it right here. Before, well, I'm going to come back to Dravwalker here real quick in just a second. But Rasha says they've given us next to nothing on the Eternals, and we just don't care. And
No, that's wrong. They've given us everything. There's just nothing to care about. Literally for eternity. They've been around since the beginning of eternity, and nobody knows who the F they are. And, I'm stretching it. I'm being hyperbolic. We know who they are. They're the people who've been around for forever, and we still don't care about their movie.
Yeah.
Didn't they try and do a TV show? Don't they, live on the moon? Who cares? One of their heads has been decapitated by the symbiote god Null, who cut his head up with a sword, which was a symbiote, because he created the symbiotes as weapons. And now they just call the head Nowhere. And they don't know where it came from, but they know that Nowhere is somewhere. But it's really cool because it's not spelled like nowhere, like a location. It's spelled like K-N-O, and like nothing where. Yeah, I don't want to know anything. I don't want to know anymore. I don't want to know anything about the Eternals. I don't care. I'm eternally ungrateful for anything that Feige's done in the past 10 years because of the Eternals.
I love you, man.
Put Daenerys Stormborn in the movie and have her just murder everybody, and I'll be like, oh, okay, at least she's got kind of an arc now. Maybe D&D did know what they were doing, because Kevin Feige just threw Daenerys Stormborns in the Eternal movie, and guess what, guys? She's not in the movie, but I bet half the audience listening right now was like, is she in the movie? I mean, she might be in the movie. Is she one of the Eternals? Because we don't know anything about it because we don't care.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
Just saying.
I want to get to Dravwalker's our newest member. Again, welcome, Dravwalker. Gave a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate you. It says, what about Samuel L. Jackson? This is going back to our discussion just a couple seconds ago about switching up races of characters. It says, what about Samuel L. Jackson as Nick Fury? Awesome. Was OG white in the comics. Then they changed because of MCU. There in the comics, the Hoff played him. And that's right. People forget David Hasselhoff played Nick Fury, but Samuel L. Jackson owns that role.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not forget, with the Ultimate Comics, they based Nick Fury's design after Samuel L. Jackson, and Sam was like, "I'm going to play him in the movie, right?" And that's what happened. And just Hasselhoff, yeah, we love the Hoff, but Samuel L. Jackson, I think, would have brought more audience.
Do we love the Hoff?
I mean,
look, Hoff is the king of cheese. Look, I will always.
He's the king of sucking cheese off of a floor after he drops it out of his sandwich and he's drunk.
Yes. No, he is. But look, I love Knight Rider. I can go back and watch some of those cheesy Knight Rider episodes.
Sorry. Did somebody knock me in the back of the head and I woke up in Germany and we're all German now? Is that why we all love Hoff?
Look, the Germans love the Hoff, man. You can't take it away from him. You can't take it away from people. Love David Hasselhoff in Germany.
You don't hassle the Hoff.
No, he's got a huge following. Did you see him in Sharknado 3? Literally, his performance in Sharknado 3 helped start the Poindexter Lounge. I kid you not. The Poindexter Lounge, if you guys haven't heard this story, the Poindexter Lounge all started because I had this channel. I had this channel, but it was not a channel. This and thank you again, Dravwalker, for that. And then real quick, I want to put this up because Ryan makes a good point too. In Tim Burton's Batman, Harvey Dent was black. Billy D. Williams should have stayed Billy D. Williams. Should have been Billy D. Williams instead of
Tommy Lee Jones.
Tommy Lee Jones for sure. But no, the Poindexter Lounge started because I use the moniker Enosh Fett,
Is it because you used to fit inside of lockers?
No. What it was?
You're perfectly locker sized.
Nice. No, I was never that size, actually.
And you made it, you made it into your own thing. You turned it into a positive. You called it a lounge. You put up little Christmas lights.
No, but what happened was that I had made a YouTube channel only to just upload videos that I had made, silly little videos. And if you go back through the history of the
when it was YouTube, I put
up silly little videos. Yeah, it was just like the little stuff that I had done. And then honestly, we started as a family leading up to The Force Awakens. We started watching a lot of things like AMC Movie News back with John Campea and all those guys back when they were, when a lot of that stuff was like really relevant and good. And like they had Jedi Council.
Yeah, Jedi Council, man.
Dude, that stuff was fire, man. I watched movie news every day. And so one night, Tiffany and I, we're literally sitting there because I had an hour-long drive commute one way. So I had like a round trip 2-hour drive. So I would put that on in the car and just listen to it almost like a podcast and, listen to it while I was driving. And so one day, Tiffany and I, we had watched the first 2 Sharknadoes. And it was because it was something that we introduced the boys to. And we all thought it was ridiculously over the top and so stupid. But when you watch Sharknado 3, oh, hell no. That movie is so stupid. We were crying. We were laughing so hard. And honest to God, like Tiffany and I, we've done this a couple of times where we've gone back and watched an old video of ours. We need to go back and actually watch that and make that a video sometime of us watching ourselves talk about Sharknado 3, because that movie is so stupid. Hasselhoff is in that movie. Hasselhoff plays Ian Ziering's dad, and he ends up on the moon. And Tiffany and I, we were sitting around, we were laughing about it so much. Tiffany looked at me and she goes, Enosh, you know what? We should make a video about this and post it to your YouTube channel. And I said, okay. So we did. And we just laughed our way through it. We gave our description of Sharknado 3, and that's what birthed the Poindexter Lounge. Because from that, we started doing this little show called Spoiled, where we'd go watch a movie and then we talk about it. And then eventually Tiffany came up with the name Poindexter Lounge, because I told her, I said, because when we started growing a little bit, I said, you know what, we should actually do something, because Enosh Fett isn't really a thing. And I said, so we should, brand it or something. And she goes, you know what, we should call it the Poindexter Lounge, because she had the idea from my toy guy that I go to, and said, you guys stand around and talk about nerd stuff for like 2-3 hours every time we come here. She goes, he should just put bar stools up around here and call it the Poindexter Lounge, and you guys could just like have coffee or beer or whatever and just chill. And I said, that's a great idea. My friend Andrew's like, yeah, but I ain't ever going to do anything like that. And then Tiffany said, why don't we do that for the YouTube channel? That's what we do at the YouTube channel. We all sit around and talk about nerd stuff and have a fun time doing it. And so that's where the Poindexter Lounge was birthed, was from Sharknado 3.
There you go.
Amazing story.
Serendipity.
So if you hate Sharknado 3, just know that there would be no Poindexter Lounge if it wasn't for David Hasselhoff. David Hasselhoff in the SpongeBob movie. You remember that?
Oh yeah.
Do you mind if I reach a little bit into the past with this conversation?
Sure. What do you got?
Not too far into the past. I don't want to go like back to the 80s, so Hasselhoff can be relevant or anything like that. I kid because I love because I kid. I eat because I'm fat because I eat. So I'm really I kind of have a bone to pick with you. All right.
Okay. All right.
I didn't when I hopped in the green room, so to speak. But I this is kind of like when people in the sports community make me defend Tom Brady. Tom Brady's Satan. Never fun to defend Satan. Okay. Of course, I love the DCEU more than the MCU. But you said a couple things that I gotta bring you back into rationale with. I'll start off with one that's really meaningless, has no impact on really what I'm gonna say. But you said superheroes don't do superhero poses, and then you started to drone on about the Trinity. When the Trinity, a scene that you were actually talking about, the first time you ever see them on screen together, They friggin' do a superhero slow-mo pose together, and they even take time to do a Seinfeld skit like it's a Festivus for the rest of us. So you can't just say that they don't do superhero poses. Mind you, I'm playing devil's advocate. I feel like I'm vomiting these words out.
So I will give you part of that. I will give you part of that because
what?
I don't think that they do so much so here's the difference. Like Christopher Reeve
They
back in the
stop
day.
and go, I thought she was with you, bro.
But really, look, I get the joke, but let's take that back just a little bit because
it's almost as bad as Christian Bale going, oh, so that's how that feels. I'm not wearing hockey pads.
Yeah, if it was Christopher Reeve, look, everything's got a little bit of cheese to it. But if it was Christopher Reeve would have put his hands on
my hamburgers because I don't eat cheeseburgers.
Christopher Reeve would have put both hands on his hips, right, and done the actual superhero pose, or done the whole thing. In that scene, they're not really posing; they're walking towards the battle. Yes, it's slow motion for
okay.
Effect.
To be fair,
they're walking towards the battle.
Like I said, that was not really a point.
I know, but they're not trying to look cool. But I will say this: like the Avengers, literally, how many times in like the first two Avengers movies do we see that like all around shot where they're all like doing an action thing because you got to get each one in, and they're just trying to look cool. They're not really battling. They're all standing back to back, like they're posing for their album cover.
Oh, they try to do that in the Justice.
To be fair, I mean, Batman just thought he was gonna die,
Exactly.
all right? And then this badass chick, right? Former Israeli IDF, she comes out of nowhere, stops him from certain death, and they take time to quip about it. I mean, let's be fair. Let's just, if we're gonna be objective and go both ways.
I hear you, but
originally that's just a segue into my point here.
If you didn't know who she was, it's a legitimate conversation.
Oh yeah, it really matters right now who she is, because do we know if we can trust her? Oh no, she just saved my life. I think we're good.
Yeah, but you would. I mean, if I'm fighting and all of a sudden Rasha shows up because I'm using Rasha because she commented here. If
your point was true, why didn't they even show the woman the respect of asking the woman who the woman was? Hey woman, who are you? Who are you with? Nope, they just spoke amongst the men and then ignored that they didn't have the answer. So
well, maybe, but of course, Wonder Woman wasn't even in the conversation. Wonder Woman was going off to fight the battle because that's what Wonder Woman does. Wonder Woman was just going to kick butt.
You're adding to my point. They're even letting her just go fight by herself, even though she just saved his life, because they'd rather sit around and figure out who's with who in a funny little joke. But anyway, what I really wanted to say was that you said that Iron Man hadn't really been through anything. Let's remember. God damn, my phone's gonna die now. I should have got this point out. Okay, so let's remember his parents died at a young age, and not because he was scared of bats and asked them to leave the movie theater. Okay, they were murdered by someone. We'll get to that later. Then he grows up to inherit his dad's business. He ends up making all the bombs that's basically fund terrorism all over the world. By the time he finds it out, it's because all the soldiers protecting him while he's trying to sell more weapons they've all been killed by his tech. He gets captured, kidnapped, has to get saved by something getting put in his heart. The guy who saved his life for no reason, didn't have to, not only died to save him, but died in his arms. Then he gets out of there, goes back, gets back to America. The guy who is his dad's best friend and business partner, who's running Stark Industries with him, tries to steal his tech and murder him because he wants to stop making weapons for the world and actually wants to protect it, right?
Yeah. That's a great point. Actually, one step, I'll give you that. Look, you make a great point because that's Iron Man 1. Iron Man 1 is absolutely brilliant. Iron Man 1 is such a good movie. I didn't give a crap about Iron Man at all. I knew who Iron Man was, but I'd never read Iron Man, never watched anything with Iron Man, never watched any cartoons, didn't know anything about Iron Man. I saw Iron Man 1 and I was like, dude, I'm totally in. I love Iron Man. Tony Stark in Iron Man 1 is not the same Tony Stark in Civil War.
No.
Tony Stark in Civil War has become a joke of his prior self.
Yeah, he's a sellout.
He is literally become a shadow of whatever it was he learned and went through in Iron Man 1, and none of that seems to even have any more relevance to his character because it's never referenced again. He's not going through life talking about his struggles that he's gone through and all that stuff. Oh, we lost him. Sorry, bud.
I said his phone died.
But look, I think that it's a really good point. One step brings up a really good point. Yes, you know what? So I concede the point that Tony Stark has gone through a ton and has been through a lot, but it's not the same Tony Stark by the time we get to.
No, the growth is different.
Yeah, it's almost like he regressed, like into this, like, just I'm just here for cool tech stuff.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like Iron Man 2. Like, what is he doing? He's riding race cars and he's doing all that kind of crap, you know, the Playboy routine, you know. And by the time we see Batman or Bruce Wayne in Batman versus Superman, he's war wounds and, you know, stuff like that. So I don't know.
Yeah, like Tony's never really had like a emotional conflict with his dad, and especially his mother. The mother thing pissed me off. Like, where did this come from? Because he never talks about his mother up until Civil War. So we assume that she either died before he was born or something, or soon after he was born or something. Because like he never brings her up at all. But either way, like he never brings up any emotional conflict with the parents to the point where he'll have such a reaction that he would go and kill Bucky even though it was out of Bucky's control. He knew that the entire time, but it's like there was just forcing
attachment.
Yeah. No, and everybody in here, I think, I mean, we've all seen the same movie, right? All seen the same group of movies. Raja says, I'm going to get back to Benson's here in just a second, but Raja says Iron Man 1 was an original story. No one is denying it wasn't good. Jacob here, great point. Iron Man got worse after the first Avengers movie. Rasha, again, the growth turned superficial. That's a great way to explain it. His growth turned superficial. It was like it didn't matter anymore because he had all the cool tech gadgets. It's just like it kind of got lazy. Like they didn't want to show him having to deal with a suit anymore. So I got nanotech now. It could just appear.
Yeah, they tried in Iron Man 3, you know, when they took the suit off of him for the movie, and it was like
they dropped the ball with him too.
Yeah. It's like epic fail in Iron Man 3.
Yeah. So we got all that, and everybody kind of feels. Tristan, did you have something there, bud? Is that you?
Can you guys hear me?
I got something.
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
I got something to say about the Avengers posing thing.
Yeah.
In my point of view, I don't think they were posing. I thought they were just looking at Doomsday, like coming out.
Oh, you mean with Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman?
Oh yeah, that's the idea. All the heroes are looking at something in the movie, but it's clearly a posing staging shot. It's
If I may, because I have a defense for both the Avengers pose and the Batman v Superman pose. It's like I study film stuff, so like it kind of has to do with this. So it's like as you guys said, like they're not necessarily posing; they're getting in their battle stance. Like they're not like, it doesn't look like they're just posing for the camera. They're looking off and like getting ready for danger and stuff like that. Both the Avengers and Batman v Superman. It's just that with Snyder and Joss Whedon, they wanted to shoot them really cool because they want to project to the audience that, oh my God, all these characters are in the same place at the same time fighting together. Isn't this cool? So it's not so much that the characters themselves are winking at the camera. It's the fact that Whedon and Snyder want to be like, oh, isn't this cool? This is happening right now.
Don't misunderstand. The debate wasn't that this is what the heroes think they're actually doing, posing for the camera. No, the argument was that Enosh had claimed that the Avengers were posing and superheroes wouldn't pose in real life, and I was arguing if we're being objective, in the DC they're doing the same thing when the Trinity first meets. So it's I'm not even arguing the legit. I'm not even arguing whether or not they should have the shot in the movie. I think it's fine that they do. I'm just arguing that it's the same thing.
And one step, I would say I will concede that point to you that they both pose. I will say though that
right, and that's not even the point I cared about.
Yeah, the way that they're shot and the way that it's portrayed and the way that it's
I agree with you 100%. Yeah,
it's just that, real quick before we move on, Benson's with a 10 pound super chat. Thank you, Benson's. Awesome supporter of the channel. I love you, man. Says, hey guys, so I watched The Midnight Sky last night on Netflix. What a total bore fest. Also watched Wonder Woman 84 at the cinema Tuesday. It's okay. Have a brilliant Christmas and best of luck and success for 2021. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I'm hearing a lot of that actually about Wonder Woman, is that people like it, but it's kind of okay. You know, so I'm gonna see it Christmas Day, and I'll let y'all know what I think of it. But
they can't all be winners.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind if I finish that earlier Iron Man point real quick?
Yeah. Hey Brian, do you got to go, or are you gonna be around for a minute, or what you want to do?
No, I gotta get going, guys. I'm falling asleep here. Have a good night, guys.
All right, man. Love you, Brian.
Later.
Brian.
See you next time. Bye.
All right, we'll see you. Bye.
Okay, and I promise this won't be like a big rant. I just want to kind of bring you back to reality here, Enosh.
Sure,
because it's a very specific thing that I'm arguing. Because like I said, I don't want to argue DC versus MCU because I'm all DCU in any way, shape, or form there, right?
Sure.
It's just to say that Iron Man had gone through nothing. What's the last thing you heard me say? Did I get up to, I think his dad's business partner stealing his tech to murder him?
Yeah,
okay.
You got through all that.
Then we get to the Avengers. We get to the Avengers, and whether he dies or not, he does fly a nuke through a wormhole, which no humans ever even held a nuke chest, back to shoulders to nuke, right, into a space wormhole where he knows it's certain death. One might argue that a mortal doing that, a human doing that, a little more risky than Superman prematurely, sacrificing his life. Let's be honest, not to save the world. If he would have sacrificed his life against Zod, he's sacrificing his life to save the world. Sacrificing his life against Doomsday was just him being a little bit too trigger happy. I mean, if they would have fucking taken some time and waited around and let him destroy a bunch of more, humanless vacant property, they could have made a plan where he doesn't have to lunge a spike into his heart to sacrifice himself to kill Doomsday. I'm just saying. And again, he's literally Superman, so a little bit different than a human flying a nuke into outer space thinking he's going to die. But this is my point in that is not to argue that he's better than any of the DCEU characters in any way. My point always to drive it home. This might come a little bit out of left field for you. For Iron Man to do that, right? Remember when Cap's in Civil War, he says this in the first Avengers. He says, you're not the guy to make the sacrifice play, to lay over a wire and let the other guy crawl over you. And he, they're all arguing with each other, whatever. But then he proves it in that movie by sacrificing his life the same way he does at the end of the whole series in Endgame, right? To save essentially the world in the second one. But in the first one, he's doing it to save New York. Mind you, we're not even a decade removed from 9/11, right? And I think there's a lot of people who would sacrifice themselves, not just to save New York, but to save individuals who are in the Twin Towers, right? Which brings me to my overall point, Tony trying to save New York, right? And after Cap says to him, you're not the guy to make the sacrifice play, he proves it to Cap. But then Cap is trying to split up the Avengers and defend his friend Bucky, right? And it all happens because of that. And then when Iron Man finds out not only that, but the man who murdered his parents, once again, not because he was scared of bats and wanted to leave the Cirque du Soleil play, all right? I get Batman, that's hard to deal with. It's your fault your parents are dead. Well, like 100%. Stop being scared of bats. Okay, maybe don't dress up as them. But which I love Batman. I'm just, playing devil's advocate, like I said. Think of it like me defending Tom Brady. He's Satan. Sometimes you just have to admit what's right. Okay, so when it comes to Bucky Barnes, you had said, right? You can't blame him because he was brainwashed.
Yeah.
And like with Saving New York and with the parallel to 9/11, that would be like me telling you after you just found out somebody that I threw our whole friendship away to protect because I said, well, he's my friend. You just found out not only that this is the guy who broke up the Avengers, that is causing the Civil War, that murdered your parents, but that I knew this the entire time and you thought we had a mutual respect after you had proven that you would sacrifice yourself. And you want to tell me that Bucky's not responsible? That would be like me saying, well, these religious zealots who hijacked an airplane and flew it into a tower
I will give you that.
are removed of the guilt. Like they're removed of the guilt of all the crimes they committed because they were brainwashed. I'm sorry, brainwashed or not, actions.
No.
Actions. Also, did I leave out the fact that he tried to shoot Tony Stark in the face when he wasn't being brainwashed? Remember that part? Just trying to escape. He tried to shoot him in the face, and he had to put his thumb. I'm just saying.
That's okay. I've heard your points, and I know that you're not coming at me, but I've conceded a lot to you. I've conceded a lot to you of what I thought, and I don't know what you heard me say and what you didn't hear me say. I gave you this, and maybe you didn't.
I heard what you gave me. Okay, and I'm not. This is not something that I'm. This is not a thing between us. I'm just having a conversation.
Dude, I know you. I know your heart, man. We've talked several times, so we're good.
But I want you to know I hate you, and this is the thing that broke us. Okay. I'm Iron Man. All right. I tried to sacrifice myself for this channel.
Well, you know what?
Melissa hacked my leg off with a light. That woman is a deadly weapon with that lightsaber, okay? She took my leg right off. I went one step a little too far, a little baby step too far across the line, talking to Enosh, and she swiped my legs off.
So here's the thing. I give you a lot. I definitely concede those points. Whatever I think that the superhero pose thing is a little bit of semantics because
that's all nonsense.
I think that there are differences there. I agree that Iron Man 1 is absolutely awesome and fire and a great thing. But I think not only but a lot of other people, even in the chat, say that by the time, and this is funny, Goober says Poindexter Lounge Civil War. But here's the thing. We all agree that by the time Tony gets to Civil War, he's a shadow of what he learned in Iron Man 1.
That's part of the point, really.
Yeah, but he's not fun. It's like two different characters. Somebody even said, let me find it.
Well, now you're be careful because right now you're making a parallel argument that people make for why Zack Snyder doesn't get Batman because the way Batman's attitude was in BVS. So you got to be careful of the line you draw there.
Batman's very consistent in BVS.
No, I'm not saying he's inconsistent in BVS. I'm saying people make the argument that that's not Batman because yada yada yada, and that's the whole point. That's not
the argument that I'm making. I'm saying
he's deliberately a shadow of himself in Civil War. No, literally he has to learn at the end of it that he fucked up.
See, that's not. I don't get that from Civil War at all. I
don't either. I'm only talking about the points. I'm with you. I'm not buying it. I think he's a shadow of himself too. I'm just saying that narratively speaking, this was the intention.
But
I'm not giving him the credit for landing it.
The one point that I will not concede is the brainwashing, because the brainwashing that the Winter Soldier goes through.
I'm not arguing the morality as a viewer. I'm saying if you're Iron Man, you said Iron Man had no reason.
Hold on though, because we're talking about two completely different forms of brainwashing here. We're talking about Yes, we are, because we're talking about religious brainwashing, which is a whole other can of worms, which is a whole other thing regarding who you're raised around, why you're raised that way. And here at the end of the day, even if you're
that's
raised
a luxury to have that argument when it's not the people you care about getting murdered. Do you see what I'm saying?
I understand it, but hold on.
Who cares about how you got brainwashed or if you were brainwashed if you killed those people?
There's a difference because in the real world, we all still have to make choices and we're all still responsible.
Yeah, and in the real world, if you're Tony Stark, you don't give a shit who brainwashed who or if it's morally okay for you to hold it against Bucky.
Yeah, but Marvel, hold on, give me a second to answer your question because Marvel does does not function in the real world, and that's the problem I have with Marvel movies. DC movies function within the real world to say if this was in the real world, this would happen. This is how it might happen. In Marvel land, anything goes. We can make anything up to fit our narrative. And here's the problem that I have with this is Bucky, it's not like he was just raised a certain way and then had to make a certain choice as to whether or not he was going to kill. He literally had it implanted in his head and was forced. He did not have even free will at the time that he killed Tony's parents. It's not the same. It's because at the end of the day, in the real world, even if you're raised away, if you're raised a certain religion, and I know because I was raised in a very, I was raised by a Pentecostal grandmother, man, who still has very certain views that even I don't espouse to anymore as a minister myself, because I'm in a totally different place now. I'm in a more realistic place. Honestly, I'll say this. My grandma is more like the Marvel version of my Christianity than my DC version of my Christianity now, which is very much more rooted in the real world and helping people and actually doing something and accomplishing something instead of just being religious. And so the thing is when I look at people who are religiously involved in some ways, it's like before I came on the stream tonight, Tiffany and I were watching on HBO Max. There's a documentary about some people in Appalachia where the guy tried to kill his wife by rattlesnake because they're snake handlers. And he literally forced his wife's hand into a box with a rattlesnake in the name of God because he was wanting her to get bit so she would die. And then he could just say, well, you know what? She got bit by the rattlesnake because she was handling the rattlesnake. That's craziness. But at the end of the day, those people who do stuff in the name of God, whatever, any religion, any background or whatever, okay, when somebody does something crazy, they are still responsible because at the end of the day, they still have free will. Bucky in this make-believe world.
No, that's a very, 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 you know for a fact that that's a much longer conversation. To suggest that somebody who thinks that they're going to spend eternity with God in paradise by doing what they're doing, and it will forgive all their sins. That's like saying that you have to get the COVID vaccine, or we're not going to force you to take it, but we're not going to let you go to work. We're not going to let you walk into restaurants. We're not going to let you get food. We're not going to let you be around your family. We're not going to let people.
Hold on, though.
You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but at the end of the day,
and it doesn't matter how you're brainwashed. What your actions matter. We're talking outside of the situation morally. Iron Man doesn't care how, when, or why. He watched him murder them.
You're not letting me finish my statement. So I need to finish my statement, and then you can rebut it, dude. So I just muted you for just a second. No offense, but I got to get my statement out. We're talking about, and I agree with you, man. I totally agree with you that the religious aspect of that, of your argument, is completely a larger story to be had. But in this fictional world of Marvel, you have somebody who literally has something implanted in their head that controls all free will, that they cannot just fight through, that they can't just make a decision or even hear somebody else's point of view on something. Because they're literally, in this world, devices happen and things happen that literally control their brain. You muted yourself.
So
I got you back in. So there's so we're not.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Yeah, I know, but we're not.
I'm not arguing that the brainwashing is the same. Okay, but if I could ask you a question so I can understand your point.
Okay.
Right. So your problem isn't with the realistic nature of the fact that in reality, a real human being like Tony Stark in that moment is not going to step back and say, oh, well, I'm going to forgive all these things because of the technicality of how this guy was brainwashed and that he didn't have any choice, right? You don't have the beef with that where you agree that
his friend Captain America is trying to explain to him what happened, and Tony,
there's no explanation by that point. He had think of how much this is also a factor in the moment, right? He asks him, "Did you know how long has this guy known that the guy that he's been defending and broken up the Avengers for, right, was the murderer of his parents?" That's also a factor in why they get to fighting. So by that time, all that shit's out the window. The whole he was trying to explain to him. No, he had a long time to explain to him. And in Tony's eyes, there shouldn't have been the explanation. It's like, this guy's not just killed my parents. We're talking about an assassin who's killed thousands of your brothers in arms. Like he's not, in Tony's eyes, this is not the man that you were friends with. Okay, this is the murderer of X, Y, and Z, right? Who happened to be his parents. So the reasoning behind it, or how he was brainwashed, for the human being in the human situation, I agree with everything you're saying from the outside looking in. Like, if we're having a court case, I'm making the same argument. But I'm talking about your original point that I was arguing with was that you said he doesn't have the human reason to be that angry with Cap. It's like, well, he's willing to fight you to defend the guy who murdered your family and destroyed the Avengers that you think is the key to protecting the world, right? So there's a lot going on there, and he lied to you by omission by not telling you this the whole time, right?
But Ryan has the point here, though, that there's a difference between brainwashing and mind control. And Winter Soldier has been
I'm not arguing any of that's wrong. That has nothing to do with my argument. You see what I'm saying?
But here's the thing: between the fight between Cap and Iron Man, I'm sorry, but it is such an escalation to have a guy who's been a hero through several movies and is fighting to save lives.
I totally agree with you. I already conceded that.
Decide that he's going to literally murder and beat to death, or kill in any way that he can, like literally just tear apart both his friend that he has fought side by side with, because he just won't listen.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
He lives in this world of superheroes and mind control and stuff like that.
This is what I'm trying to get clarification on.
And has been forgiven himself,
right,
of atrocities.
Right, I'm in agreement on all these points.
That's great, but to flip on a dime,
right,
and just decide that he's going to murder somebody just for the sake of letting us have an ending to our movie where it's climactic.
Can I ask you? I'm going to ask you a question. I promise it's not in bad faith. It might sound like it. It might sound like it. Have you ever witnessed somebody that you love be murdered in front of you? I know that sounds like a gotcha. I promise it's not.
I've never watched anybody be murdered, but I've watched people die. I've watched horrible things happen with my mother, and to be quite honest, I watched
that could be equally as bad.
So let me tell you this. My mom, and I've shared this before, and this is real life. My mom was diagnosed paranoid, schizophrenic, manic depressive. She was violent. I had to pry her off my grandmother with a baseball bat when I was 9 years old because she was ripping the hair out of the top of her head. I have watched my mother do crazy things like beat the crap out of people and drop kick people right in the face, like standing drop kicks, because she'd be super strong. Also, my mother was addicted to drugs. So my mother did crack. My mom took weird stuff like elephant tranquilizers at one point. She was on all kinds of weird crap. She was living in abandoned houses. She would literally do these crazy things. And my mom got the crap beat out of her with an ashtray from some girl for a drug deal that went wrong at her house.
Right.
And so I've seen.
So you've seen people, human people, flip on a dime.
I've seen crazy things happen, but here's the difference.
So you just gave me a great example of somebody personal to you that you've witnessed flip on a dime when it's irrational, right?
But here's the thing. I also understand that, like, when stuff happens,
I'm just trying to understand. This is why I'm asking about the context of your overall point, right?
Yeah.
it's your beef isn't with the fact that Tony might have. It's reasonable to see somebody act irrationally in that situation. Your beef is that with the narrative story through all these movies, right, in this kind of pretend MCU world, to have him so harshly act so specifically in this instance, like so human, like as irrational actors as we are, to not factor in the whole narrative of the movies before it in this kind of make-believe MCU world, that's where your beef lies in, right?
It's out of the blue. I don't feel that it was earned.
Yeah, we totally agree.
And William, that is absolutely not true. William's statement right here that he wasn't going to kill Bucky, he was going to take them in.
No. After he saw him kill his parents, he wanted to murder Bucky.
He was going to kill them both because he told Cap.
Also, remember,
Cap flat out that he would kill Cap if he had.
We've watched Iron Man murder terrorists by the dozens, literally to AC/DC songs by this point. So, like, he has no problem with murder.
Hold on. Let's let DL. I know you had a comment, man. So I want you to get in here.
Yeah. Okay. If I may, this is.
I love One Step. He gets pretty excited. He's a pretty excited.
Just to be clear, we're in agreement on everything there.
I know.
I was. Yeah.
We're good. I love the banter. That's what I would call it nerd wars if people wouldn't come from other channels and come after us for it. Go ahead, Dia.
Oh yeah, it's a very nice heated discussion. I love it. But if I may, like fundamentally, the main problem with that entire scene that was this was my biggest problem of the movie. That was that entire scene. There's two things about that scene that fundamentally doesn't make it work. One, if Cap knew this whole time that Bucky,
he would have told him.
He would have told him. He would not have held that information back from Tony. For one thing, I don't even think Cap understands the relationship that Tony has with his parents. So it's like it's not like he would have like a personal reason to hold that back. So that made no sense. And then when was he told this information? When? We did not see this in the movie.
Right.
We didn't see this in previous films. That came out of nowhere.
Like he's probably known since it happened.
Right. And then the second point of why it doesn't work is because it goes back to what Enosh was saying. It doesn't feel earned because up until this point, you don't see Iron Man, dealing with mental issues to this degree. Yeah. He seems to have a lot of stuff. He got his shit together and he's not holding on to the weight of his parents at all. And once again, didn't bring up his mother one time up until this movie. So even if the whole thing with Bucky being brainwashed was,
wasn't Iron Man 3 all PTSD?
Yes, but it didn't have anything to do with his parents.
Okay, right, just New York.
And honestly, Iron Man 3 was boring.
Oh, it's terrible.
It's just, oh my god.
Oh my god, I fell asleep.
I think it's worse than Thor Dark World.
I've tried to rewatch it. It's much worse than Dark World. It's just so bad.
Yeah, that's my least favorite MCU.
Dude, Infinity War and Endgame really saved. Like, there was like more than half of those movies were really awful, if we're being honest. But continue. Sorry, I'll back off.
No, it's okay. But so because of all that, it doesn't feel. It feels artificial. It doesn't feel natural to the story when all of a sudden Tony is just going to freak out and try to possibly kill Bucky and Cap because of that one reason, because we don't feel any emotional connection between Tony and his parents. So as an audience member, we don't feel the reaction to that. We're just being like, wait, what's going on? Wait, why would he react like this? Because we don't see anything between Tony and his parents. We don't feel like he has this personal love for his parents. Like, he's always appreciated the most.
Right, he feels robbed of that. Like that doesn't exist. He doesn't have that personal connection. And now he's standing face to face with the man who robbed him of the opportunity to have that.
True, but once again, like it doesn't seem like he's holding that weight that much.
I hate defending the MCU. God.
No, I get it. And even I defend the MCU when people bring up points. I'm like, actually, no, that's not exactly how that was, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, and I agree with everything you just said, by the way. Like all the points you just made make perfect sense.
We're like Batman. Batman, it's very clear from the get-go. It's not just about bats. It's about the fact that he
I was being
I know,
facetious.
but he has a relationship with his parents from the get-go. He feels guilty over the death of his parents because of where he was and who he was, and like in some iterations, like it's because of him that they go down the alley. You know, I mean, it kind of changes, you know, depending upon who's telling the story. Everyone tells it a little.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty rock solid origin.
Yeah, they tweak it. But the thing is he feels guilty, and he feels the weight of his parents because he loved his parents, and then he feels the weight of who they were and what he has to live up to, and that's why he looks at society then as look, society is crumbling around, and it's because of that these people end up doing things like, you know, shooting people in alleys, you know. And so that's what his thing is like he feels this weight that it's upon him now to take up this mantle and do something that will put fear into the hearts of these criminals and make them stop. And what he doesn't realize is actually by doing what he does, he escalates. It's one of the themes of at the end of Batman Begins that always hits me. And I think that it's a perfect example for our society nowadays is escalation, the idea of escalation. So at first in Batman Begins, you just had, mobsters, gangsters, you know, trying to take over the city and stuff and fighting with the police and everything. And it was like typical stuff, right? Then a guy dresses up like a bat, comes back like a ninja and starts taking people out. And then what happens at the end? You have Commissioner Gordon showing him the card, showing him the Joker card. Says this guy's running around calling himself the Joker or whatever. And he talks about escalation. He's like, you dress up like a bat. This guy dresses up like a clown. You know, and then all of a sudden you got these like crazy things happening. And then look at our world. We have so many extremes where it's like most people are in the middle, you know, but you have the extreme right and you have the extreme left. And those are the only voices you hear anymore. Most people are living here in the middle going, hey, I just want to get along. I want to live my life. I want to go to work. I want to take care of my family. I want to do this. But you got these people screaming at both sides of them. And they're all crazy because it's escalation. And that's how you end up like in our country, in the country I live in, the United States, where it's like every presidency seems to try to one up the last one. You know what I mean? In weird stuff and crazy stuff. And it just keeps, it's like, that's how we end up with somebody like we just had. And honestly, and you notice how it just swings, you know, I mean, there's like
past like 30 somebodies that we've had.
It just swings, man, back and forth like a pendulum, you know, and it's like such a drastic swing that it usually takes the entire country on a ride. Right. So when the, you know, the right have it, you know, obviously Trump just lost the election. And so we're going to swing in this other direction. And even though Biden is kind of, you know, middle of the road, you know, Kamala Harris is very much hard left. So you're going to get this swing over to this other side because of the people
when she's not putting innocent men in prison.
Well, we don't get into all that. I mean, everybody's got their own politics, and I respect.
Hey, I'm apolitical. I am no fan of no one.
What I'm saying is, though, is that I'm not saying this to downplay anyone because I think they're both on these extreme sides. So
no, it's a super great analogy you're making.
Yeah, we've had an extreme right, and now we're about to get more of this extreme left. And
whiplash effect.
I mean, like look, when Obama was president, people said, "Oh, that's it. There'll never be another Republican president again." And I heard that from so many people. And then we got one, right? And so the thing is that the country gets taken, and I don't know how it is in other countries and what other countries go through, but it feels like America has this drastic back and forth. And I know there's other countries who have their own political issues, and I know there's other countries who've had even worse, you know, violent things happen. But like as a country, people, I think, look at the United States like, why can't the United States get it together? And it's because the United States keeps getting thrown back and forth in these extremes, right? And nobody just looks for the good, the common good. Both sides are corrupt. Both, you know, like it would almost take like literally wiping out everything and saying start fresh, clean, right? And literally start and try to keep people from make rules and laws where you have term limits, where you have the ability where these people can't go in as you know, hey, I'm going to be a public servant and come out like literally like multi-millionaires from the deals that they're making. And that's on both sides, guys. So that's what I'm saying.
It's the same team.
That's what I'm saying. And that's when I look at comics, or comic book movies, we have some of these same like extremes, but like Batman, especially that just always, man, every time I watch Batman Begins, that just hits me because it hits home for me. And I feel like that's more real to life than anything, but there's a reason for it in Batman. Batman feels this guilt. He feels this push. He feels this calling. That's why Batman has that in Batman v Superman. He feels
in
this
Begins, as soon as he finds out who killed his parents, he does try and murder them.
Batman
Begins. The only reason he doesn't shoot the guy is because somebody gets to him before him. Just throwing that in there.
You mean as a kid?
Huh?
You mean as a kid?
No, like in Batman Begins, like when he's in his late 20s.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. It's been a while since I've seen Batman Begins. I gotta go watch Batman Begins again.
Yeah, people sleep on that now because it's all about Dark Knight and Dark Knight
Dude,
Rises.
Batman Begins changed everything, dude. Without Batman Begins, we would have none of the superhero thing. Disney also wouldn't own.
Batman Begins is phenomenal. I love the
It changed everything forever.
I love the real world.
It's
feel of
incredible to think that the same guy who wrote and directed Batman Begins and The Dark Knight could put out that heaping, steaming pile of trash that was The Dark Knight Rises.
I know.
Somebody get this hothead out of here when dude's just talking to him calm. Let's all go underground. The entire force. Yes, every one of you. All of the police. Let's go underground.
Bane somehow forgot how to fight in the climax, even though he broke his back towards the middle of the movie. But then towards the end, it's like he doesn't know how to fight Batman anymore. Like what?
You fight like a younger man. I mean, Bane saved the movie, though. If we're being honest, Bane saved the movie.
No, I really liked Bane up until his last 3 minutes.
Oh yeah, because it's kind of like we were just talking about with Civil War. It's like everything you're everything you're building up, you go the opposite direction. I mean, to be fair, I mean, having Heath die and then you got to whip up this trilogy, but like there's a lot of things that happen in that movie that are just friggin' absurd. I think it's just a disappointing finish to two superhero movies that came before it that changed the game. Even though The Dark Knight is Batman 89 almost scene for scene remade, which I know might sound crazy, but you seriously go back, watch it's the scene for scene remake. Kind of lazy, but awesome movie. I mean, best superhero movie ever. Even though we're trashing on MCU, I mean, probably that and Infinity War. I don't think MCU can ever beat Infinity War. I mean, that's just a great movie, regardless of being
Infinity War. Infinity War is so much better than Endgame, too.
It feels Shakespearean, and I know that's such a weighted and
so I say
ridiculous word.
I say that as somebody who doesn't really care for both of those movies, but Infinity War to me is much better than Endgame. Endgame pissed me off, to be quite honest.
I think Endgame, they accomplished more than it was reasonable to expect they would accomplish.
And it was such a convoluted mess.
But it's not. It's just like they checked off the boxes. And to bring it back to Star Wars, like with Star Wars.
I'm sorry. Can we have a moment here?
Yeah.
Can we just have a moment here for this comment?
What is this? I'm sorry. I mean, I respect people's opinions, but I'm like, what is this?
William, look, buddy, I know where you come from. And all I gotta say is I think that the smoke is really thick in the from the corner that you come in from, because oh my god,
to be fair, if you gave him a chance to elaborate, he might be able to dig him out of that dish.
No.
Think about that. You said the best comic book movie.
William is known for
I mean, if you yank movie out of that sentence, we might be able to have that conversation.
William is
not even comic book villain.
William
I know, but you can make the argument.
William is known for this, though, man. He comes in here and he makes some nice comments every once in a while, but I think it's just so that he can stick
genius.
around.
He needs to start a channel or like a Twitter or something, because this is the type of stuff that gets you engagement.
Yeah, that'll troll people, be like, "Hey,
Zack Snyder's awful. He doesn't understand superheroes." Look at me. A year later, you know, people made entire careers off of that.
funny thing. We were talking about this the other night. Like when we find, okay, so here's an interesting. Actually, I'm going to save this for another night because Jonita Davis brought up a really, really good point one night, and I was like, holy crap, that's a great topic. So because I don't want to get into it because we're at the 4-hour 18-minute mark.
Yeah.
Right now. But I do want to say this is you know, as far as stuff like that goes, you know, and I've kind of forgot my whole point, to be quite honest.
You were talking about Endgame, how it pissed you off.
Yeah. It's just, I had to go see that movie a second time by myself the next day without my family because I was literally, I had to because
to comprehend it,
to just be able to sit there and watch it and look at it and go, what the heck are they trying to accomplish here? This is a bunch of people jumping around, doing a bunch of stuff, like making up just stuff, you know. But the thing is Zach, with Zack Snyder's movies, like I've heard people say, well, what if Justice League isn't good, right? What if Justice League? We put all this into it, you know. We put all this, and I will tease this. I will tease this for so that you guys can all come back and we can have this discussion another time. But here's the tease for you. We know, and Jonita brought this up. I, for example, had Luke Skywalker's return spoiled for me, right? And I was upset about that. And how many of us have ever had something
that'll make you want to kill Bucky Barnes?
How many of you have ever had something spoiled before you saw it, right?
Oh yeah, like Kylo Ren being Han Solo's son, that was spoiled for me before The Force Awakens. I'm like, oh, really?
I think Han dying got spoiled for me if I remember correctly.
So think about this. Something spoiled for you, and it kind of like puts you in a different mood when you finally see it, right? Because
you know it's coming.
You know it's coming, then it takes away.
You have to like mentally rewire your brain to like feel the same impact.
So Jonita brought up the fact that we're all excited to see the Snyder Cut. We want the Snyder Cut. We fought for the Snyder Cut, right? And we're getting the Snyder Cut. And even though Zach's movie is a completely different presentation, right? A lot of the same themes we've already been told are still there, right? Like some of those same themes and those same ideas are still there. And if Warner Brothers had not interfered and done this crap to us and brought Joss Whedon in, if they would have just given some time and let Zach finish his movie, instead of seeing Steppenwolf, like smoothed over Steppenwolf fighting the old gods and the Green Lanterns and all those people, we would have seen now what we see now replaced with Darkseid, right? And we would have seen that for the first time, not knowing that Darkseid is in that movie. Walking into the theater and going, oh my God, I didn't know this was coming. Or how about when Martian Manhunter shows up? And now we all famously know that Martian Manhunter's in the movie. We know who plays him. We know all this stuff about him because of everything that's been leaked and shown and everything else. So when Martian Manhunter shows up in Zack Snyder's Justice League, we're going to be happy because, oh my God, it's Martian Manhunter. But another part of us, imagine how much more excited you would have been if you hadn't known that Martian Manhunter was going to show up. You didn't know that the general was Martian Manhunter. The ultimate troll and the ultimate spoiler is Warner Brothers because they let the atrocity of Joss Whedon's Justice League.
Dude, they've been doing it for decades. They always put the final act at the end of their third trailer for every movie. It drives me insane.
But that's the ultimate spoiler right there, is to give us a taste of what Zack Snyder's movie is and put us in this position now where everything that we know about this movie, it's going to be awesome. I'm going to love it. But how much more impact would it have had if we had walked into that movie completely oblivious to all of this stuff? That sucks.
Yeah, I would have lost my mind in the theater.
Right?
I would have had an outer body experience if I didn't know any of that going in, and that was the movie we were going to get in 2017. Oh my God.
And I guess I just want to finish it off by saying, like, as far as Endgame goes for me, Endgame is just one of those things that it's like, to me, it's a movie that doesn't matter because everybody gets their ending. Everybody, nobody. It doesn't even feel like anybody is
undercuts the impact of Infinity War completely.
And yeah, there was so much impact in Infinity War, but you know the problem with the end of Infinity War, when everybody started dying off, especially when you start killing off like the Guardians of the Galaxy,
Black Panther and Spider-Man.
You literally killed Guardians of the Galaxy, part of them, and you kill Spider-Man, and you just announced the next Spider-Man movie.
Right.
Yeah.
What?
I really don't like the whole announcing the entire slate for 10 years crap.
What the heck? Like
this is why they should have waited.
Yeah, like why would I? Because look, I'm sorry, I had a problem with Infinity War that everybody was like, oh man, that Spider-Man scene when he's like,
I don't feel so good,
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good.
It would have been amazing if they just killed him off.
If they had just killed him off and brought
If it would have been if the announcements were all red herrings,
or at least if they hadn't announced that another Spider-Man movie was coming. But we knew that wasn't going to happen. Black Panther had just made $1 billion. Do you really think that we thought? And it's tragic now.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so tragic.
There's stuff that they could have avoided and
scene.
Stuff that they couldn't. Like
now we're emotional about that scene for a completely different reason. It has nothing to do with the character anymore. It has to do with the actor because of what they did. Dude, I defy any of you to ever try to tell me that you really thought Black Panther was gone.
No, anybody with a brain in between their ears.
You knew that it was going to be undone. So you end one movie that had this great buildup, and man, everybody was there, and it was like building up. People died, but it lacked permanence because you knew that this was temporary.
If you made everybody sacrifice the life they'd made after, you might have been able to save some of that loss.
Yeah.
But people would have been upset with that, but that would have gave it impact because it's like, okay, well, to get back what we had, we have to give up what we have now.
Yep.
But people just wouldn't have liked that. That's the thing that drives me crazy about MCU. They'll just not do things that could be perfect just because people won't like that. Sure, well, we might steal the narrative for like 3 of our best movies from a rival studio because Jeff Johns is a prick and I should stop talking and not say anymore. But actually, I'm not going to comment on Justice League, but I'd love to hear you guys talk about it. And I'm going to mute myself.
So this is it for me. When I got to Endgame, right? Endgame, I had no emotional connection to because now all I'm doing is sitting there for 3 hours going, I wonder how they're going to bring this person back. I wonder how they're going to bring this. Oh, that's how they're going to do it. Okay. Sure. The ending scene looked cool. You know, on your left. Okay. That's cool. But first of all, you're all looking forward. You don't even know who freaking is coming through that portal. And you're just like, yep, we're good. Let's all go fight. Let's all go and that's fine. I love it. It was cool. It had some cool moments to it, but all the people came back that I expected to come back. And honestly, it was stupid for me that Black Widow would be sacrificed because Black Widow is one of the best characters ever and actually should have lived. You're going to tell me Hawkeye gets to live, but Black Widow you're going to kill. I'm sorry. It totally lost me. And then the time travel thing where it's like you totally the only way that you can actually make the movie work and try to make a happy ending for everybody is to like totally destroy the rules that we've always tried to think of. You know, like if you go back in time, you
just the rules of existence, period.
You affect the future, but no, not in our time travel. If you go back in time, if you affect the future, it just spawns off in another timeline. So what you're telling me is nothing matters. Life doesn't matter. None of our heroes matter because you know what? There's still a world with that logic. There is still a world where everybody's dead.
Because at the end of the series, it was all a dream.
But you know what? We don't see that world anymore, and everybody's happy because all these people were snapped back into existence. But the reality is there's a timeline somewhere where the world that we're in now, the MCU world that's there, isn't the MCU world that we started off in. It's now a fantasy world where they could have gone back in time to the day that Tony Stark figured out time travel, let him figure it out.
There's no consequence.
Hey, come with us to this one so that this one can be perfect and your kids can grow, your daughter can grow up with a dad and your wife can have a husband. And you know what? Just let this world burn because that's a throwaway
Right,
world.
like Gamora dies, and Star-Lord just gets the old Gamora. That's not weird or creepy or like morally questionable.
And Jacob put it right here. There's no consequences in that world. There's absolutely nothing. It's the sacrifice literally of everybody. The heroes don't spend the time to care to actually save the world they were in. They make a different one where everybody can be happy and everybody gets a happy
just
ending.
wait for the new Spider-Man.
Exactly. And that's why Zack Snyder is a brilliant filmmaker, because you know what? He gives us real life situations and stuff. Even with the death of Superman, he doesn't just say, well, they went into a different universe where Superman never died. No, the world still had to go through it all. Like, I'm fine with you bringing back a character that died. I don't have a problem with that. But at least there's some kind of consequence that everybody had to go through. Batman had to freaking go through a transformation and learn from it. Everybody, the world went through a transformation during Batman v Superman in the end. The world learned to honor Superman and who he was and what he stood for and what he was going to become. My God. I'm sorry. Now you got me riled up.
Yeah.
The MCU,
well, that's what's awesome about BVS is
at the end of the day,
they use world geopolitical stuff, but they're not trying to like drive home a political agenda by changing the narrative.
Oh my gosh. At the end of the day, the MCU just sucks that bad.
It's cotton candy versus filet mignon.
I don't know any way others say it. Just it's all over the place. And you know what? People love it because
if somebody tells me how good Ant-Man is, one more time.
Want to?
I actually like Ant-Man.
People, I like Ant-Man.
That's it. I'm gonna. Somebody dox this man. I'm coming to your home.
Here's the thing, though, because I hated the comic book Ant-Man. I hated it, so I was not looking forward to Ant-Man
I've
at all.
refused to even read an Ant-Man comic book.
So
like, I'm pretty picky.
I even liked it as much as I did, but I mean, it's not one of my favorite MCU
movies. I think you probably, let's be honest, you like Paul Rudd. You think Paul Rudd's funny.
Check it out. William here admits it. Within the context of Infinity War, those characters were dead and stay dead. Exactly.
That's my thing, though.
That's the point.
We let them all go. We sacrificed them all. They're all just dead so that we can still be happy with carbon copies.
And that's why in the structure.
Yeah, what is this, Star Trek?
War and
check it out. I'm done with this rock star.
Well, technically,
no more rock stars.
100% of the atoms in your body recycle like every 6 years, but whatever.
Hey, I'm gonna go in the other room and get another rock star. That's bull crap.
Yeah,
can I say one thing and then I'm gonna take off?
Tell me I gotta have an emotional connection with this rock star.
It seems kind of like you do.
As soon as I have an emotional connection with this rock star, I can just throw it away.
Are you gonna crush it like a Dark Trooper?
Same. That's your MCU.
Just like a Dark Trooper.
That's your MCU right there. Take that.
Are you sure that's not Star Wars and you're not Kathleen Kennedy?
But that's why the structure of Infinity War and Endgame is brilliant. Here's the thing. Hear me out.
Because it was stolen. Because it was stolen.
Here's the thing, though. Because I have problems.
That's what happens. Do I bleed? Yes, I bleed. Yes, I bleed. Because you know what? The MCU cuts deep, and the MCU leaves you feeling hurt because it makes no sense, and it leaves you like going, "What the heck just happened?"
You won't let me rock. You won't let me star.
I thought I had an idea of what reality was until the MCU just came and totally screwed up my head and just doing anything because it's got bright colors.
That's what I was saying. Because like everything up until
there was an energy drink.
Endgame, they had a Kevin, like I said, Kevin Feige is a genius for structuring Marvel the way it did. Because up until Infinity War and Endgame, they were giving us movies that were surface level, crowd pleasing, a lot of colors, a lot of levity and humor. So when we got to Infinity War and Endgame, and people reacted the way they did because of how dark it was, that's why people were emotionally impacted by that movie, because up until that point, it wasn't that dark. People weren't being killed left and right. People weren't disappearing into dust. And so that's why people reacted the way they did to Infinity War and Endgame. But if you compare Infinity War, the darkness of Infinity War and Endgame to other comic book movies before it, It's not that bad. It's really not that bad.
Well, I mean, if they also would have never had those movies or stories or plots if they didn't steal them from somebody. But that's neither here nor there. Can I say one thing, and then I'm going to take off? Thanks for having me. But when it comes to, I know it's kind of out of left field. When it comes to Batman doesn't kill, I just want to say, for once and for all, for you people. Okay, do you remember the time he beat 6 goons unconscious, then covered them all in flammable chemicals, lit them on fire, and then made sweet, sweet love to Black Canary on the dock next to them to the musical sounds of them screaming to death? Batman doesn't kill? Okay, that was pretty vicious homicide. Also, he's been the main villain of the entire DC comic universe for the past 2 years. You're like, oh no, one step, that's crazy. He's literally the Batman who laughs. That's Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne's a murderer. Thank you, and good night. Love you, Enosh. We are Enosh. We are Enosh. We are Enosh.
And I love your compilations, bro. I love your compilations, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your support, brother. Thank you for your support, man. All right. Well, that was interesting.
It sure was.
And that took us on a whole that was almost like the Star Wars debate from a couple of nights ago. That took us on a whole different trajectory, man, through everywhere. And the funny thing, but you know what? It's all good. I do want to address a couple of things here before we go tonight. First of all, Benson's with another 5 pounds. Thank you, Brent. Now my finger hurts. But I got the point across. Says best superhero movie ever. It's Condor Man. Everybody knows that. Condor Man. Now I want to see Condor Man. It's been so long since I've seen Condor Man since I was a kid. Have you ever seen Condor Man?
I've seen a couple of episodes. It ain't for me, man. It ain't
Well, Condor Man was a movie. It was a Disney film.
Oh, it wasn't just. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it was
I'm
a Disney
thinking of
film.
something else. Okay.
Yeah, this guy has a giant bird outfit, and it's so dumb, man. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Okay.
And they got this song Condor Man, and yeah,
Oh my lord,
it's live action Disney, and like from the I think it's early '80s, and it's just oh my gosh, it's so over the top. But I love the fact that Benson's knows Condor Man. He brings it up every once in a while because it came up in a stream once. So thank you, Benson's, for the 5 pounds, man, and for the memory of Condor Man. And I encourage you, DL, to go look up Condor Man. And you know what? These last few comments, you guys are nailing it in the chat here. Lord Blaze, MCU is ready to compromise the characters to please. Jacob says, I called it quits after Infinity War. That's where the saga ends for me, with half the universe wiped out and Thanos winning. I didn't like most of the MCU heroes anyways, but you know, honestly, that's where the MCU ends.
Yeah.
If we're going to talk real life, that's what happens in Infinity War is the end. Whatever happens in Endgame is a rebirth for whatever comes next, because all of our heroes that died are still dead. They didn't come back. It's alternate timeline crap that they invented. And that's the problem. And so like everybody who died really died, but all the versions of everybody that we got back wasn't them actually.
It would have been better if the roles were reversed. Like if like the main 6 heroes died and the newer heroes were still alive, it probably would have been better.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Dravwalker says, Enosh, I hear you, brother, but Hawkeye has a family and Black Widow has no one. That's what would have been the more tragic thing, is that he sacrificed himself to save everybody. To me, anyways. Like, because he feels that sense of needing to feel like he accomplished something, you know? And plus, honestly, like Hawkeye doesn't stop. Hawkeye's out there risking his life all the time when he's got a family at home, and then he just goes off and becomes Ronin anyways.
I kind of saw it both ways. Like like in the theater, I didn't know who was going to go. Like
I think that's a preference thing more.
Yeah, I mean, because I see, because Black Widow doesn't have anyone anymore, so I can see that he wants to sacrifice himself. But then Hawkeye lost his family, so it seems like he doesn't have much to live for anymore. So I'm like, either way, it's like it was tragic. So I'm like, oh boy, well, those see how it goes.
Jacob says it's official. The MCU has broken Enosh. That's funny.
I definitely had those moments.
Oh my gosh. Cristiano says, I agree with everything you said about Endgame, Enosh, except for the Black Widow thing. From a character standpoint, Black Widow made more sense to kill off than Hawkeye. And that's fine. I can accept that. Drabwalker says, I love how Batfleck says Clark was more human than any one of us. That hit me. Absolutely.
That was the one Joss Whedon rewrite that I was like, yeah, actually, that wasn't that bad. That was all right.
That's very Star Trek-y.
Yeah.
Yes. Of all of the people that I've encountered, he was the most human. And hey, William, with a very good point here at the end. The idea of a throwaway world is very evil. That's the MCU. I don't know if you're talking about the MCU there. I don't think that you could be talking about the DCEU because the DCEU doesn't throw away the world. So I'm guessing you're talking about the MCU because yes, you are absolutely right. The idea of a throwaway world like we saw in the MCU where after the snap, things can just come back, but they're not the real people. That's why Gamora doesn't come back the same way. That's why people don't come back quite the same way that they were before, and we're just undoing stuff. But that's why Captain America can go back in time and just live a perfect little life and have a wife and kids and be an old man now and never warn of Hydra, never warn of all that infiltration and all the death. And what about all the death and the murders that happened there, Dial? Like he could have prevented.
Yeah.
Literally all the death and destruction over what, like 80 years?
Right. It's like that's why I'm like, that's why it just feels so hypocritical with them doing addressing that stuff.
Literally even stopping the fact that Bucky
right. I mean, literally, like you didn't care about this stuff or you didn't put it to the forefront up until that point. And so it's like, yeah, it's what you're saying is like, if we don't see them die, I guess that means they didn't die.
Yeah, we don't have to think about that. No, they're just gone.
It's so hypocritical. You had so many events where people were in danger and buildings were blown up until that point. But now you want to bring it up. And then even if that's the case, if the Avengers didn't do anything, the world would have been in a much worse state.
But Captain America can stand around and talk about how he's got the best butt.
That's America's ass.
Good God. And people have a problem with DC? Come on.
Like you.
Oh, come on. For the love of God.
They love their cheese, man. They love their cheese.
Literally, characters are dying, disappearing out into God knows what, literally floating off into this, becoming little pieces of stuff in the wind. And we're like, oh, yeah, that butt on Captain America. Oh, heck yeah. Snap your fingers and that rock star will come back. It's the revenge of the rock star. Totally cut me open there. Let's see. I'm just trying to see. People are not cans of Rockstar, you penis. You're right. You're right. And that's why they shouldn't be written and treated that way in an MCU movie. You're absolutely right, William. You're making some completely rational statements. This is not how humans should be treated. That's what the MCU did. They treated their characters like they didn't matter because they didn't protect them. They didn't come back and they didn't even give them anything worth fighting for. They literally disappeared at a snap and did not come back. All those people who came back are not the original. They are a copy. So you're right. People are not cans of Rockstar. Those characters are not cans of Rockstar. When stuff happens in a DC movie, it has lasting impact. So there you go. I don't know what else to tell you. Yes, Draft Walker, I do bleed apparently. I will put something on that as soon as I get out of here. Let's one step too far. We are Enosh.
We are Enosh.
I appreciate that, man. Lord Blaze, yes, this was a really good discussion debate. It turned out to be nice. Cooper says he doesn't have time to bleed. This is the Phantom is the best superhero movie ever. Man, I haven't seen the Phantom in forever.
Yeah,
I actually like Unbreakable. Unbreakable.
See, I'm not a Shyamalan fan at all.
Really?
I'm not. Like, I really don't understand people's absolute love for him. I mean, he does have some interesting stuff here and there, but I feel like his concepts are too self-indulgent and his pacing is just awful. And the way he directs actors is just strange to me. I don't know. I did like Split. I thought Split was good. I think that was probably his best movie. Unbreakable, I wasn't too crazy about. Glass, the first half I liked, but then the second half fell apart. So
Yeah, it wasn't as good as Split. It was kind of a letdown, a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
I love you guys' thoughts about what about Accidental Hero? Are you talking about? Oh, what is it? Is it Accidental? What is the movie with? I've got it. I think this is the movie that you're talking with what's his name? John Ritter. Draftwalker, tell me if this is the one with John Ritter and he's Captain Avenger, I think. Have you seen that movie?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Oh, dude, it's early 80s. I bought this DVD. I believe it's Accidental Hero is the one because there's a comic book and you get all these people who dress up as this guy named Captain Avenger. And it's like a thing where like you're supposed to be like, like 100 Captain Avengers walk through New York City, like in a parade or something like that. And he dresses up as Captain Avenger and he ends up saving somebody in his Captain Avenger outfit. And it's actually a really good movie. It stars John Ritter and I own it. And it's got John Ritter and Pam Dauber, who was on Mork and Mindy, I believe. And it's a good movie. It's a movie from my childhood. So if that's the one that I'm thinking of, and I think that is
Rocketeer,
Blank Man.
Oh man,
The Spirit. Oh my gosh, I don't even remember seeing The Spirit. I know what The Spirit is, but I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah, Spirit was it was okay.
Yeah, a couple more. All superheroes are Jesus, so resurrection makes sense. Yeah, resurrection is one thing. Copying them as a carbon copy. I worked at Kinko's for quite a few years, man. I made a lot of copies. There ain't nothing like the original. If you destroyed the original, there's only one first gen original, man. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you start making copies of copies, it's called degeneration.
Somebody needs to tell Disney that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. 3 things you never talk about: religion, politics, and the MCU.
Oh yeah, like I don't even know like which fandom gets more heated, like the MCU versus DC talk or Star Wars nowadays. Like I don't even know.
It's the Signs is my favorite M. Night film. That is a great movie. You know what my favorite M. Night film is? Like it's not even technically a directed by M. Night Shyamalan movie, but it's produced by M. Night, and that is Devil.
Okay, yeah, that was interesting. That
movie is the best movie of redemption I think I've ever seen in my life. And I keep trying to tell people to see it, like people like at my church and different things. I'm like, you guys don't understand. This movie is really good. It's got a great story to it. And it like totally tells this redemption story, like this story about forgiveness and everything else. And they're like, well, what's it called? Well, it's called Devil. And they're like,
that's my one problem. I felt like the title of the movie spoiled kind of the concept of the film.
Yeah. If they would have called it like anything else, but you call it Devil and people start getting, it's a horror movie or something, and so Steel is the best movie.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. Get out of here with that.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
I love Steel from the comic books too. And I'm like, that irritated me so bad.
Yes. In Captain America, the first Avenger, he had a gun.
Yeah.
He was shooting people.
He was shooting people. Yes.
Catwoman, hands down, the best superhero movie.
Okay. These texts I can't deal with.
Okay. I think we have hit a weird place now.
Right.
I'm almost gonna have to call Johnny, and we're gonna have to tear down some nonsense because I don't know what's going on here, man. All of a sudden, but you guys are great. Thank you. Oh, hey, Phil. Man, Film Gob is here. Dude, if you know what, Film Gob, if you want to jump in for a minute, I will. Whoops, that's the wrong link.
Yeah, I get to meet Film Gob too. Woo.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to sign off, but no, I'll bring you in for just a minute. Yeah, and then because then I want to tell you about something afterwards. Actually, once we go off. So bring Film Gob in here. There you go. Just so you know, guys, I just posted the link in the chat, but I'm only going to bring Film Gob in because I am ready to wind things down here at the 4-hour 48-minute mark.
Yeah, is this your longest live stream?
Oh no, man! I did one once that was like 6 hours.
Oh wow!
Yeah, but we get into these awesome conversations, man.
No,
and
that's
it's
true.
Like, it's
Hey,
just like, dang, this is so much fun.
I know. Yeah, I had podcasts that were like over 4 hours long. Shameless plug. I have a YouTube channel talking about movies. It's DL Vince, just like my name. So if you guys want to check that out.
Dude, you guys go check that out. Go check that out. I'm gonna go check it out. In fact, I'm gonna look it up right now, and then I'm gonna subscribe.
Awesome.
So that's awesome, man. That's awesome. I appreciate you being here, bro. For sure.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man. And yeah, here comes Film Gob. What's up, Gob?
What's up, guys? What's happening?
Oh man, we just had this awesome argument about the MCU.
Oh,
you showed up.
Oh, I wish I was here.
Oh, it was awesome. We were arguing the merits of the fact that basically the MCU was a throwaway world.
That's about right. Yeah, I would say so. I don't know who's excited for the next phase of MCU films, but you know what? I will be honest. I don't mind the What If animated show that they're working on. That could be.
Oh, the What
good.
If.
I'll check that out. I know Sam Raimi's Doctor Strange. I might check that out. I don't know, but yeah, I'm not. You know me, guys. I'm not a big MCU fan.
No,
I'm a little bit critical, just a little bit.
Yeah, not too fond.
I have never known that about you, Gob. I don't think that I picked up on that.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know.
Well, we might have to get the word out about that because I think if people knew that about you, that they might I don't know, they might respond to that somehow.
Yeah, the world needs to know.
They won't be too happy.
Yeah, no, we got somebody here in the chat who's a good fan of our friends on the corner there, and trying to defend the MCU in every way possible, and it's funny because in the end he ends up like making comments that actually support our entire thoughts on the entire thing, that it's just a throwaway world, that basically the world that we spent all those years getting to know and the characters that we got to know, it all went away at the snap, and what came back was not the same people. So what's the point? It just shows us that basically anybody is a throwaway. It doesn't really matter. Life really isn't important, and as long as everybody can smile at the end and have a happy ending, and Tony can pre-record something. I just don't understand why you just don't go back, grab a Tony, just pull him through the space-time thing and say, this is your new world. Everybody gets to be happy.
Yeah. No one's ever really gone in the MCU. We'll get Tony Stark back. Don't worry, MCU fans.
I would not.
Oh my God.
It would not surprise me.
If Tony if Tony Stark gets resurrected, I'm not watching another MCU movie. That's my breaking point. Don't bring him back.
I made a meme of you've probably seen the RoboCop remake.
Yes.
With Joel Kinnaman, like how they're keeping him alive. I made a meme of Tom Holland's Peter Parker bringing back Tony Stark against his wishes, and then he's in that kind of half body status.
Oh, that's great. That is great. Oh man, yeah. I don't know where they're going with this whole Spider-Man thing. Like I like Spider-Man actually. I've enjoyed Spider-Man over the years. Pretty much all the incarnations. I actually like Tom Holland as Spider-Man, and this idea of like having all of them together in one movie is interesting to me, but I don't know like how that serves their purpose. We were talking about earlier, and I don't know if you had a chance to hear when we were talking about it, but we were talking earlier about basically, this kind of started us off on this MCU talk was, Zach puts together Batman v Superman, this tale of two heroes fighting each other, and there's a reason behind it, and there's purpose behind it, and there's consequence behind it. And then Kevin Feige puts Civil War together, and there's absolutely no consequence. There's not even a real fight. It's all just makeup. It's make believe. And there's not even a connection to really the Civil War storyline that was so great in the Marvel books. And everybody knows. So it was just that in name only. And I said, well, now, because the question was posed to me, which I'm more excited about seeing, the Flash multiverse movie or to see this, multiverse direction that Marvel's going. And I'm sorry, I'm more excited about seeing the Flash. First of all, you bring me Michael Keaton's Batman with Batfleck in there. That's some gold. And then throw in some other stuff that I don't even know is going to be there yet. That's awesome. Throwing in like the entire cast of all of the Spider-Man movies into one movie. I don't know. We just got a Spider-Man multiverse cartoon. Is this really what we want as a live action thing? And then where does it go from there? Because some people are acting like, oh yeah, it's the return of Toby. Toby's going to be Spider-Man. Like,
nah,
they're not going to continue that.
No, they're not.
Like, let's be realistic here. Come on. If anything, these guys are going to all die or something's going to happen, and we're still going to be with Tom Holland.
Like,
so
Maguire is in his 40s. Do we really want to see
Right.
a mid-40s Spider-Man back?
He's not even that interested in being part of Hollywood, being an actor. I don't think he's done much work for a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in anything since Great Gatsby.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, one step too far. We're not talking about you, man. I'm talking about somebody else.
Yeah, like Andrew, Toby, and Tom, like, I mean, yeah, it'll be cool for like a scene or two, but for them to have an entire movie, and people are underestimating how similar in character those three are. They're all playing the same person. Like, yeah, there's some slight differences between them, but like they all tread similar developments. So it's like the reason why Into the Spider-Verse works so well is because you had a very different character in Miles Morales who is different from Peter Parker. And that's not even the prime Peter Parker that we know and love. He's more of a older, weary, lazier Spider-Man, but he learns to get his responsibility back. So that development made them unique from one another. So it didn't just seem like clones, interacting with one another. But like with Tom, Andrew, and Toby, I mean, my fanboyism, I would like to see a scene with all three of them, but it's like, do I want to see an entire movie of them? I don't know. It just depends on how the story is. But then again, I don't know. I can't see how this would really be effective outside of fan service, to be honest.
Yeah, it's all going to be fan service. I've heard they've already saying, oh, it might just be, towards the third act of the film, and they'll swoop in and they'll help out little Iron Boy Jr. and everything will be great. A happy ending.
Yep.
Or something like that.
Everybody will go back to their own Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
And their stories will continue, and then people will keep pushing for Spider-Man 4. I don't understand. Like, somebody asked me once if I wanted a Spider-Man 4, and I said, well, if you're talking about the Spider-Man 4 that was pitched by Sam Raimi back in the day, that was interesting, but like that was so long ago that I don't know that I buy Tobey Maguire right now as Spider-Man still, and
but
so
Sony Pictures are probably crazy enough to do it.
probably, and just try to confuse everybody.
If they still did it around the time the first Amazing Spider-Man came out, I think it might have worked, but they waited too. They went and just did another reboot, so it's just like you lost your chance there,
Yeah, it's the Spider-Man battles a midlife crisis. That's funny. It's just, yeah, like I think that people got to be realistic. Now, I do think, and I said this earlier, that I do think that the 3 Spider-Man thing might carry over from Spider-Man, because I know that it's supposed to tie in with Doctor Strange and his Multiverse of Madness, and Sam Raimi is directing that. So I could see them somehow carrying those Spider-Men back over into that movie a little bit, with Toby or whatever, because Sam Raimi directed him, but even then it's like,
I doubt, I doubt these films are tied in as much as they say they are. I would say they're just kind of afterthoughts. Oh yeah, we can tie in these films together and sell it that way, but it'll be very minimal tie-ins, connections, I would say. So yeah, that's Marvel. I know what games they're playing. I know what they're up to.
Film gobs on him. He always has been. He's taking down everything. You kind of missed it earlier. I had a meltdown when it came to the MCU, and they were joking that it broke me because I lost it. I just realized like how much like it just bugs me, the MCU, and just like all the write-offs that they get, and the people that just dismiss everything for the MCU, where if half the stuff that happened in the MCU happened in the DCEU, it would get ripped to shreds, and
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know, but but I look at it this way. I'm part of a fandom that likes to use its brains.
Yeah.
And likes a movie that makes me think and leaves me a little changed and leaves me a little thinking about my own ethics when I leave the movie, of like, what would I be like if Superman did show up in this world and I was Batman, how would I handle that? Yeah. Instead of like, oh, goody, here's another super friend to play with.
Red Trunks.
Hey now, I'm a Red Trunks guy, but it doesn't have to be. I just feel like Red Trunks because they make the uniform. I like the old classic, but I love me some Henry Cavill too. So I love that outfit too. So
I didn't even mind when Brendan Routh had the red tights. I mean, it works in certain situations.
Those were tiny little itty bitty bikini bottoms there on Brendan Routh.
I mean, yeah, I guess. I guess I wasn't really thinking about it personally. Yeah. When I get a look at a still shot, just get a good look at it, I'm like, yeah, that's shorter than expected.
That looks like underwear. That looks like underwear right there. Like I half expected him to bend over at some point and his cape fly up, and you realize he's got a thong. I don't know. It's been fun. It's been fun. What's new with you, Film Gob? What do you got going on?
Nothing much. I sold my camera, so I won't be on screen that much. But I'll try and make some different kind of content over the next year. Try something new. What am I doing today? I'm probably just watching some movies. Some Christmas movies type some things. Fat Man with Mel Gibson. I want to watch that.
Dude, the movie is great. It's my new favorite Christmas movie, and I'm actually going to be interviewing the directors, their brothers, and I'm going to be interviewing them after the first of the year.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, man. Oh. We watched that. The family watched it this last week, and all of us just loved it. It's hilarious and dark. It's good.
Oh yeah, cool. I'm checking it today.
That's a good movie. Now, where you're at, has Wonder Woman come out, or are theaters open, or?
Theaters aren't. I don't think they're open. Last time I checked, Wonder Woman 1984 is going to be shown on Sky TV. So I need. I've got Sky TV, but I think I'll need a subscription to their movie service, their Sky Cinema. And I don't. Okay, mate. Okay, I'll. But that's in January, so it's coming out in January.
Gotcha. I was very fortunate that our theaters here just opened on Monday. They opened back up on Monday, and so because I was actually, because I'm in Michigan, and I was actually going to drive down to Ohio to actually go see Wonder Woman, because I want the first time I see that movie to be in the theater. Good, bad, and different, whatever. I was really excited for Bill and Ted 3, because that was just a movie that I'd been looking forward to for so long. And to have to watch it at home, it made it feel like it was like a direct to DVD sequel instead of being a real thing.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of holding off. I got into it with like Ryan Zieverfett and stuff, and all them, like we kept having these discussions, Nicotina and all these guys. And I'm just like, guys, I have HBO Max, but I don't want to watch it at home on Christmas Day. I just don't. I want to watch it in the theater. That movie should be seen in the theater. And so they got all kinds of strict rules right now, if we do go to the theater, but hopefully we'll be able to just go and stay away from everybody and, watch Wonder Woman jump across the screen.
Lasso the Lightning.
Absolutely. That does look cool. It does look cool.
I admit, the first time I saw that, I was like, "What, really?" But then I watched it more. I'm like, actually, that's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm expecting cheese. Like everybody is saying that it's got a bunch of cheese, and stuff. So I'm expecting that. But also it's it's based in the '80s. So
all right,
I love the '80s.
Me too.
Yeah, I love the '80s. So
I like the dark '80s.
The dark '80s.
The dark '80s.
A very gritty, dark Terminator.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's the thing, when people say, "Oh, Wonder Woman 1984 is set in the 80s," I don't see what that's got to do with, does it have to be cheesy? Does it have to be MCU-ish?
I felt like that was the direction they were going to put Wonder Woman in, like especially like Patty Jenkins having such influence from the Christopher Reeve movies. I felt like that was going to be even more in the second one. So I'm not too shocked about
Well, I think there's a couple different 80s to look at. I mean, because there are the dark 80s. There are, the land of R-rated movies that all of us kids saw. Like the original RoboCop and Rambo and
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street. All those, I watched all those as a kid. I mean, it was death and murder and blood and people getting shot and
oh yeah, it was glorious
and boobs everywhere, man. And it was awesome. It was fantastic. In fact, it's funny that we're watching that we got Coming to America, coming out, because I watched that movie so many times on TV over the years that I had forgotten all about the nudity in the movie. and Coming to America was literally the first DVD that I ever bought. I bought that and Tron, and I bought that movie, but I had never taken it out of the packaging. I had never watched it because it was always on TV, and so I never pulled it out and actually watched it.
Yeah.
And so it was a couple of years ago. It was a few years ago. It was probably like 4 years ago. We were having a movie night with the kids, and it was on TV. It was on like TBS or something like that. And we were sitting down to eat, and I got a plate of spaghetti, and I'm sitting on the couch, and we're going to watch a movie. And it was on. And I was like, "Oh, it's Coming to America." I'm like, "Hey guys, you guys have never seen Coming to America?" And they're like, "No." I was like, "Hey, let's watch this. This is a funny movie. You guys will like this." And we started, and it was funny. And then I realized halfway into it that on TV, it was going to take like 2.5 hours to watch the movie. And the kids, that was well past their bedtime. And so I said, "Hey, I'll tell you what, I got the DVD. We'll wait till the first commercial, and then we'll pop in the DVD and just go from there." And they're like, "Okay, yeah, great." Pop it in. After the first commercial, I'm sitting there. I don't even know where the remote control is. My wife's got her food. We all got our food. We're all sitting there eating. All of a sudden, the bat scene takes place, and the girl pops up, and there's boobs everywhere. They're like the royal penis, this, and I'm just like, I'm looking around, and I was just like, I give up. It's boobs. I saw him. You're gonna see him. You know what? Deal with it. But yeah, I mean, so there's that part of the 80s, right? But then there's also, I mean, the colorful, like the mall scene of the 80s, you know what I mean? Like in Wonder Woman 84, like when I see that, it does have that kind of, or I mean, like right now, I'm wearing this Starcourt Mall shirt from Stranger Things. Mm-hmm. And so, like all those scenes, like from the mall in the 80s and the pastels and the neon colors and the fanny packs and all that stuff. I mean, that was also, that was kind of the preppy, cheesy 80s. There was the stoner, jean jacket, mullet wearing guys.
I know the 80s. I've seen X-Men Days of Future Past.
That didn't even harken on the time frame that much, except for some like major points with the president or whatever.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? There's a couple of different takes on it. So I don't know that it has to be cheesy. I hope that it's not all cheesy. I heard one review that said like the first part of it is kind of cheesy and then it kind of settles down. So I hope the first Wonder Woman was so great,
Yeah, like I have faith in Patty Jenkins, and I really like Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman, so I'm sure I'm going to enjoy it just for that alone. So.
Yep. And if not, we got Zack Snyder's Justice League coming out, so we'll get all the dark, gruesome stuff that.
Yeah, we get back to that dark gritty.
Yeah, like we temporarily bring you this cheese factor so that we can later bring you this awesome, grotesque 4-hour Batman's dropping F-bombs movie.
Woo.
Yeah.
F-bombs. Should be. Bat bombs.
That's the way it should be. Bat bombs. Well, hey, we are at the 5-hour and 8-minute mark. It has been an awesome night. This is on. I love doing call-in nights where people just bring up different topics and we go in a lot of different places. And it was nice meeting you, DL.
Nice meeting you as well.
Yeah, and it ended up you, me, and Film Gob. That's heck yeah.
I made it.
There you go, man. so DL, tell everybody once again where people can find you.
Okay, so yeah, I have a YouTube channel. It's DL Vince, just how it's spelled on my screen. I talk about movies. That's the main bulk of my channel. I do regular reviews, and I have like hours of spoiler discussions in podcast form as well. So if you want to check out my thoughts on movies, go ahead and go ahead and subscribe.
Yeah, man.
Hit that thumbs up.
Heck yeah, we'll go check it out. And Film Gob, you got a YouTube channel or something?
Yes, I have a YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, which I barely use, but yeah, you can find me as Film Gob on those sites.
Awesome. Well, we love all of you guys. We love Film Gob. And guys, we are thankful for all of you. Thank you for helping us this week get over the 10,000 subscriber mark and all the wonderful things that happened this weekend. And if you celebrate Christmas, have a Merry Christmas. Have a good time. Don't forget, we will be back on Christmas Day. We're going to have a special 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to have a special cool little thing that you're going to want to be a part of. And other than that, thanks for being here tonight. And thanks for having fun. And Film Gob, stick around if you can for just a minute because I want to talk to you off air. So, guys, like I always say, make sure to respect each other. Everybody's not going to feel the same way about the fandom as you do and about what you like, but that's okay. And you know what? It's all right. You could be like Film Gob and make a couple videos like making fun of it, poking fun at it, and that's all good. At the end of the day, we all love each other. We try, even though some of us are harder to love than others. And some just are never going to come around. But that's okay, because we'll still be here. And as long as you treat people with respect, you'll always have a place here at the Poindexter Lounge. Until next time, stay nerdy. Bye-bye.